Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Good morning. Today is Tuesday, April 26th. It is 9:34 a.m. and the opening bell has already started about 4 minutes ago. We're running a few minutes behind here. Just got out of a little consultation with some clients here, but yeah, we're here now. We're live. We are about 5 minutes late here. But they know what they say, if you're late, you're on time. So we just trying to stick to that theory here. But right now, man, the market just opened up. We're in the deep red here again. So all those gains from yesterday really lost traction, man. The SPY's back down here at 425 right now, starting out here. And the VIX about to open up. We're going to see where that's at. We like to see where that started out at. It ain't starting to move here yet, quite yet. Not on the chart at least anyway. But SPY is coming down, man. It was at 428 yesterday, and now we're back here at 425. It don't look like it's going to hold, but that's just the start of it. It's a lot of fear in the market right now, so just keep that in mind. A lot of earnings going on here, so just keep that in mind. UPS had earnings this morning. They did good, but they slipped up here. I'm thinking they went down this time. 3 months ago, they went up tremendously, so they probably just broke it down this time. But UPS is a good company long term, but I wouldn't be, the earnings didn't complete like it needed to be. So just keep that in mind. But I mean, other than that, you guys, I hope you have a wonderful day today, man. For real. Stocks fall as April selling returns after 1 day respite. So that's the headlines. The Dow, these were the futures. So let's see what the market is now because we're open. Looks like the Dow is down 51%. The S&P 500 is down 70%. And the NASDAQ is also down leading the way down about 1.20%. The VIX is up here, almost 6%. And the Russell 2000 is up almost 70%. But before we go any further, I must get into the description. I must get into the description with you. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. We are live. Tune in, tune in, tune in. Okay. All right. So, this is live coverage from the stock and crypto market, live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, let's get it, man. Let's go ahead and get right into it. So, we got a lot of action-packed news here, obviously. Moving the market, turning the market into turmoil. So the SPY is retesting the low here right now. So we're seeing a pop here. This SPY just came back to the VWAP. The SPY is actually going up here now. But then it just got rejected at VWAP. So give it a second. Give it a second. It's trying to figure its path out in life. Right now, let's see what we can do in the meantime. Between time, I guess we can check and get updated with any briefings or something like that if something's live. 1 second. It might not be nothing though. I really still think they still on vacation. Ain't nobody just coming back. So let's see here. We got a lot of earnings today.
This Mother's Day.
We got a lot of earnings today after the bell. We got Microsoft, Google. Spots coming back down here. Yeah, we got a lot of earnings though, you guys.
All hands meet.
See what some headlines is right now.
Concerns over their compensation and whether former President Trump will be allowed back on the social networking platform. Trump issued a statement shortly before the deal was announced saying he won't return to the platform. Musk has been open about his desire for free speech and to make Twitter more transparent. He signaled possibly bringing back banned accounts, kicking bots off the platform, and giving users an edit button, something he addressed at a recent TED conference.
I think you'd only have the edit capability for a short period of time, and probably the thing to do upon the edit would be to zero out all retweets and favorites.
Musk's longtime rival, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, was up tweeting about what this deal could mean. He asked whether China may have just gained some leverage over Twitter. Musk sells a lot of Teslas in China. Could China pressure him on Twitter? Bezos ultimately concluding Musk is extremely good at navigating this kind of complexity. For comparison, Bezos spent $250 million to buy the Washington Post. This is going to cost Musk $44 billion. Kira?
Hard to imagine that kind of money. Rebecca, thank you so much. Well, we're learning new details from the release of hundreds of text messages revealing Trump's inner circle communications, specifically involving his former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and what he said on those violent and deadly days surrounding the January 6th insurrection. Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl has the latest for us.
One of the newly revealed text messages says that some of Donald Trump's staunchest allies in Congress wanted him to declare martial law to prevent Joe Biden from becoming president. The text was sent from Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene to former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, one of many text messages, first reported by CNN, that Meadows turned over to the January 6th committee. In our private chat with only members, Greene wrote to Meadows, several are saying the only way to save our republic is for Trump to call for martial law. I don't know on these things. I just wanted to tell him they stole this election.
So these are a couple of headlines of guys coming out here talking about Trump and stuff like that with Twitter, blase. But we just getting started up here with FCLD. We getting set up here still. It's been about 12 minutes since the market's been open. We just opened up here about 5. Yeah, so far it's just been straight selling pressure still. The VIX opened up, shot back up to $28 right now. So that's pretty high. Stock's definitely going to pull back as you see right now. It looks like some other names are trying to hold their gains. They're trying their hardest. But the spot's coming down. Tesla's down. Amazon's down. So yeah, we just getting started here, you guys. We just warming up here, just getting everything together in order here before we really going about the day. But right now, it's looking like some data might be out, or might have came out in the pre-market. Today we got some economic news today. If it pops up. You don't want to pop up. Let's see. Okay, so we're definitely having some technical difficulties right now. Okay, you guys. So excuse me right now. I'm having some technical difficulties here. I'm acting real funny today, so we ain't gonna be able to pull that up right now. I'll fix it later. Right now, I'm just trying to monitor the market is right now. A couple seconds, a few moments to get things together. Amazon is down 60 here, leading the way to the downside right now. See what travel is. Booking is down 15 here. And like I said, a lot of earnings today, you guys. After the bell, so it's gonna be a lot. Both Googles are down 55 here. So we had a turnaround Tuesday, all right. Yeah, when the market did, it gave us a false breakout yesterday, and turnaround Tuesday came right back down to where it was at previously from Friday and opening up Monday morning. We're going back to those areas right now. It's holding strong right here at 424 support, but I don't know how long the market is. Deep red here, so it looks like this thing might be ugly today, you guys. Considering like we got all these earnings coming out too, might not be good, but they can still be the heroes right now. They're the only ones that can, possibly bring this market back up here. So just gotta keep that in mind. These reports are the only ones that can really bring the market up. If not, market's already down. So if these reports are bad, don't you know that the market is going to go straight down at this point? It's just that simple. There's no in between here. There's no sugarcoating it. The Dow is down 85% here. The S&P 500 is down about 88% here. The Nasdaq is down all the way at 1.42%. So this right here, this is false. False. Too deep red. This is a false breakout right here, mommy. I'm reading the charts and numbers here. Numbers don't lie unless the market makers do. This is false. False breakout. It will not make it back to the upper band with this much red. It shouldn't anyway. If it is, they need to trim down this red here. The percentages, numbers don't lie. That would make sense to me. Russell 2000 is down 78%. The VIX is up here about 5.75%. Almost at $28. So patience is going to be, it's boiling down to patience, you guys. Patience pays. I'm seeing a lot of people starting to get antsy. We had some people fighting in the old chat room I just exited out of. Yeah, just not for with all that, man. Ain't no point of bickering and you know what I'm saying, and one another. The whole time, market gonna do what it's gonna do. Y'all can sit there and say whatever y'all want to say. So SPY's coming back down. Got rejected instantly. Like I said, with too much red, there's no way it can go up here. So the SPY is coming back down, getting rejected right now. About to retest maybe 424.30 cents, and we'll see how long that stays. The call's not looking strong, man. So looking over with for the calls. But But they can flip it though. Obviously, they want to get in your pockets a little bit, so they're gonna try to manipulate you and frustrate you and fool you and trick you and trap you as much as you can. Right now is a prime example. They want to bring it down, but they're gonna sit it right here to see who's gonna sell and who's not. So this is a part of the market makers. This is what they do, you guys. You gotta have patience for this type of environment. That's the only way you're going to succeed here. Spots coming down 423.90 here, you guys. It's not looking good, man. Like I said, it's really not looking good. Now I'm just trying to get me a nice little break even here. But I mean, you know, we can see. We'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens. So we'll see if the spot bounce right here off support, or is it just going to flush here at these levels. That's the key level. That's what we're watching out here. Amazon's coming down, but you guys, like I said, those contracts are extremely expensive here due to they moved 2% too much last week, and they're still doing that 2% this week. So their earnings is going to be very volatile. They're going to move a lot. Amazon might come down, man, for real. But they might shoot up again too, like 300. I think the last report, Amazon really went up like $300. I think, if I'm not mistaken, 300 or 400, 300, something like that. So it doesn't surprise me that they're selling off this much now because they can easily bounce and regather all of that on earnings, $200 or $300 if they want to. They can go down that much and it'll be ugly. So either way it goes, Amazon's going to move. We do know that. But yeah, right now the contracts are extremely expensive. Due to the earnings, everybody know. And then especially last week, they paid a lot of people, so that was kind of the point of holding your position so you can actually play for next week and have some money. But if you sold short, I would just wait. You know, it's going to come back down. Price going to rechange itself all over again once the earnings is reset. So you know how I go. You know how I go. Chipotle is even down 60 today, you guys. Chipotle's supposed to be life, and they're down 60. That's not life. So Chipotle's down. They got earnings too after the bell, so we're gonna see where they're going. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to be down 60 today. You got to report. That's tough right there. That's tough shit. Whirlpool's up here about $8 right now. Tesla is really slipping here, you guys. Tesla's really slipping here. They're down 4%. It's at $42. They're at $9.55. So Tesla's really starting to slip up here. They're coming down. Nvidia's slipping here. They're coming down. Microsoft's coming down. Netflix is coming down. The whole market is coming down. They're red here. Google's down. They're down 60 apiece. Meta's even down 5 here. Alibaba's down. Boeing is down. SPY's coming down again. 423.85. Yeah, so it's just looking like it's time, man, maybe to close those calls. It feels like that anyway. But you know, we'll see. We'll see. I think what I'm going to end up doing here is getting out with 3, leaving 1. And we're going to take that one rag, actually. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to get out of that. And then we should be fine. Yeah, let's see what we do here. Looking really good right now. SPY's coming down here, you guys. It's not looking like it can recover right now. It's just been selling the first 25 minutes, man. It's just been going down, going down, going down, going down. So, you know. Tesla's really coming down though, man, for real. SPY's starting to come down a little bit more here. We're almost there at break even. They can keep coming on down and flushing here. Remember now, when they get here, they like to bounce very sharp off of a number. So we don't know which number it's going to be. It could be this one. It could be about 420. It could be about 418 right now. But we know they're going to eventually find support and try to bounce it like they did yesterday. Unless they really feeling different today and just feel like being honest and just bringing his own down here and letting these earnings decide the fate for the market right now. So we're going to see what's going to happen here. Amazon's down 80 right now. They're still selling here, you guys. Tesla is still down here about 50 right now. They're still selling. So it's a lot of selling pressure here right now in the market. And, you know, you want to do what's best and what's right, obviously. So we're just sitting here monitoring the market, just watching, charts and numbers. Tesla just dumped all the way to 945, you guys. So yeah, it looks like Bill Gates definitely is winning so far. You know, the $500 million short position is kicking in here, and everybody's included. And it looks like what's the most is I think a lot of Tesla investors just not feeling the whole Twitter deal. So they're gonna just dump the stock here what they can. They already had earnings, so it's not like they gotta wait for anything. So they can just like show their direction. And I think that's just what they're wanting to do. Keep in mind now, people are going to get out of those great positions, but it's going to free up space for the overall everybody. So it's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's going to break out itself. And I really think it's going to be good, man, for real. So SPY's at the bottom again, you guys, about to flush and make a new number. 423.50 is the low of the day. VIX is still going up. Triple Q is going down. The Dow is trying to come down to now. SPY's coming down. New low, 423.50. Again, 423.47 is the new low. Excuse me, 423.47 new low. This SPY's just coming on down. It's bringing it on down. It's bringing it on down. It's bringing it on down. These market makers are really tricky, though. They really are tricky, man. So Tesla's coming down. They're coming down here. Everybody's still selling, you guys. Selling pressure picking up here. Selling pressure is picking up here. So yeah, bro is up. He can see. Okay, that's good. But yeah, it's getting ugly, man, for real. If the SPY flush here, like I said, if the SPY really shows strength and flush back to below 423.43 here today, it will get ugly because we're going to be retesting. Let me slide over here and show you guys. We're going to be going back to yesterday's lows, which was about 418 in this area right here, 420. Right now they're at the upper band level right now from yesterday. So they're showing support at the upper band level from yesterday. So this is where we're kind of at, somewhere in here right now. But then it took off and made this some type of run. It wanted to prove it was good. It was good for yesterday and went to 428, almost 429. And now we're just back at 423. So they came right back to it and trying to find strength right now. But I just don't see it, you guys. I really feel like they just need to go ahead and do what they want to do. Like, if they want to bring the market down, go ahead and do it. Get it over with. Make it fast. Don't stall it. Of course, I'm not in control of it, but I mean, I just feel like that's what they should do. I feel like I think they will probably just keep bringing it down like this. And then eventually you'll know when the trend reverses, but the trend is not reversing. The trend is your friend until it dumps you. Right now, the trend is bearish. So if you're not going with that, you're slipping up here right now. So keep that in mind. The VIX is too high here to be buying calls. Yesterday they fooled us though when they brought the VIX back down from $30 to 26. They did fool everybody, but as you can see, the VIX just popped back up and regained that $2. So not looking good. Not looking good at all. SPY's coming back down again though. 423.55 again. So the low today is 423.43. They would have to retest that. That would make a lower low here today. Right now, it's fighting not to even touch it. So we're going to see how long it lasts. They might try to curve this thing up and get back in the channel. Market makers, typical action. They like to pull fuck shit action. So we're seeing a bottom here form out here. Instead of the selling pressure continue, we're seeing a bottom form out here. So they sold for 30 minutes straight. It's 10 a.m. right now. The VIX is going up more here. And stock's probably going to pull back a little bit more here. Just waiting on the SPY to flush. That's what I think most stocks are waiting on, the SPY to flush, triple Qs and all of that. So we're going to see. We're going to see. It's looking really good right now. I like it, you know. I like the moves here so far. So that's good. Let's see where it takes us, though. That's the whole goal. Let's see where it's going to take us here. Tesla's still dumping. SPY's coming back down. Very intense, man. Very intense. We're going to take a quick break. It's been 30 minutes, 10:01 a.m. Y'all stay cautious, man. SPY selling. The market's deep red. It looks like no recovery today. Selling pressure's on. We got earnings after the bell. Be cautious. SPY just made a new low, 423.39. So let's tune in. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD.
With it bringing the potential ministry assessing the Russians have taken massive casualties over the course of this war, with around 15,000 soldiers killed in action. And Kira, here in Kyiv, we have been watching crews as they work to remove that massive statue just behind me. It's a bronze statue that's been here since 1982. It was meant to celebrate and represent friendship between Russia and Ukraine. It is now being taken down in response to this war. Also, there are a number of streets, about 200 in all, that will be renamed. They were Russian related. They will be renamed in response to this war. The mayor of Kyiv was here today, and I asked him about what this statue represents. And he says that it represents friendship, but that Russia has ruined that friendship. Kira.
All right, Marcus Moore, thanks so much. And North Korea is showcasing what appeared to be a display of its newest, most powerful intercontinental ballistic missiles. And at a military parade overnight, Kim Jong-un said they will strengthen their nukes. Chief Global Affairs correspondent Martha Raddatz has more. Hi, Martha.
These military parades are always a spectacle, but this overnight parade was a spectacle with a clear message. Think twice if you want to mess with North Korea. Kim Jong-un, who normally wears a suit and tie at these events, was decked out in a white ceremonial military uniform, flanked by his metal-drenched deputies, overlooking throngs of cheering people, goose-stepping soldiers, and what appeared to be a display of its newest, most powerful intercontinental ballistic missile, which could be capable of reaching the U.S. They test-fired an ICBM just last month. Add to that a fiery speech from Kim where he vowed to ramp up his development of nuclear weapons with a threat to use them if provoked, saying if any forces attempt military confrontation with North Korea, they will be perished. Negotiations with North Korea have been stalled since 2019, but the U.S. making clear they are ready to start them up again anytime. Kira?
All right, Martha Raddatz, thanks so much. And we are learning new details from thousands of newly released text messages involving former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and the deadly January 6th assault on the Capitol. The latest messages to be made public include numerous texts from Republicans close to Trump pleading with him to do something to stop the attack. Even former Trump Chief of Staff Reince Priebus texting in all caps, "Tell them to go home." Plus, Donald Trump Jr. begging Meadows Meadows to push his father to make a statement, texting, he's got to condemn this expletive ASAP. The Capitol Police tweet is not enough. Let's bring in ABC's Alex Boucher in Washington for more. Alex, you were going through all these messages yesterday as soon as we got access to them. What do you think they tell this committee?
Well, Kira, more than 2,000 messages confirmed to be accurate by ABC News, and they tell us just how chaotic the days leading up to January 6th, the actual day of January 6th was, and then also just how many within President Trump's inner circle were begging, pleading with one of his closest advisors, Mark Meadows, chief of staff at the time, to get him to say something. They thought that President Trump, former President Trump, was the one person who could potentially dissolve that angry mob that was then attacking the Capitol.
Yeah, they done, bro.
And so Congressman Jim Jordan actually wrote to Meadows outlining a plan for Vice President Mike Pence to, quote, this is what it said, call out all electoral votes that he believes are unconstitutional as no electoral votes at all. So how is the committee going to investigate these dubious legal strategies, shall we say, that the administration appeared to be considering?
These are the strategies, right? That was one of the influences of this committee. Why it was formed to begin with, a potential undermining of the American people and the votes that they had cast. And so they will be looking at these text messages. I'm sure a slew of other documents just to see what holes there are potentially in the electoral process going forward, how to shore those up. But certainly hearing these texts or seeing these texts, reading these texts from Jim Jordan to Mark Meadows has to be alarming for the committee.
Well, and there was this message also that you pointed out yesterday, sent to Meadows by Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, suggesting that some of Donald Trump's staunchest allies in Congress actually wanted him to declare martial law to prevent Joe Biden from becoming president. She writes in a private chat with only members that several are saying the only way to save our republic is for Trump to call for martial law. We should point out martial is misspelled there. Just how close did the nation come to a constitutional crisis, you think, as we read through these tweets?
Well, what's interesting, Kira, is the president had tweeted out martial law equals fake news. But we know that Marjorie Taylor Greene wasn't the only one calling on the president to declare martial law. So was National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. He was one of the first to call for martial law. And obviously, Marjorie Taylor Greene referencing other members also advocating for this. And so there clearly was chatter about it. Now, how far up the line, how serious of a consideration was it? I guess time will kind of tell. Hopefully we'll get those answers in the coming days. But keep in mind, this text was sent on January 17th, 3 days before the inauguration of President Biden.
Alex Boucher, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, the new push for the White House and expanding access to antiviral pills for COVID. That's right after the break.
That shit came bad, bro. That shit came down. I've been telling that. I was like, Tesla coming down. It was at 960. I came back to me. I'm like, damn, Tesla coming down. That was at 945. I'm like, yo, Tesla really coming down. And they just started jumping like $10. Yo, that's what I called it. Yeah, it's support right here for like that's support right here. It's over. So they're gonna go right to 880 is where they're trying to target it at. They want Tesla at least 880. They don't want them at 900 no more. They don't
With
want
so
them
much
at
at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live.
Elizabeth Holmes found guilty on 4 counts of fraud, facing the possibility of decades in prison. Now we take you inside the courtroom and behind the scenes. The Dropout, Elizabeth Holmes on trial. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
National parks are incredibly safe places. Crime will happen.
my wife in really critical condition.
At that time, I thought it was just a tragic accident. There's still a lot of questions we need to ask.
There were small things that didn't totally add up.
This is 2 lives for Harold that have died now. I was shocked. Something's not right.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it? Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
it's all about you.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
As we're talking, that's the only downside.
And welcome back. In an ABC News exclusive for Nightline, Dr. Jen Ashton speaks to the first White House COVID coordinator for the Trump White House, Dr. Deborah Birx. She discusses her new book, Silent Invasion, The Untold Story of the Trump Administration, COVID-19 and Preventing the Next Pandemic Before It's Too Late. And with the CDC recommending additional COVID booster shots, Dr. Birx says that getting them all could potentially pose a risk for some people. Take a listen.
That's why we need that correlate of protection, because we need to know what is a level that is adequate to protect you against infection, and what is a level that's adequate to protect you from severe disease, and what is the level that protects you from long COVID. And I think those three answers can be found, and I think they're critical. Now, when you're talking about boosting the true elderly, people over 80, there's probably no risk to them. But continuing boosting someone who is much younger, who already has a very high titer, we don't know if the long-term, we don't know what the long-term complications are or aren't.
And what are the potential risks of boosting someone who already has a high level of protection and just wants to get more?
You know, there's a lot of concepts in immunology, and none of them have been proven specifically in this case. But there is the concept of tolerance. In other words, seeing something repetitively results in you eventually making less of an immune response because of a whole series of reasons of how our immune system is regulated.
All right, and I appreciate Dr. Birx, also Jen Ashton, for that interview. All right, ABC News medical contributor and emergency physician, Dr. Darian Sutton, joining us to talk about this and a few other COVID-related items. Why don't we start with Dr. Sutton? According to the CDC, more than 100 million Americans have now received their first booster shot, but 91 million people who are eligible have yet to get the additional shot. So based on what we just heard, right, and Dr. Birx saying that everyone needs to get an additional booster shot, maybe not. So, and that there could be risks. What do you think of what she had to say?
Yeah, so I listened to that, and I have to say that the concept of the additional risk is very much theoretical. Right now, we know that the primary series plus that additional third dose provides significant protection. And as you just said, unfortunately, only approximately 50% of those eligible have received a booster. So I do think that there is considerable benefit. Now, beyond that, do we need a fourth, fifth booster? I think that will depend on the individual risk as well as the prevalence of disease, which we will have to wait and see for the future studies to come out.
So what about people who already had COVID? Should they still get a second booster shot if they're fully vaccinated and boosted? I hear this question all the time.
Yeah, I do too. So patients who come in and say, I've recently had COVID within the last 3 months, I will advise them that it's unlikely to get reinfected close after a recent infection. So that provides some protection. However, that protection can be variable from person to person. So I always advise patients that even if you've gotten COVID-19, that you should still get that primary series and that third dose to consider yourself fully vaccinated.
All right, let's get to the action now on behalf of the White House, trying to make the COVID antiviral pill widely available soon. What kind of impact do you see this having? And is this a good move? And is this going to help?
I think it's a great move. We're referencing Paxlovid, which is that antiviral medication that is supposed to work similar to Tamiflu, where you take it early on, you get the prescription, and it's been found to substantially reduce the risk of severe disease, up to more than 80%. So I do think that it would be helpful to provide this to communities, especially those who may not have access with these federally funded outreach programs where patients can get their prescription and talk to a provider.
All right. And finally, launching these test to treat sites that we've been talking about, is it possible that the demand for vaccines will actually dissipate altogether?
I think personally that the demand for vaccines oscillates depending on the prevalence of disease, whether or not there's a new variant, and kind of the communal fear and concern that people have. I've seen it as cases go up, patients start to come in asking for that third dose. It seems to be that people wait to be reminded of the threat before they get that additional dose, which is why I try so hard. It's really important to get that dose before you have to get it in a rush when there might be an active surge.
Also, yesterday the FDA approved this antiviral medication that we talked about, remdesivir, to treat COVID in children younger than 12. But some of these kids in this group under the age of 5 are not even eligible for the vaccine yet. So what's your take?
Remdesivir has become a regular medication in my treatment of patients with COVID-19, specifically for those who are high risk. There was a pretty large landmark trial that showed that remdesivir substantially reduced the risk of hospitalization and death if given early on within the first few days of symptoms. And I hope that it can be helpful and available to children, especially, as you said, if those who are ineligible for vaccines don't have that level of protection. And so I think that this is a great move for providing this, especially to those children who are higher risk.
All right, Darian, great to see you this morning. Thank you so much.
Great to see you too.
All right. Coming up, she says she was falsely convicted for murdering her child. Now, the new court order temporarily suspending her execution.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms. More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source. Take America's #1 news with you, anywhere you go, anytime, free. Download the ABC News app now. Breaking news, exclusives, 24/7, there for you with one touch. The ABC News app, download it now.
The deeper you go into the black market, the darker it gets.
Traffic on Desert Line on National Geographic.
He thought he was God.
He's now one of the most vilified men in the world. He is the everyman. Zelensky is the Tom Hanks of Ukraine.
The fact that a little nice Jewish boy is 5'7" is showing up this KGB agent in the Kremlin.
What do you say to Americans who see Russia and you not only as a rival, but an unfriendly adversary?
Two men at war.
Which Vladimir will take over. The world is not going to be the same.
Christopher Steele,
a guy who picked a fight with 2 presidents, and he's lived to tell the tale.
That now infamous dossier.
Supposedly a tape showing prostitutes hired by Donald Trump urinating on a bed. It would be quite a tape if it in fact existed.
I said take out the PP tape.
It quickly became a question of how much of this was accurate.
This is the stuff of movies.
A lot of this is the stuff of movies.
A story of epic proportions.
Phony stuff.
It's a bunch of crap.
It changed history.
And welcome back. Well, after years of appeals, a mother convicted of murdering her 2-year-old daughter, who has maintained her innocence, has been granted a stay of execution just 2 days before she was set to die. Melissa Lucio and her family learned of that news after weeks of protests and growing calls to save her life. But this isn't a fight that's been won for her yet. Instead, it's just the latest twist in the case that has captivated the country. Mireya Villarreal has all the details for us.
A life spared and prayers answered for now.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who has supported me and given me love.
It's exciting. It's overwhelming.
Melissa Lucio's family celebrates a decision from an appeals court to issue a stay of execution following a growing movement to get her off death row. But this 15-year-long battle isn't over yet.
And if you want to see this whole maddening system in one story, consider the case of Melissa Lucio.
Melissa Lucio insists she was wrongfully convicted of killing her 2-year-old daughter Mariah after a tragic accident 15 years ago.
Free Melissa Lucio! I don't want my mom to be executed. I don't want to lose her.
In Texas, 197 people sit on death row, and just 6 are women. The only one that had, until just now, an execution date was 53-year-old Melissa Lucio, convicted of killing her 2-year-old daughter Mariah. The appeals court halted her execution 2 days before it was scheduled in order to consider new evidence, her conviction leaning heavily on a lengthy interrogation.
You know something is wrong.
No, sir, I don't.
You know something is wrong.
No, sir, I don't.
If I bring you all those pictures, if I beat you half to death, like that little child was beat, I bet you'd die too.
In February 2007, paramedics arrived at Lucio's home to find Mariah unresponsive. She told police the toddler fell asleep and never woke up, admitting she fell down a steep staircase 2 days prior, but didn't seem seriously hurt. Investigators with the Harlingen Police Department and Texas Rangers confronted Melissa about bruising on her daughter's body, taking turns interrogating her about the death.
This is your chance to set it straight. Because right now it looks like capital murder. Right now it looks like you're a cold-blooded killer. Now, are you a cold-blooded killer?
No, I'm not.
Or were you a frustrated mother who just took it out on her?
We all make mistakes. We all make mistakes. We all get upset. We already know what happened. We already know what happened.
In the 2020 Hulu documentary, The State of Texas versus Melissa, Lucio relives those first few hours after losing her daughter.
They wanted me to admit to something that I was not capable of doing to my child.
Lucio denied killing Mariah more than 100 times during the interrogation, lasting into the early morning hours, but eventually confessed.
So they didn't give her a choice to tell the truth and to tell what she knew happened. She has learned over the course of her life that if she wants an abuser to stop doing what they're doing, she gives them what they want. And that's ultimately what she did here.
At the time of Mariah's death, Lucio had 12 children in her home and was pregnant with twins. Her oldest son, John, says his mom was strict but never abusive. Do you believe that your mom killed Mariah?
Not at all, man. My mother, I don't even think she'll kill a fly.
Lucio's team filed a clemency petition with the Texas Board of Pardons and Parole that laid out the reasons why her sentence should be commuted. It references the Cameron County District Attorney Armando Villalobos, who tried Lucio's case and used it in his re-election campaign to prove he was tough on crime.
I'm Armando Villalobos, Cameron County District Attorney, and this is my office.
Villalobos was later indicted and convicted of taking bribes while in office, now serving a 13-year sentence. The petition also notes Child Protective Services had investigated Lucio in the past and found evidence of neglect, but never abuse. It cites video from an interview with Lucio's other children, where one of them said they saw Mariah pushed down the stairs by another sibling.
And did you see her fall, or did somebody tell you that that's what had happened to her?
None of her children were allowed to testify in court, and her legal team asserts crucial evidence was kept from the jury about Lucio's history as a sexual assault victim.
We got it wrong. We need to learn that the criminal justice system fails sometimes, and we certainly failed.
Johnny Galvan was on the jury that convicted Melissa Lucio in July 2008. He's now one of several jurors speaking out against her execution.
We made the wrong decision because they gave us the wrong information. There was evidence withheld that was not presented to the jury.
Did Melissa Lucio get a fair trial?
Not at all.
Lucio's case spent years going through appeals, eventually landing in the Fifth Circuit. More than half of the federal judges that heard her case agreed crucial evidence had been excluded from the original trial, but they couldn't overturn Lucio's conviction because of strict guidelines in the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act.
A federal judge just a couple of weeks ago issued a decision in Melissa's case saying that this case represents a systematic miscarriage of justice. He said it's a train of injustice.
Cameron County's current DA, Louis Sines, says he disagrees with claims that new evidence would exonerate her, but that he welcomes the added scrutiny. Her case catching the attention of Texas lawmakers from both sides of the aisle. Reality star Kim Kardashian, famed Latina civil rights activist Dolores Huerta, and Amanda Knox, who was acquitted of the 2007 murder of her roommate in Italy.
So when you're in an interrogation, they offer instead a sort of soft, like, oh, maybe you made a mistake. Maybe you're overwhelmed. I can understand where you're coming from, which gives you the impression that they actually they have your best interest at heart.
John is thankful so many people are pushing to help his mother. Just after the Court of Appeals decision to issue a stay on her April 27th execution, John told me, "We've been praying for a very long time, and he's heard us," adding, "It's not over." Texas Governor Greg Abbott hasn't responded to our request for comment on if he'll commute Melissa's sentence.
I'll make a decision once it comes to me.
The uncertainty still weighing heavy on her son's heart. We spoke with John just before that stay of execution on what he thought could be one of his last visits with his mom.
And so today I kind of expressed myself to her, and everything was let out. It had to be let out. I've been holding it in for too long.
What did you tell her? What were some of the things that you shared with her that were important for you to share with her?
I'm crying. My wife and I are crying, and I started telling her. She's asking me, "Everything okay?" And I started telling her, "It really isn't." So I told her, "I'm scared. I've been scared every time I come short. I lied to her. And I make it seem like I'm not scared, but I really am."
John and his wife Michelle gaining solace in her strength.
The strength that she has is very contagious, and I know it comes from the man above, and it just rubs off into us.
The execution halted for now, Melissa saying in a statement from her lawyers, "I thank God for my life. I've always trusted in him. I am grateful the court has given me the chance to live and prove my innocence."
All right, thanks for that in-depth report from Mireya Villarreal. We will continue to follow the case, of course. I'm Kira Phillips. Stay with us. ABC News Live continues with more news, context, and analysis. So glad you're streaming with us.
The deeper you go into black markets, the darker it gets.
Traffic, Wednesdays at 9 on National Geographic. Right now, with so much at stake, Sunday mornings, this is the place. Taking on all the tough questions. Straightforward reporting. No spin, no hype, no bull. Thank you for making ABC's This Week with George Stephanopoulos the #1 Sunday morning news show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week.
These days, with so much going on, it's hard to keep up.
While others are recapping yesterday's headlines,
We're bringing you the right now.
This is the busy border crossing, steel barricades, another strike.
The Right Now look at the day ahead, how it affects you and your family.
Record high gas prices.
The threat of cyber warfare.
Is peace possible?
World News Now beginning at 2 a.m. Eastern, followed by America This Morning,
America's #1 early morning news.
streaming here on ABC News Live.
It was a scary time in the 70s. You had multiple bodies showing up in Los Angeles.
There were so many murders happening. Had to have a name for it. Serial killer.
There was a human head in there. This was premeditated evil.
We have this clock. This person is going to do this again.
It's me against the killer. Who's going to win?
We'll see who laughs last.
What came next was unlike anything they had ever seen.
Take America's /1 news with you anywhere you go, anytime, free. Download the ABC News app now. Breaking news, exclusives, 24/7. There for you with one touch. The ABC News app. Download it now. The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Thank you so much for streaming with us this morning. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin meeting with officials from allied countries around the world at Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany. The Pentagon chief working to rally more support for Ukraine and its fight against Russia's deadly invasion, as Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov warns NATO is pouring oil on the fire, and the threat of a nuclear conflict should not be underestimated. New video from Russian media actually showing Russian forces firing explosives near a massive steel plant, the last holdout for Ukrainian fighters in the southern city of Mariupol. And posted online by a Russian-backed separatist group, video showing a devastated village in eastern Ukraine. ABC News has not confirmed the date that was recorded. And as Russia's military intensifies its attacks, it pushes to claim more territory in eastern Ukraine. Marcus Moore starts us off with the latest from Kyiv.
Overnight, officials from more than 20 countries convening in Germany to discuss how to support Ukraine in its fight against Russia.
You know, Putin never imagined that the world would rally behind Ukraine so swiftly and surely.
This comes as Russia's foreign minister, in an interview with state media, warns this conflict could escalate to World War III, with it bringing the potential for nuclear war. He says the risks are substantial. Wouldn't like these risks to be artificially inflated. The danger is serious, it is real, it cannot be underestimated. The Ukrainian foreign minister responding, Russia losing its last hope to scare the world off of supporting Ukraine. Thus the talk of a real danger of World War III. This only means Moscow senses defeat in Ukraine. President Zelensky saying the fate of Europe, the fate of global security, the fate of the democratic system is being decided. In western and central Ukraine, Russia striking at least 5 railway stations and fuel sites. Authorities believe the Russians were trying to disrupt Ukrainian supplies heading east. To the southeast in Mariupol, Ukrainian fighters holding on at the besieged Azovstal steel plant. This video, shared by Russian state-affiliated media, shows a Russian vehicle firing explosives near the plant. Though the date the video was taken is unknown. The rest of the city is in ruins. After weeks of bombardments, Nina is in the city with her daughter. She says, we have lost everything, absolutely everything, all we've worked for. And as the Russian offensive escalates throughout the country, the British Defense Ministry assessing the Russians have taken massive casualties over the course of this war, with around 15,000 soldiers killed in action. And Kira, here in Kyiv, we have been watching crews as they work to remove that massive statue just behind me. It's
this is the Stock Market Live with FCAOD. We are still live here, just checking out everything, what's going on. As you can see, the market is just really selling. I was trying to check news and see what was causing this, but in our reality, there is no news. People are just fearful right now due to earnings and just selling on their own here. So there's nothing driving this sell-off, but people are just getting out because it's earnings. Now, keep in mind the market makers are going to control the board and the numbers. So, you know, if your number's nowhere near the board, you probably should be thinking about booking profits at these areas. Yeah, I know it might keep going down or whatever. That's that fear of missing out, though. Who cares? As long as you make money, that's all that matters. Remember that, though. So, at the end of the day, though, everything's in the red, though, right now. So, I mean, it's possible that it might keep selling off all day, but it's not guaranteed. So keep that in mind. The Dow is down 87, though. The S&P 500 is down about 1.50. The NASDAQ is down about 2.46. The Russell 2000 is at about 1.60 here. The VIX is up here about 9.47. So, yeah, it's high. The volatility is very high. But like I said, anything's possible, like I said, but nothing's guaranteed in this market. So, whatever they're offering you, just remember that's probably what you should be doing if they're offering it to you. But, you know, what do I know? I mean, I'm only a stock analyst slash trader, and a business owner who's been doing this for 4 years. I really don't know too much. Spots coming down here, you guys. 421.60. Oh man, portfolio's looking wonderful today. We got Tesla puts. We holding. We got we're swinging. We got some SPY puts, and we're looking good right now, man. We're looking really, really good here. We still holding some crypto here, a little bit of Shiba. Shiba. Spots coming down still right now though, currently. So, we'll see. We'll see how long it's gonna sell off. It's been 2 hours so far. There's been a lot of selling pressure, you guys. A lot of selling pressure. They basically took the market back down to where it was yesterday, and that's just what we're seeing right here, right now. So, I mean, it's not flushing. We really credit spread. Honestly, you guys, we went up and came back down. But I mean, these numbers are the same. We're not getting any new type of numbers here. I mean, if we were, we need to see about 417, maybe a 418, a low 418 on the SPY. That'll be considerably new. But other than that, man, like we straight, we good. Everybody good, bro. Everybody good. I mean, they say you got a winner, hang on to it. So. But also remember the name of this business, the nature of this business is to book profits as well. So keep that in mind. But the NASDAQ is down, man, almost 2%, almost 3%, bro. It's ugly. So that's really where all this selling pressure is coming from. The NASDAQ is entitled to it the most. They're down about 2.50%, man. It's ugly. Almost 2.60 at this point, but it's ugly, man. It's not looking really good at all for them. It's not looking good at all here. We got 800%er here. We got an 800%er here, you guys. We got a put that's up 800% right now. So you keep that in mind, you guys. It's that's a lot of percentage there. At this levels, I don't know if they'll take that much back, but they can. So just remember to, like I said, if you hit your break even, if you're near your break even, you hang tight, you're good. If you're near the money, you should be fine. If you're still out the money and you're holding on to a percentage, you know what you should be doing right now. But if you're at or in the money, you are completely fine right now. You should be relaxing. You need to just be enjoying this moment because these moments don't come like this often. So just keep that in mind right now. But everything's good, man. We're looking good today. Like I said, up about 2% as a whole. And just, recover these gains here for the day. Up about 7-8% here in the past hour. So the market is just going on down. And they got the portfolio going on up because we're on the right side of the trade here, you guys. So it's an example of how to trade here, you guys. A prime example of two. I'm giving you guys that it doesn't matter if the company's not going up. You can still profit off of it. So if the company's going down, you can profit off of it, you guys. This is a prime example. If you're out here tuned into the live stream, if you're listening in, this is a prime example, you guys. You can make money off of the stock going down. It's just as well as you can make money off of it going up. The direction necessarily doesn't matter. It's about the side of the trade that you're on. So if you're on the right side, say the market's going up and you got it to go up, you're going to make money. Say if the market's going down, you got it to go down, you're going to make money. That's just how it works. So keep that in mind. And, be positive and respectful. And other than that, things are going to be smooth here. The market is kind of bouncing here, trying to form a little bottom here. It's 10:38 a.m. So time's going on. They're trying to form a bottom here. But they do know if they don't make it back to this lower band on the SPY here right now, it's going to flush here. It's already flushing right now. Just got rejected. 421.40, 421.36 new low on the SPY. Just tag that sucker. 421.12 cents is dumping right now. Currently, portfolios is rising here. 421.3 cents here. 421 even here. We got 421 even on the board on the SPY, you guys. We got 421 even here on the SPY, you guys. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is amazing here today. This is amazing here today. This is amazing. This is what you call winning. This is what you call winning. This is how you win. So coming back to get that a little bit. Let's see. They gave it up and Kimmy took it back fast. They dropped it and pulled it back up quickly here. So they do that. That was some market maker action there. Dropped it real fast, brought it back up. Now we're sitting here stuck at 421.50. And like I said, if this is resistance, it's going to get lower here. 421 is the low of the day on the spot. But if this is support, it'll bounce back into the channel. So that's just what we're trying to wait on and see what's going to happen right now. You know. Boy, my palm is itching, so that means I must hold. And that's probably what I'm going to end up doing today. Just hanging on to it. Like I said, I don't see any type of recovery. The Nasdaq's down too much here, 3% deep. That's ugly. So it's going to take a lot to recover, but you know, it can. I'm not saying it can't. You know, not saying it can't, but it's going to take a lot. So we'll see, man. We'll see. But in the meantime, between time, let's take a quick break here. We're going to be right back. It's 10:40 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. The market is in deep red. Keep that in mind. Tesla's just dumping, selling off 910 on Tesla. So they're still continuing to sell here at Tesla at 909. So we're going to take a quick break here, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. Spots coming down. We'll be right back. Hey, I'll see you flying.
Baby, I don't see you flying. You're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush this, but I love it when you're touching on me in public. The way your body push against me, how I feel when you ain't with me. Go down just to see what we come up with. I realize if I just take my time, this ain't never gonna fall through. I've been trapped in my mind, but everything's alright when I'm body to body on you. And I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I deserve this. And I'm loving watching this play out, cause I can see it working, yeah. Nice legs, hair too, nothing that anybody compares to. Got the soft smiles, blue eyes, like a sea that I can stare through. I don't see it flying, you're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright. And baby, is it new to you? It's new to me. I could lie, try to tell you that I've got this. Is it news to you? You move me through everything that's been weighing on my conscience. Bad girl, but she's honest. What I wanted. Couldn't tell you how I'd act if I lost it. No, I ain't giving up flawless. Baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright.
Just hold it to Power Hour. I mean, it's a winner, bro. What they say, hold your winners, sell your losers. Man, you got $1,425. You up 480%. You actually up 920%. Yeah, bro, you up 953%. It's still going up. The game's still going up. They probably, bro, this shit might come to your break even. 857. Yeah, just when you see it below 900, just call me immediately and let me know what you want to do. All right.
Baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush this, but I love it when you're touching on me in public. The way your body push against me, how I feel when you ain't with me. Go down just to see what we come up with. I realize if I just take my time, this ain't never gonna fall through. I've been trapped in my mind, but everything's alright when I'm body to body on you. And I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I deserve this. And I'm loving watching this play out. Cause I can see it working, yeah. Nice legs, hair too. Nothing that anybody compares to. Got the soft smiles, blue eyes, like a sea that I can stare through. I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. And baby, is it new to you? It's new to me. I could lie, try to tell you that I've got this. Is it news to you? You move me through everything that's been weighing on my conscience. Bad girl, but she's honest. What I wanted. Couldn't tell you how I'd act if I lost it. No, I ain't giving up flawless. Baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright.
One rack. Go Spizzy. Boogie Lit for life. Just chasing a dream. See it green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a Beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, keep on. Stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money. Let the money, make the money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up, running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one ride.
Somebody pass me my lighter, man. It's a freestyle, it's out top, man. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This the son, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. 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 This that son, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind be racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn, man, they dead, ooh. And I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' run. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I don't even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step. With that 4-5, I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his hands to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans. That's my mans. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west end. Yeah, we got it in the best end. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and we are back here from the break. We don't have any briefings today, you know, just chilling. The market is chilling, not going off of any type of news, just going off of data. But we are live here, and we have someone, an Attorney General, Merrick Garland. He's testifying on the, it looks like, on the DOJ budget in the Senate hearing. And this is moving the market, you guys. This is a market moving briefing here. We haven't had one in a while. This has been on for about 30 minutes, so we've missed 30 minutes of it so far. So let's tune in now and see what's going on here and catch up and see how this is going to end, you guys. But this is definitely moving the market here. It looks like we got somebody else testifying. Attorney General Merrick Garland, and then it says Secretary of State Blinken testified. So we got two people testifying right now. We'll tune into this one, then I'm going to pull up the
members are. When you have reasonable suspicion under Terry v. Ohio, an objective standard, more than just a hunch, why don't you aggressively stop?
Yeah, this definitely is what's been bringing the market down, guys. This has been going on for about 30 minutes, so I do apologize. We're just now tuning into it, so let's listen.
And you'll get a lot of gang members off the street, and you'll stop people killing each other. Why won't you do that?
The best way for the federal government to stop violent crime is to
Okay, so we do have two different type of briefings here. Two testimonies today. We got Secretary of State Blinken. He's testifying in front of the Senate about foreign relations, and then we got General Garland. He's testifying on the DOJ budget in the Senate hearing. So we're going to go back and forth. We haven't had any politicians do these type of testimonies or briefings in a while. They've been on vacation, and it looks like some of them are back. So let's tune in and see what's going on here, you guys. This is a lot of news here. This is what's moving the market right now currently. Let's tune in. We're going to go back and forth to both briefings. We're going to listen to the budget, DOJ budget hearing first, and then we're going to go over to the Secretary of State Blinken hearing with foreign relations. So we're going to give it about 5 minutes, listen to this one, then 5 minutes we're going to switch it. All right.
Technical advice? I mean, we're going backwards here on crime, General. You're the country's chief law enforcement officer, and you won't even answer my question about how you feel about stop, question, and frisk. Why should we give you more money?
It's a resource allocation issue for each local police department. I believe that the Justice Department does the best by putting the money that we're asking for is increase in law enforcement that can be assisting the state and locals.
But General, is that what we're supposed to tell the mothers of those kids getting killed in Chicago? You don't understand. It's a resource allocation issue.
No, what you're supposed to tell the mothers in Chicago, and what I told them when I was there, was the Justice Department was there to provide all the resources that this subcommittee will give us to stop violent crime.
But yet
The
you
more
won't
resources you
try
can
and
give us.
stop, question, and frisk.
That is a question for the state and the local, for the state and the local law enforcement.
I didn't go over as much as Manchin did, Madam Chairman.
That's not the standard by which we judge behavior.
Thank you, General.
You're welcome.
Now, Senator Van Hollen. Thank you, Senator Moran, and welcome, Mr. Attorney General.
Thank you.
I want to start with some thanks to you and President Biden and your team at the Justice Department for implementing something that many of us have pushed for a long time, which is a final rule with respect to ghost guns. These are, of course, are weapons. You can buy them over the internet in pieces quickly, assemble them, and they shoot and kill people just like a regular firearm. But one major difference, they do not have serial numbers, which is why they're becoming more the weapon of choice by criminals in my state of Maryland, places like Baltimore City and around the country. So I want to applaud you for moving forward on that effort, and also applaud the president for nominating a director of ATF, Stephen Dettelbach, good candidate. I hope the Senate will confirm that nomination expeditiously. The ATF has gone headless for way too long, as you know, and we need a strong ATF to crack down on illegal gun trafficking, among other issues. As you know, Congress has brought back congressionally directed spending so that we can try to target resources where our communities say they're needed the most. And Senator Cardin and I worked with this committee to channel important resources to address the really serious violent crime problem in Baltimore City. And there's no one solution, but we provided a series of resources for community-based crime and violent prevention programs, community policing. So my question to you, Mr. General, Baltimore City is waiting on those funds. How quickly can we get them? Can you give us your commitment that you can get those out the door quickly?
If you give us the money, we can get them out the door quickly. An important part of our ability to fight violent crime in Baltimore and other locations where it is a very serious problem is having more assistant U.S. attorneys to prosecute these cases. The federal government has stronger
So, Mr. Attorney General, just one clarification here. So I'm talking about, just in this question, monies we already have appropriated. These are monies that we've provided. They're in the custody of either the Department of
this would be
Justice
a
or
good point to
Treasury.
cut
We
it.
just
go
I'd
ahead and
like to
boost
get
that
the money
profit.
out the
if
door.
they
We will
want to keep
do,
going,
as far as I know, that our priority is to get the money out the door. It doesn't do us any good to keep it in main justice, I assure you.
Yeah.
So if
Well, we'd like to
This would be a
encourage
great
your
point to
team
go ahead and
to
book that
get it out
profit at this point,
because
'cause like I
it is
said,
a serious
right here it's
situation
gonna
there.
get
Now, to the
critical. Now
broader
they're gonna
issue you're raising
start
with
saying
respect
support.
to
It's getting close to
resources for
Euroclose.
the U.S. Attorney
Feel me? Like,
in Maryland, for the
but it is a
ATF in
possibility. It's a
Maryland,
very high chance
for
that they go
U.S.
continue to
Marshal
go down
Service
though right
in
now at this
Maryland.
moment.
We have seen some increases over the last couple of years, and I want to
So it's
thank
kind of up to you
you
now.
and
You
your
know what I'm
Deputy
saying? It's
Attorney
like you're just
General,
playing
Monica,
profit now.
who's had a series of phone calls with Senator Cardin and myself. But we do need more resources. I mean, we have a very serious problem in Baltimore City, and we do have good cooperation between the federal government, state and local jurisdictions. But can you talk about specifically how the resources you're requesting here can strengthen our ability to get more resources to Baltimore City?
Oh, okay. Oh, well then just wait.
so,
Just wait. Yeah, when it get below 900, that's
through
what it's
no
gonna
fault
give. It's
of
gonna
this
give you that.
subcommittee, we did not get
Here come right now. Spot coming down. Hold
amount of
on.
money for the United States attorneys that was in the budget request and it was in the marks of the
Hang
subcommittee as
tight.
a
It's about to come
consequence
down right
of
now. They got
omnibus.
$3 more.
We
Tesla got
received
$3.
$120 million less than the FY22 request. So for that reason, we're asking for increases for the U.S. attorney's offices to allow us to hire
About to wipe out the whole
157 more
900 level
assistant
then.
U.S. attorneys.
$3. Just hold on.
Obviously, the more assistant U.S. attorneys we have, the easier it is to allocate them around the
Yeah, that's what
country
I'm
to the
telling you. If it
places
go
that
below
are in
900,
need.
880 is in
Same
play
is true
now.
with respect to
I still think
ATF.
it's going to go to 880 by
We're
Friday
asking for
now
an
at this
increase
point.
of
But,
122 agents.
860, I feel like
Again, the
it's
more
still in
that we
play too.
have, the
But
more we're
okay, they
able
need
to
to start moving a little
expand
bit
the
faster at this
locations
pace.
in
You know
which
what I'm
we can
saying?
put people.
Thank you, Mr. I look forward to supporting that
I know
budget
880
request
is
for the
definitely
reasons
possible by
you've laid
Friday.
out.
Now
I hope the
860,
committee
I
will
would
as
say
well.
next week. But I mean,
My
you're
final
so
just have a
close.
statement
It really
here,
can
Mr.
happen
Attorney
by Friday
General.
too. You know,
The Congress on a bipartisan basis has recognized that the FBI needs a new consolidated headquarters that meets its security requirements. And before the previous administration, 3 sites had been located. And in the last bill passed by the Congress Appropriations Bill, we directed the General Services Administration to select one of those 3 earlier identified sites for the new fully consolidated FBI headquarters. So as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer, we expect you to work with us to make sure that the law is followed, and I'm confident that you will do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Van Hollen. Senator Haggerty.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen, and thank
16, 18,
you,
your
Ranking
contract.
Member Warren, for holding this hearing. Thank you, Attorney General, for being back with us today. I want to touch on something that's a great concern to my constituents, and I think, frankly, to the confidence of many people in our system that you control through the Department of Justice, and that's the matter of the Hunter Biden investigation.
You probably
Received a great deal of press, but I want to ask you a bit about how the communications have worked within your department with the White House on this. First, have you been briefed on the Hunter Biden investigation matter yourself, General Garland?
So the Hunter Biden investigation, as I said, even in my own nomination confirmation hearing, is being run by and supervised by the United States Attorney for the
Right type
District
shit.
of
That's what I'm
Delaware.
saying.
I'm aware of that, but he reports to you.
He is supervising the investigation,
I swear.
and
Not on two.
I'm
They
not
got
at
$2
liberty
more
to talk about internal Justice Department deliberations, but he is in charge of that investigation. There will not be interference.
They got $1 more,
of
but they about to cut through it.
political
Not
or
on one.
improper kind.
And are any senior officials in your department being briefed or?
Patience pays.
Again,
Patience pays.
he is the supervisor of this investigation, and
Yeah, I think at this point you got
the
to be thinking
normal
like, fuck
processes
it, I don't
of the
even care if I go
department
back to
occur,
200
but
because
he is the
that's
supervisor
what's
of
going to
this
make you whole.
investigation.
Well, if you won't be able to say whether there'd been communications there, I'd
But if you just keep
like
thinking
for
like, I don't
you
want
to
to
tell
take
me
it, you're going to take
or
it, you're
answer
going to
this
keep dropping,
question,
you're going
if
to
you
be like, fuck.
would. Would you think it would be appropriate for the President of the United States to call you into the Oval Office and tell you
Well, hang
that his
tight,
son didn't break the
901
law
Tesla.
regarding this matter?
Absolutely not.
901
And,
Tesla,
the
here it
president
comes.
has
They about
not
to hit
done
900.
that, and the president is committed
Oh, this is
not
crazy,
to
y'all. They just dropped
interfere not
$100
only in
today,
that
y'all. Tesla's
investigation,
down
but any
900,
other kind
900. They
of
just
Well, I
tagged
agree with
900.
you, but
Tesla's at
investigation.
I
900.
do wonder this then. Why the president is resorting to TV and having his
Bond's
surrogates
still
go on
coming
TV
down.
to say Just
Everybody
that
at the
message
bottom, it's
earlier this
looking
month,
over
White
with, man.
House
It's
Chief of
looking
Staff
over with. We
Ron
got
Klein
about
stated on
10,
national
we got about
television that,
20,
quote,
30 minutes
the
till y'all
president is
close, you
confident
guys.
that his son
And
didn't
they're
break the law.
flushing, man. It's
The
over.
White House communications director said that President Biden maintains his position that his son did nothing that
The
was
only
unethical.
thing that
This
can
was
bring
on
this
national
market up right
television.
now, you guys,
The
is going to
president's
boil
already
down to Microsoft and Google. That's going to be the only heroes here today. If Microsoft and Google is okay, they might come back, but it's over, you guys. The NASDAQ is down 3%. The NASDAQ is down 3%. Breaking news, the NASDAQ is down 3%. Tesla's at 8.99, you guys. They're selling. Tesla's at 8.99, you guys. 8.99. Tesla's still selling, you guys. It's getting ugly. The NASDAQ's down 3%, you guys. It's bearish. The bears are clawing right now. They are 8.98, 8.98, 8.98 Tesla. They're still selling, you guys. I would get away from your phones. I would just walk around and just move away. Get your finger off the trigger. This thing is done. This thing is done. Nobody's buying, you guys. Bill Gates told us the other day he had a $500 million short on Tesla. He's not selling, you guys. It looks like he's buying more shorts. Tesla 8.97. It's still coming down here, you guys. Spots coming down 420.32. We're looking really bearish right now, you guys. We're at the level of the crash again. So this thing is not looking good, you guys. We might be crashing right now. This sell-off is turning into a crash, you guys. There's nobody picked the market up in 2 hours. The market has sold for 2 hours straight. This is not normal. This is ugly right now. We're at the lows of the day right now, you guys. It's just literally sitting at the bottom and making new lows. It's not trying to bounce. We're not seeing no type of buying pressure. The selling pressure is on. Spots coming down still right now. It's ugly, man. This is ugly. This week, this is telling you a lot, you guys. You got to be paying attention to detail. We got a lot of earnings coming up. If those earnings are bad, I'm going to continue to tell you guys this. The market is going to crash, you guys. If the earnings are bad, the market is going to crash. And this is the start right now. So keep that in mind, you guys. You can buy put anywhere in the world right now, and you're going to make money because the market is going to drop if Microsoft report a bad earnings. If Google report a bad earnings, the market is going to drop. Let me remind you guys that because that's very important right now to hold it if you want more gains. But if you're settled and you're not greedy, book profits. There's nothing wrong with either one. There's nothing wrong with either one. You're either going to get more money or you're going to take what they're offering right now. That's all you can do, you guys. 420.24 on the SPY new low. They're still selling, you guys. They're still selling here. Amazon is down $140, you guys. It's ugly. It's ugly, you guys. It is ugly, you guys. I think we're done here, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. Google can't save the market, though. We do know that. We're going to see. But, I mean, if they can't, it's over, you guys. It's over. This is done. Even cryptos are looking bad right now. The crypto market's selling off. It's over. There's no buying anywhere. All selling. Stay calm. Stay patient here, you guys. Get your finger off the trigger and enjoy that profit. That's all you can do. I mean, like I said, bro, just think like shit. I paid $2.47 for this motherfucker. That's $247. It is nowhere near $247, so I'm not gonna touch it. You feel me? You got to. You paid $2. This shit going for $16 now. It's going for $16 now. Like, that's a flip. Little slight bounce, but I mean, they gonna do that just so they can bring it low. You know how I rock. Okay. Hey. Facts. Facts. Already, just call me back, bro. Already, we got a client out in Mexico. We got clients out in Mexico, y'all. LCAOD is in Mexico right now, y'all. We're everywhere. We're going global. It's real. But, man, you guys, I'm letting you know now, though, with the Euro close is approaching, we got clients in Mexico, though. Let me give that a horn. But Euro close is approaching. It is approaching in about 20 minutes. So we're going to see where that lands us. And other than that, we're getting a little slight bounce right here. But I wouldn't get discouraged, you guys. I really wouldn't. Seriously. It's going to take a lot for this thing to really bounce back in the channel. As you can see, they've sold for 2 hours straight. I don't really see a recovery here. Only recovery I can see happening is the earnings reports, you guys. Meaning Google has to be really good today, and Microsoft has to be even better. That's the only way that this market is going to try to, like it did yesterday, bounce and, confuse us a little bit. But other than that, selling pressure's on. Bears are here. This is their market. Be positive. Be respectful. We get money, man. LCAOD. Let's tune back into these briefings, though. We're missing a lot of important data right now. Let's tune back in here. I'm going to shut my mouth and let's listen.
We've seen that effect. Similarly, and it's an unfortunate fact of life that Iran is willing to dedicate what resources it has to supporting its military, to supporting its. That's what we're concerned with.
Well, thank you for that response. I think you will find many of us on this committee very supportive of your efforts to re-enter that agreement. Let me turn to one other topic, and that is the topic of human rights. The assault on Ukrainian democracy, I think, has elevated the need for us to be incredibly consistent between our words and our actions on supporting human rights and democracy. You and I have had a number of conversations about the pace of reform in Egypt, a country that enjoys more direct U.S. military support than almost any other in the world prior to the war in Ukraine. Buried inside your budget request is a curious proposal. That is a proposal to de-link human rights conditions from military aid to Egypt. I worry about the message that this would send to Sisi, but also the world. They have made tepid progress, even when presented with fairly minimalist requests for reforms. And I wonder why this would be a moment that the administration would be asking to separate the money we send to Egypt for military support from our human rights requests and our human rights work in Egypt.
Senator, first, I really appreciate your focus on human rights. Indeed, it's central to President Biden's foreign policy, and that applies across the world, including when it comes to Egypt. Let me just say quickly a couple of things. First, Egypt is a vital partner for us. It's a vital partner in trying to sustain and advance stability in the Middle East, to combat terrorism. It played a critical role last year when tensions rose dramatically in Gaza, and it's played an important role now in trying to keep things in check as well. So in many ways, it's a vital partner. It's also an important economic partner for us. At the same time, that does not divorce from our policy and our approach the need to focus on human rights and the concerns that we have about the Egyptian approach when it comes to civil society, when it comes to freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, political detentions, abuses, etc. I have engaged President al-Sisi directly on this at some length, including the first meeting that we had. We continue to meet and engage with human rights defenders, with civil society. Last year, we signed the Human Rights Council statement of the UN expressing our grave concerns the first time since 2014. And we reprogrammed some of the foreign military financing this past year because Egypt did not meet some of the objectives that we set out in terms of making progress on human rights. And that will continue to be the case going forward. It is, however, important to us to have maximum flexibility in being able to deal with this and deal with this effectively. I'd also say that going back to the conversation on Russia and Ukraine, this is a critical time too in the relationship with a number of countries, particularly countries that may be reconsidering their own relationships and potential dependencies on Russia. They're seeing how Russian military equipment is performing or not performing in Ukraine. They're seeing growing challenges to Russia being able to sustain and ultimately export its military equipment. They're making different decisions about the future. That presents a strategic opportunity for us. One, we want to make sure that we also have flexibility to take advantage of. But I completely share your focus on and concern about human rights, including in Egypt. It will remain a central part of our policy, even as we work to strengthen what is a vital partnership for us. Thank you.
Well, very briefly, just count me amongst those who think it would be unwise at this moment to delink our human rights conditions from military aid. This is a country that still has more political arrests than Russia does. 60,000 people have been arrested for political crimes in Egypt. That's a stunning number. And as to your point, finally, about countries that are rethinking their traditional association with Russia, Senator Shaheen Tillis and I are just back from a trip to the Balkans. I think Assistant Secretary Donfried is there this week. Tremendous opportunities in the Balkans to try to shift alliances and allegiances there. Bosnia is a place where there is a rapid deterioration of the security situation. We have to pay close attention there, but many opportunities around Russia's periphery to convince folks that it's time
Thank
for
you.
them to
The
stop sitting on
Senator's
cheap
time
chairs.
has
Thank you very much.
expired. Thank you. Look forward to working with you on that.
And I would ask the clerk to make sure he starts the clock because we have a lot of members who want to ask questions. Senator Portman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Blinken, for appearing before us again. It's very important. You went to Kyiv both to meet with President Zelensky and, importantly, to demonstrate our support for the people of Ukraine. It's now been 2 months since the war on Ukraine began, and with our help, they are fighting with heart, with conviction, with some success. And with our help, we can win this thing, but it needs a lot more help. I'm glad we are returning the U.S. Embassy to Kyiv. I'm pleased the administration just appointed a Ukraine Security Assistant Coordinator. As you know, some of us had called for that. We continue to be concerned about some of the red tape that's involved in some of the military transfers. So this should help quite a bit. We must continue to address Russia's barbaric actions with speed, with urgency, and with confidence that the right weapons can contribute to a victory. The Kremlin must know that the free world stands united against them. I'm also pleased the administration has finally nominated a U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. As you know, I believe this is long overdue, and I look forward to Bridget Brink's testimony before this committee as soon as possible, and talk to the chairman about that. Energy revenues continues to be the main source of income fueling Russia's war machine. As you know, energy is their top export. In fact, receipts from energy alone accounts for about 40 to 50% of the Russian budget. We've got to cut off this funding if we want to stop the increasing war effort from Russia. I was pleased that the administration banned the import of Russian oil, natural gas, and coal in the United States in early February, but that was only about 8% of our total petroleum imports. Other countries import a lot more. The larger issue at hand, of course, is the EU and their reliance on Russian energy. Approximately 40% of EU gas comes from Russia, as well as more than a quarter of its oil. This means, Mr. Secretary, Europe is continuing to spend Russia roughly $870 million a day. $870 million a day in energy revenues compared to about $50 million a day the U.S. was purchasing on a daily basis. Again, money used to fuel the Putin war machine. Last month, I was pleased with the announcement of the joint task force with the EU on energy security for better coordination. It's now been exactly a month since this task force was established. Can you please provide us today with an update on the efforts and progress as it relates to reducing European reliance on Russian energy? And when can we expect a plan detailing the objectives of the task force and a strategy to achieve them?
Senator, thank you very much. Can I first just start by applauding your leadership on Ukraine, both as head of the caucus here, but also just your continuous engagement going back from Munich Security Conference and well before that. It's greatly appreciated. It's made a real difference. With regard to energy, you're right. This is one of the critical areas where we have to continue to move forward, and we are and we will. The big challenge is, of course, European dependence on Russian energy that's built up over decades, particularly natural gas, but also oil. And let me say a couple of things very quickly. First, the Europeans have, I think, genuinely ambitious plans to move away from this reliance on Russian energy. The challenge is to put them into effect. And the other challenge is that in some cases, this is not, no pun intended, like flipping a light switch. It is a process, and that's what we're working with them on implementing. So a few things to that end. First, I think you are likely to see in the coming weeks further progress on the oil side of the equation in terms of Russian imports. Gas is a bigger challenge. It's particularly acute for certain countries, including notably Germany, but also others. We have redirected significant amounts of LNG to Europe in the short term to help them compensate for any losses that they might have in moving away from Russian gas. That process is continuing. And we want to make sure that as they do that, there's backfill and there's significant amounts that's going to that.
Secretary, just two quick questions. One, with regard to the task force, when can we expect a report from the task force, detailing what the objectives are and what the strategy is? And then second, with regard to LNG shipments, you just mentioned that. Actually, this is a central component of the initiative. The U.S. is now saying that we're going to give them 15 billion cubic meters this year, an additional 50 over the next decade. How has the administration, the task force, engaged with energy producers in the United States to follow through on these commitments? Your budget increases taxes on natural gas production. As you know, the administration continues to take steps to discourage new leasing for oil and gas development on public lands and waters. These and other policies that stifle domestic natural gas production are going to make it difficult, it seems to me, to meet our objectives. So how can we keep our EU commitment and reduce this massive flow of funds into Russia?
Senator, I'm not an expert on the domestic policy component of this. I will say a couple of things. First, we've doubled the LNG exports to Europe since last year. Actually, since early this year, they've already doubled. The president has urged domestic producers to speed up production. There are, as you know, thousands of licenses that have gone unused, and hopefully they will be used to increase production. The task force, let me come back to you on when we can anticipate providing a report, but it's focused on diversification. It's focused on curbing demand and making sure that the backfill is there. It's also necessary to focus on an energy transition, because ultimately that's going to be the most effective way over time in making sure that there's genuine energy security.
Secretary, one thing that you can't ask you, let me just say the obvious, which is that you have a strong interest in these domestic policy issues now, because to stop the Russian war machine getting all this funding, which is your strong interest, I know you're going to have to be a voice for some reason in terms of all the above energy strategy, including not stifling fossil fuels at this point, because we need them in terms of natural gas to Europe. On the coordinator, Lieutenant General Terry Wolf has now been appointed. I was glad to see that. As you know, I'm delighted we have somebody to be there as a coordinator. How is the State Department going to coordinate with him, improving the arms transfer process, which is your bailiwick? And does he report to you, the president, or the National Security Advisor?
Terry is someone that I've worked with for a long time. He, as you may remember, was one of the lead coordinators for the counter-ISIL coalition that was established back in 2015. 2016, we worked very closely together. We'll continue to work very closely together in this effort. And he'll be working both with us at the State Department as well as reporting to the White House. But we have a long history of working closely together. Let me just repeat very quickly something I said earlier, which is that this process of transferring equipment to the Ukrainians is moving, in my judgment, very effectively and very efficiently. The drawdown authorities that we've used now 8 times, whereas it used to take sometimes weeks to get equipment to the Ukrainians, we're now getting things from the point the decision is made to draw down to getting it into Ukrainian hands in as little as 72 hours. So this is moving quickly. We have cut through a lot of red tape. At the same time, we've been going around the world looking for other countries that may have equipment that Ukraine can find useful. When it's come to authorizing the transfer of that equipment, if it has U.S. origin technology in it, I've done those authorizations in 24 hours or less to make sure, to your point, that we're moving things quickly. But having said all of that, we want to make sure that we continue to drive this as effectively and efficiently as possible. Terry will focus on that. I'll work directly with him. So will the White House.
Who will General
Pentagon.
Who will General Wolf report to? Who will he report to? Question.
Let me come back to you on exactly what the reporting line is. I don't know what the exact reporting line is, but I can tell you that he'll work directly with me as well as with the White House and of course the Pentagon.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Senator Ben Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary. Welcome. Thank you for taking that trip to Kyiv with Secretary Austin. And I was just listening to Secretary Austin address some of our NATO partners about the need to continue to push and coordinate more weapons into Ukraine. And I do want to commend you for accelerating that process as the war has gone on. I want to start with a question about the Foreign Service Families Act. This was legislation that I teamed up with Senator Sullivan on. We co-chair the Foreign Service Caucus here. I want to thank the chairman and ranking member for working with us to include that in the passage of the last National Defense Authorization Bill. It extends to Foreign Service officers some of the same benefits we extend to our military folks deployed overseas, and also includes more opportunities for family members in order to continue to attract and retain a world-class foreign service. And thank you for your input as we worked on that passage. We're trying to implement them provisions now, and I'm not going to go through the entire list, Mr. Secretary, but just to give you one example, the legislation allows foreign service officers who are getting orders to deploy, to go to their missions overseas, to be able to terminate contracts, leases, that kind of thing. But in order to make that work in the real world, we need a system to make sure that landlords, for example, can verify that a foreign service officer does have, in fact, those orders to go overseas. The military has created a successful system to do that. We've been working with your team to try and do it. I want your commitment that we can accelerate this process.
You've got it. First of all, you've been an incredible champion for the Foreign Service for a long time. And that is appreciated very much by the men and women of the State Department. Second, we want to make sure that we are putting in place these necessary tools and efficiencies to do right by the men and women who work for us. So yes, in short, we'll try to move forward on that as expeditiously as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Yeah, there are a series of things. It's just a question of implementation, but the sooner we can get them in effect, the sooner the benefits will flow to the men and women of the Foreign Service. I want to follow up a little bit on Senator Portman's line of questioning with respect to sanctions and the issue of Russian exports of oil and gas and other commodities. And again, salute the administration for working with our allies to put in place punishing sanctions right away. And we've expanded those sanctions over time. But to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, we've not used any of the existing authorities to date to apply secondary sanctions to institutions overseas that may be aiding and abetting Russian oligarchs and others who may be aiding and abetting Putin. Is that right?
I don't believe that we have, but that doesn't mean that we won't. And thanks to this committee, we now have at the State Department a senior sanctions coordinator, Jim O'Brien, a deeply experienced diplomat. One of the things that he's looking intensely at is sanctions evasion by other countries or entities. This is something that we're going to focus on relentlessly as we move forward.
I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Secretary, because I think leakage in the sanctions only hurts our alliances and helps Putin. And I recognize that a lot of our European partners are working to reduce their reliance on Russian oil and gas, and that we're working with them to do that. And obviously, we want to accelerate that process as much as possible. What I am worried about is reports of certain countries that are increasing their imports of Russian oil and gas and commodities. Are you aware of countries that are doing that?
We've been watching this carefully, and we've engaged with some countries where we've had concerns that they might be increasing their purchases, taking advantage of discounted prices that Russia's been forced to offer in order to get anyone to take this. And so in short, yes, there are a few countries that we've engaged with to dissuade them from doing that.
Well, Mr. Secretary, we haven't been successful at doing that yet, right? So according to the information I've got, in the month of March, China increased its trade with Russia by 12% in terms of actually additional goods being imported to China from Russia. And there are a number of other countries. The question is, we made the right decision by saying that the United States is not going to continue to import Russian gas and oil. But if that oil is just on the international market and Putin's able to sell it to somebody else, it obviously doesn't do us.
All right, so as you guys can see, these testimonies are very serious and volatile to the market here. This is definitely what's crashing the market and got the NASDAQ down 3%. The Secretary of State Blinken is testifying in Senate Foreign Relations hearing. And then it's another live one going on where it looks like it just ended, you guys. The committee is in a short recession, so they're actually on lunch, a little break. But this one is an Attorney General, Merrick Garland. He's testifying on the DOJ budget in Senate hearing. So a review of the president's fiscal year 2023 funding request for the United States Department of Justice. The committee is in a short recess. So they're taking a break right now. But yeah, this is moving the market, you guys. Breaking news too: the U.S. COVID-19 pill expansion is going out to more and more countries right now. They're saying COVID-19 treatments push Paxlovid weekly courses up to 22,000, 55,000. Administration wants to expand number of tests and treat locations as needed. Gilead's Verily now approved for use in children. World Health Organization recently recommended Povalax over Remdesivir. So these are COVID-19 pills, and they're trying to expand them. So that's good, man. That could have started with the pill all along, man. People took shots for no reason. That's crazy. They got COVID-19 pills now, y'all. So they're trying to make them more viral. They been had those, but it's like they're making more and more like different kinds of COVID-19 pills. That's what I'm saying. So that's breaking news. But yeah, other than that, the market's coming down. The health stocks, they're clapped. They've been clapped. But the market is coming down here. Overall, everybody's clapped here. Crypto's even clapped. Bitcoin's down underneath 40,000, so you know that's clapped. And then you got your Ethereum here. They're below 3,000, so you know that's clapped as well. So we're gonna tune back into the Secretary of State Blinken. He's testifying in front of the Senate about foreign relations, you guys. So let's tune in. This is important. This is moving the market. This is literally moving the market. This relates to the market, you guys. Trust me.
With the EU, you saw the results of the summit between the EU leaders and President Xi Jinping, which I think did not go to China's benefit because of the increasingly deep skepticism about China in Europe. China is paying a reputational cost to be charitable about it, sitting on the fence when it comes to Russia's aggression against Ukraine, never mind falling on the Russian side of the fence, something that it has to factor in. I think it's seeing that play out in its relationships with other countries, notably in Europe.
Thank you. Senator Paul.
While there's no justification for Putin's war on Ukraine, it does not follow that there's no explanation for the invasion. John Mearsheimer writes that the trouble over Ukraine actually started at While there's no justification for Putin's war on Ukraine, it does not follow that there's no explanation.
You're not measuring up.
John Mearsheimer writes that the trouble over Ukraine.
So the other briefing has restarted. They're back. The other hearing is back. They're just back from the break.
Is any kind of alternative funding line items to ensure that our victims' organizations are able to receive this. I certainly hope that the department is looking at that. And he also raised an issue with regards to some of the new grant programs in VAWA that for reasons known or unknown have not been reflected in the president's budget.
Keep in mind, too, you guys, the euro market closed 3 minutes ago. European market closed 3 minutes ago. It's 11:33 a.m. The European market is closed. The United States, I repeat, the United States is in full control of the market right now. They can either bounce us back into the channel or they're going to sell it off too, as the euro has done us the first 2 hours. Let's tune in and find out. Give it about 20 to 30 minutes. We'll confirm the move.
Very important, certainly in rural states like Alaska. So we just underscore that when Senator Leahy
We'll confirm the direction that is, you guys. I apologize. The move direction, you get it.
issue of VAWA. And as you know, this was something that I've been working on for a long period of time and was very pleased that we were able to advance this, get it signed into law. Contained within the VAWA reauthorization is the tribal title. We have the Alaska Public Safety Empowerment Pilot. What we're really trying to do here is to be able to provide a level of justice in areas in my state where they simply have none. We want to get to these remote rural villages, not necessarily those on the road systems. What we want to do is supplement basically the work that the state is doing with regards to public safety. We're not creating Indian country. We're not taking jurisdiction away from the state. But as you know, the Attorney General, in consultation with the Secretary of Interior, is directed to establish a process to designate those Indian tribes that can participate in the pilot. So the question to you this morning is, what do you anticipate in terms of the Department of Justice plan to begin this process? How do you see this moving forward? We also direct the creation of a Alaska Tribal Public Safety Advisory Committee not later than a year. So I'm just asking this morning if you can share how the president's budget will support the Alaska Public Safety Empowerment Pilot as well as the Public Safety Advisory Committee.
Yes, so I'm very grateful for everything that you did with respect to getting VAWA reauthorized. Of course, the Justice Department has been full on in support of this all along, so we are in lockstep on this. We support the pilot program. We think it's an important ability of authority to prosecute these and investigate these matters. We can't just leave them undone. I'm very eager to get the pilot going, to get the villages decided, likewise with the commission. I don't see any reason why we won't be able to be on time on our marks for this.
Well, know that we would like to be working with you to understand what those timelines are to help with the expectations of folks back home. Last question for you relates to the Bureau of Prisons. Currently, Alaska does not have any federal facilities to house our federal inmate population within the state. We have seen considerable growth over the years. The number of federal inmates has grown from just a few hundred to over 1,000. And what happens then is many of these individuals are sent to serve their sentences at facilities outside the state, sometimes 2,000 to 5,000 miles away from their homes. I have sent you a letter, sent it back in March of this year, asking that you consider a feasibility study, working with the Bureau of Prisons to conduct a new feasibility study. It hasn't been done for a period of time. It was apparently about 2 decades ago. A lot has changed in Alaska since then. But I would ask that you look at this. We've not heard a response back, so if you can take a look at this and again, try to work with us on a new feasibility study, but also willing to work with Bureau of Prisons to obtain additional halfway house bed space in Alaska. Currently, we have only 39 beds for the entire state of Alaska. All of them are located in Anchorage. So if you could perhaps follow up with me on those two asks, it would be greatly appreciated.
I'll be happy to have our team speak to yours, or the two of us speak directly. I'd be very happy to.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Murkowski. Senator Braun.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was going to another committee hearing, and I just talked to Madam Chair, we had 3 of them at the same time today. Seems like we could organize ourselves a little better. I was listening to your conversation with Senator Hagerty, and I did not hear the end result, and I'm assuming he probably asked, do we need a special prosecutor to look into the Hunter Biden, affair? Do you think we need to? And I would then have one follow-up question to that. So, do we need a special prosecutor to look into that?
As you know, the investigation is being run and supervised by the United States Attorney in Delaware, who is an appointee of the previous administration and continues on as the United States Attorney. The question of whether to have a special counsel is one that is it's an internal decision-making in the department, so I don't want to make any judgments one way or the other, but I'm quite comfortable with the United States Attorney for that district, continuing in the role that he's playing.
So a follow-up question that would be, of course, special prosecutor counsel Mueller, was assigned in that whole Steele dossier issue, which now has been debunked. If you had been in that capacity then, do you think a special counsel was needed there as well?
It's hard to put myself back into that circumstances. And then, of course, there would be for me to be in that position, there would have been a different president. So I'm not sure I can answer that hypothetical.
Well, it's obvious that would be a question that many would wonder about in terms of what that standard is, what that consistency is. And it seems like it would be the same from one administration to the next. Got a question that really is probably more pertinent in the sense that what's happening on our southern border is confusing in the sense that the administration says we don't have enough resources. It's done things from the beginning that has, I was down there with 17 other senators roughly a year ago, and to give you a description of the immensity, it had gone from record low illegal crossings, and I'm one that believes we need to secure the border and then roll our sleeves up and fix all the issues associated with it. We had risen from, I think, 40,000 to 70,000. This last month, it was 212,000, I think 60-some thousand gotaways. I mean, it has exploded beyond anybody's imagination. I think self-induced. And then there are conflicting statements that part of it's due to not having enough resources. Are we resourced at the border properly? And that would be how we address any illegal crossings. That seems to be delegated to lower levels of authority. Isn't that confusing? And in light of the issue, in terms of where it's at, do we need to do something differently? And does your office need to be outspoken about trying to fix it?
So I want to be careful about explaining what our role is, because we do need more resources. I think most of the resources you're referring to are Department of Homeland Security resources. So I'll leave that for that secretary to express what they need. But we have asked for $1.35 billion for our immigration courts, and $1 billion of which is to reduce the immigration court backlog. So the things that our job is to run the immigration courts after we get referrals from DHS. So we have already onboarded everyone we can as immigration judges. We asked in fiscal year 22 for 100 more. Again, no fault of this committee because you gave us the right mark, but as a consequence of the omnibus, that was not funded. So we're asking for 200 new immigration judge teams, a total of 1,200 new staff for that purpose. We've also asked for money for a virtual court initiative so that we can run these court proceedings more efficiently and more effectively and from whatever area. If we get the additional immigration judges, we will move them to the border. We're already going to be moving them to the border as it is.
And can you describe what your request is compared to what it was in prior years? What magnitude of difference?
So, it's an additional 1,200 staff for.
In addition to how much before? So we,
So it'll bring us to a total of 834 IJs. The staff includes all their clerks, et cetera. So with 200 more, we'll get to 834. So 834 minus 200 was 634 is what we had before.
and just with the arithmetic I put out there
Yeah.
earlier, the problem has quadrupled or quintupled. So it would beg the question, are we putting enough resources to it? Or is it kind of lip service because we know it's become a big issue? I would advise maybe that might not be adequate given the magnitude of the current problem that's still predicted to go up even by 50% more.
So that's a fair question, Senator. Of course, we didn't get what we asked for the last time, so we're trying to be realistic about what we can ask for. But resources are not the only thing we're doing. We've also adopted a new asylum officer rule with DHS so that asylum decisions are made by the asylum officers, not by the IJs, so that IJs, immigration judges, so they won't have to do that. And then if there are denials, there'll be a streamlined process, which should reduce the amount of time from current 4 years to 6 months. We also have a dedicated dockets in order to be able to better distribute the work among our IJs. So it's a combination of things. We want more resources, and we're trying to streamline the whole process and put more of the work.
I don't think in the.
Thank you, Senator Braun.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
I know that Senator Moran and I both have a second round of questions that we would like to do. It's not clear that anyone else is interested. I don't know, Senator Braun, if you also have another round, but mine are relatively brief, so I will go ahead. You were discussing with Senator Capito the horrific issue of police being
Bilateral
targeted
agreements,
and also
Costa Rica and
suicides.
Panama with more to come. We have the Summit of the Americas that the president will be hosting over the course of a week in Los Angeles in June, where on migration, I anticipate there'll be a declaration of shared principles on how we work this together, but also on virtually every other aspect of the relationship with our closest neighbors. Second, when it comes to these, I could not agree with you more that even as we take near-term steps to deal with what is historic migratory flow in our own region and around the world, the ultimate answer has to be addressing the so-called root causes, because it takes a lot for someone to decide that they want to give up everything they know, leave their families, leave their friends, their communities, their culture, their language, and make a hazardous journey to the United States or anywhere else in the region. And one of the things that we've seen in our own region is the primary driver, not the only one, but the primary driver is the lack of economic opportunity. We know that. And so what we have to do is help these countries create greater opportunity. The vice president, who's been leading these efforts, did a call to action some months ago with the private sector that resulted in $1.2 billion in new investments in the northern tribal countries that will create job opportunities over time and give people a means to stay. We have a series of programs reflected in this budget to work in that way to create opportunities for people, also to address, of course, many of the other challenges that are drivers of migration, including corruption, including poor governance, including insecurity. In many cases, we have to work around some of the governments or individual leaders. We're doing that effectively with the private sector, with NGOs, with civil society, with components of governments that we can work effectively with. I think it varies from country to country, but we're deeply engaged on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, first of all, thank you for your service to our country. Let me just begin by bringing back in a discussion that Senator Portman began and that you have shared. I think it's been a pretty frank discussion regarding the need to have additional energy production and the impact that that would have on your ability to work with our allies in Europe. It seems to me that not only does it impact the foreign policy, but with regard to our domestic policy and with regard to our economy, it would seem that the production of those products, energy products here, fossil fuels, natural gas, and so forth, from North America would make your job a lot easier with regard to not only would it be good in terms of it's such a large part of the inflationary trends that we're seeing right now in terms of the cost of supply chains and just basically the cost of basic services and transportation here. But the fact that, as you stated, Mr. Putin receives significant dollars from energy, and when you inflate the value of those commodities, that goes to his bottom line and makes it easier for him to wage war. Are you sensing that the administration or the people that you work with within the White House are recognizing the need to increase that, not just for domestic purposes, but also because of what's going on in Europe right now?
Yes. In short, yes. As I mentioned, Senator, just when it comes to making sure that we could try to create some flexibility for Europeans to really start this move away from dependence on Russian energy in the short term. As I noted, we've doubled our LNG exports to Europe just in the past 3 months from where they were a year ago. That's significant. We're committed to adding to that to make sure that there is some cushion as they engage in this process. It has to be a process, though, because, as you know, this is built up over many decades. Overall, European dependence on Russian gas is about 40%, but in individual countries, it's a lot higher than that. So that's part of the challenge. Second, we want to make sure that as we do this, we're doing it in a way that doesn't create the effect that you just cited, which is to actually inflate energy prices and line Putin's pockets. That's one of the reasons that the president did this historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve that will extend over 6 months. We got other countries to join in doing that. At the same time, he has called, as you know, for increased production in the United States. We're doing that. And last thing, if I could, quickly, is this. We also have to do this in a way that does advance, in my judgment at least, the transition over time to renewables. Because one of the things that's true about renewables is you can't weaponize the sun, you can't weaponize the wind. And so both as a matter of climate, but also as a matter of strategy, I think we have a good reason to reinforce that effort, even as we're making sure that there's sufficient energy on the market now and in the near term for Europeans to really start this transition.
I think the all of the above approach is a very good approach, and I don't think it should exclude those consistent conventional energy sources that we've got, and I appreciate your comments on that. I also think the one thing that's missing in this discussion is the fact that we have to have a stable long-term plan of not having those go up, or our European allies will not trust us. If they think that our policy is going to change in 6 months, they're probably not going to be interested in having a short-term LNG proposal and then find out that, well, we're going to change it again. So, I think it's got to be consistent, and I think you're in agreement with us.
That's a very fair point. And part of the reason we have this task force with the EU is precisely to address that, to make sure that there's a long-term plan in place, not just one that meets the immediate needs.
Thank you, sir. And I'd like to change subjects here for just a minute on something that's been very important and that we've been trying to work with the State Department on. There was a huge, very challenging time period in which the department was working on processing special immigrant visas, specifically coming from Afghanistan. And unfortunately, this process is excruciatingly slow, and Afghans who risk their lives for our service members do remain in grave danger. For one example, we have an applicant that I had brought to your attention that received a chief of mission approval the day before your September hearing. Yet he was stuck in Afghanistan until early March and just received his visa last week. This outcome would not have been even possible had it not been for his risky move to flee to a third country. Yet he and his family still remain in a fourth country, waiting for travel orders and the final resolution of an application submitted in 2018. A second individual received a denial the day of your hearing, but his appeal, which was submitted in December, still has not been viewed by the State Department office, which adjudicates these requests. Mr. Secretary, I and my staff have asked your people on multiple occasions if the department has the resources to execute this mission, and the answer I have always received in terms of making sure that the appropriate resources are made available. And it seems to me that right now, when we can't get these completed in a timely fashion, there's got to be a reason for it. And if it's resources, we need someone to say it's resources. If it's something else, we need to know. And I don't think we're talking about the issue of just we need background checks. I think there's more to it. So could you help us understand what the resources are that would be needed to expedite appeals within, say, 30 days? Because right now it does not seem to be working.
Senator, let me first start just by thanking you for your personal and sustained engagement on this issue, on the SIVs in general, and on specific cases in particular. It's greatly appreciated. I know it's especially appreciated by the people on behalf of whom you've been advocating. And we want to continue to work closely with you, with your staff on this. Let me just say a couple of things about this. You know, this committee knows very well the very laborious and multi-step process that goes into the SIV program that was legislated and then regulated over many years, that involves 6 different agencies, not just the State Department, that has, you know, more than a dozen steps involved in it, and of course has been made more complicated by the fact that we're not on the ground in Afghanistan. There are 2 things I want to focus on. First, the process of getting Chief of Mission approval, or authority, that is the most critical step, because what we found historically, well back before leaving Afghanistan, was that of those who applied for an SIV, about 40% did not ultimately get the approval from the Chief of Mission because they didn't qualify in one way or another. Sometimes, tragically, because the documentation necessary and required, they couldn't produce. We have worked very hard to expedite that process. We have cut the processing time for Chief of Mission approval in half in recent months. We're doing it much faster than we did when we were actually in Afghanistan, but we're looking to see if we can make it even faster. And we'd like to work with you on that. Second, a big part of the challenge that we have is for those who are in Afghanistan and actually have SIVs or are well along in the process and have Chief of Mission approval, part of the challenge is being able to make sure that they can leave the country. And we're working on that day in, day out to try to encourage the Afghans to regularize transportation out so that people can leave. We have a processing facility now, as you know, in Doha, where we have the capacity, once someone has Chief of Mission approval, to process about 1,000 a month. And that is there. It's active. We're working on it, but we need the inflow, if you will, to make that real. We have dedicated increasing resources to this. I will go back and triple check that I'm confident that we actually have the resources we need, given the constraints of the program, to do this as efficiently as possible. And I commit to you that if, in my judgment, we don't, we will come to you and ask for more resources.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Markey. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for the work which you are doing, and Secretary Austin, the President. I think it's first-class work. Thank you. Senator Booker and Senator Kelly and Senator Gillibrand and I visited the Polish-Ukrainian border at Cheshov. And we saw all the work the 82nd Airborne is doing to facilitate the transfer of
look at the time, bro. The United States is stay market now. They still selling, right?
Into that country, and it is absolutely a first-class operation.
Oh, okay, you good.
And
you
we were
good.
in Krakow as well.
United States still they making the same pattern the Euro market making. They're just going down.
Very impressive, and I just think that in general we should just roll out the red carpet and just say, however many Ukrainians want to come to our country, they should come here.
I mean, it's below 900. So I'm just trying to catch it below 900. Then that's how I look at it. If you catch it below 900, you straight. Right now, you got about 1,800 equity. You can get out right now if you feel like it. If you feel like right now, tell me. Let me know. I can swipe up right now.
The commitment which the Biden administration is making for our country to be a leader in vaccinating the world, but we're falling far behind. The world has a goal of 70%
it's coming. It's 896 right now. They're done.
By the fall of this year. That is not happening, and as we know,
okay. So you want at least 2 bands, but it's at 895.
Coming back to us.
It's at 830. It's at 830 right now. If you can hang on the phone, it's probably coming right now.
caucus. I've been
You can stay on the
repeatedly
phone for
calling
like
for
2 minutes. It's probably
significant
about to come to you
federal
right now. It's
investment
at
in those
8:30.
efforts. We've called for inclusion
8:45 is
of a
picking up here.
substantial
It's
global
Tesla dumping
COVID-19 response
895.
funding and any
Spot coming
COVID-19
down, y'all.
supplemental.
Market
That
still selling.
funding
I've been telling y'all
remains
all day.
stalled. Mr.
If the
Secretary,
if the
a
Euro market
recent
make a
Harvard
pattern,
study
the United States
indicated
more
that
than
the
likely
economic
gonna match
toll of
that pattern.
COVID-19
So
so
they've been
far
coming down
is
all
$16
day.
trillion.
The United States probably gonna
We
bring this
just can't
down
afford
too.
to
They not about to
keep
try to
history.
buy this. They
Could you
gonna
talk
they gonna
about how
put the
important it
pressure.
is
It's
for
on Microsoft.
the
It's on
Congress to
Google.
pass?
That's where the pressure is at right now. It's on Microsoft and Google. They either gonna be the heroes or they're gonna be the blame at this point. There's no other option at this point, you guys. So the market is selling right now, and you just gotta hang tight. If you ain't did nothing yet, just stay patient, hang tight. You're gonna get an opportunity, trust me. If you're already in on the right side of the trade, relax, enjoy your day, because the market is in your hands. I'm telling you. Unless you swipe up, you're out of the trade, and you're not gonna get that position like you got already. Keep that in mind. 894 on Tesla, the market coming down, you guys. This briefing don't sound good either. This testimony is not good here on Capitol Hill right now. That's really moving the market the most right now. We got two secretaries of state testifying at one time, and it's not looking good, not sounding good at all. So, like I said, pressure is definitely on Google, definitely on Microsoft earnings at this point. They're the heroes or they're the zeros, ladies and gentlemen. Let's tune back in. Tesla still selling. SPY coming down, 419.42, new low.
1.2 billion vaccines.
Hey, but yeah, bro, you good,
Now
bro?
over
For real,
500
this is a
million
winner.
have
Just
actually
hang
been
tight all day
delivered.
type shit.
To
You
do
should
it
be good,
primarily
bro.
through
And
COVAX,
if
to make sure
you
that it's
want
done
to, man,
equitably, to do it with
you
no
gonna
strings
get what you
attached.
asking for today.
In
So
stark
not playing
contrast
around.
to other countries like China, that has inured to our benefit and to our standing in
So if you
palpable
want to,
ways.
man,
I get this virtually every place I
feel
go.
like
So
right
it's
now
good
it's
for our foreign policy
1840. If
and our
you feel
standing.
like that ain't enough,
But
and you want to,
here's the
man,
challenge that
that's
we have,
between
and it
you
goes to your
and the
question.
market maker. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Right now,
You know what I'm
we
saying?
have
You can easily book this profit
a
right now
relative
and buy back.
abundance of
You can
actual
easily book this
vaccines.
profit
What
right
the
now and
challenge
buy
that we
back.
have
Are
is,
you
as you
listening? Are you
said,
listening to
getting
me, bro?
shots
I'm about
into
to get off the
arms.
phone. I
There
gotta talk
are
to
in
somebody
many
else. You
places
can
around
easily
the
book
world,
this profit right now, right?
nowhere more so
And
than in
buy back
Africa.
to the 800 puts
Real
May
challenges
13th.
in making
800
sure
put
that
May 13th.
there is cold storage,
My scanner
that there are
going
distribution
crazy.
networks,
800
that there
put May
are healthcare
13th.
workers and
You
other
buy
experts who
back.
can administer
You
the
take
vaccines to
profit
deal
and buy
basically
back.
with
Just
the last
remember
mile.
that. It's
We
something to
also
think
have
about. Or you can
real
hold. Just let me
information
know
or
what you want to do,
misinformation
bro.
problems.
I gotta go. I gotta
And
pick this
that
up. I'm gonna call you
contributes
back.
to vaccine hesitancy. So we need to be doing work on that.
So is it critical that we pass
It is,
funding?
in my
Critical.
judgment, absolutely critical that we do this, because if we don't, we will not have the resources we need to see this through.
This disease, because of global travel and trade, it's just a flight away from our country. And the more that we build the barriers further away from us, the way we're trying to do with confronting the Russians so that it doesn't go any further in terms of its incursion into other countries, we have to do the same thing with COVID. We're not doing it. We just cannot allow this Congress to not fund a global vaccination program. Earlier, we heard my colleagues on the committee suggest that we should walk away from the negotiating table with Iran. Let's be clear, Plan B is really plain bad. That's what it stands for. It means that Saudi Arabia's nuclear program will accelerate. It means that Iran's nuclear facilities that are above ground will go underground. It means our troops in the region will face increased threats, which could require sending our brave men and women in the armed forces into another conflagration in the Middle East. Secretary Blinken, you just covered this before, but before Trump and Bolton blew up the deal, how far was Iran towards acquiring enough material for a nuclear weapon?
A year or more.
How far away is Iran today?
By public record, some matter of weeks.
Based on experience, would kinetic or non-kinetic attacks on Iran prevent an Iranian nuclear weapon?
The judgment of our military over many years is that the military could certainly set back a program, but Iran would rebuild it probably even more underground, and rebuild it a lot faster than a nuclear agreement would allow the Iranians to resume.
Hasn't Mohammed bin Salman pledged that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would acquire a nuclear weapon if Iran did so?
I think the Saudis and other countries have made clear in one way or another that they would be likely to pursue nuclear weapons in the event that Iran actually gets one, yes.
Did the Trump administration's campaign of maximum pressure lead to an increase or decrease of Iran's attacks on its neighbors in the region?
We have seen, whether what the causality is, people can make their judgments. But as I mentioned earlier, what we've seen is this: from 2012 to 2018, when we were negotiating the agreement, then when we had the agreement and it was in effect, there were very few attacks on our forces in the region. After we pulled out of the agreement, designated the IRGC and killed Soleimani, we saw the attacks go up dramatically from 2019 to 2020. They went up 400% on our personnel and our forces in the region.
Thank you. So it's clear, I think, to any objective analysis that we just cannot listen to the same voices who rejected a good deal in search of the impossible and who preach brinksmanship over diplomacy. The Iran deal is not perfect, but it is our best path to prevent Iran from acquiring the ultimate weapon to back its coercion in the region, a nuclear bomb. We're seeing right now the saber rattling in Russia because they have a nuclear program. We have to avoid that in Iran. The ripple effect would be catastrophic. We're either going to live together or we're going to die together. We're either going to know
Senator
each other
Hagerty.
or we're going to exterminate each other. We have to put a new regime in place to make sure Iran does not get this bomb.
Thank you, Senator Hagerty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Risch, and thank you, Secretary Blinken, for taking the time with our committee today. First, I'd just like to note that Chairman Cardin is the ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee on the State Department. I'm sorry, he's the chairman. I'm the ranking member. We both sent you a letter last week encouraging you to reopen diplomatic relations in Ukraine. I want to thank you for taking the steps in that direction to do that, and I appreciate your willingness to brief us as that moves forward. So I wanted to say thanks again for that acknowledgement. I'd like to turn to the Indo-Pacific, if I might. Recently, I led the first congressional delegation to Japan since the pandemic began in early 2020, and I was honored to be joined by Senator Ben Cardin and by Senator John Cornyn. I want to first thank you, Ambassador Emanuel, and the entire staff at the State Department for helping make that trip a success. And I also want to thank you personally for your efforts to bring home my constituent, Greg Kelly, who was wrongly detained there in Japan, and you were very helpful in making that happen, and it made a very big difference. So thank you, Mr. Secretary, for that. During our week in Japan, our Senate delegation met with Prime Minister Kishida, with his senior officials there.
That we're asking
We met
for,
with-
we can do our job. Okay, so 6 months from now, we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Graham. If there are no further questions this afternoon, senators can submit additional questions for the official hearing record. We request the department's responses within 30 days of receiving those. And the subcommittee stands in recess until Tuesday, May 3rd, when we will hold a hearing on the budget requests of NASA and the National Science Foundation. Thank you very much, Mr. Attorney General, and to all of your staff.
And thank you.
All right. All right, so they're done. Wall Street lunch break is approaching. That briefing is done. Or that testimony is done. And that definitely moved the market a lot right there, man. But man, that's over with. We're gonna still tune back into this one here, you guys. But man, looking good here today. Looking good here today. About a little sick, about 7% up here right now. Looking good here for overall as far as the week. And far as the month, looking good as well right now, man. It's been a great month, been a great week, been a great 3 months, been a great year, been a great all, you guys. So looking good right now, great one day. And I'm going to get back live here and let you guys see how it moves. But, oh, man, we're singing Bye, Bye, Miss American Spy. It was a good old boy or girl in the wind full of high. But this is the day it might die. But this is the day it might die. Singing bye bye, Miss American Spy. It's back at 420 right now, though. They're bouncing here, you guys. And it's below the lower band, though. So they find the support. They did find support here yesterday around 418.99, 419.99. So this is the same area it bounced off yesterday, and it did run up about $8. So we're going to stay cautious at these levels again, but it's done, though, man. For it to come back here, basically that was a false breakout, fake pop, all that, whatever you want to call that yesterday. All that got wiped out again here today, and we're right back at the same spot currently. And it's 12:08 p.m. We got Wall Street lunch break approaching us. So let's tune back into this other briefing here or testimony. And like I said, this is moving the market, so let's pay attention. But lunch is coming up, so keep that in mind. They usually like to sell during lunch. I'm not to say they're going to do that right now, but they usually do sell during lunch. I mean, put the reality to it. They got to go eat. They don't really want to be investing while they're eating. It makes sense to stop your trades or your shares while you're enjoying your lunch. But I don't know who knows anything. Like I said, I just have an investment management company. I'm just a business owner.
Turn just a little bit more to the role that we're playing to advance the vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific. I support the Biden administration's efforts to build on that legacy, including the AUKUS agreement that really enhances trilateral security between Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States. I was very glad to see that NSC coordinator for the Indo-Pacific, Kirk Campbell, and your Assistant Secretary for East Asian and Pacific Affairs, Ambassador Dan Crittenbrink, recently led an interagency delegation to the Solomon Islands and met with both ruling party and opposition party members. I appreciate those actions, and I sincerely hope that our efforts can help the Solomon Islands reach the right conclusions that granting China a military base in the middle of the Pacific Ocean would really undermine the security and stability of the entire region. During our congressional delegation visit to Japan, many of our Japanese interlocutors, both the Japanese government side and the business side, expressed concerns about the broader trends in the Indo-Pacific. Our bipartisan delegation sought to instill confidence and optimism that the United States remains committed to advancing the vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific. And amid recent international shocks, I believe the United States should really work to strengthen energy security in the Indo-Pacific region, particularly among the Quad countries. Like the rest of the world, the Quad countries seek reliable access to cost-effective sources of energy. Energy security is inextricably linked with economic security and national security. I worked on this a great deal in my previous position. When I served at Embassy Tokyo, I worked on the Japan-U.S. Strategic Energy Partnership. They call that JUSEP. The idea there, the goal, to promote universal access to affordable and reliable energy in the Indo-Pacific. The Quad should have a similar mechanism, in my view, to strengthen energy security in the Indo-Pacific, especially since the Quad includes Japan, which is the world's third largest economy, India, the world's most populous democracy, and Australia, which is a significant industry exporter. And I'd just like to ask you to consider supporting the idea of the Quad standing up a working group on energy security that would help ensure reliable access to cost-effective energy sources, especially from like-minded partners.
It's a really interesting idea, Senator. I'll take that back and then come back to you on it.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to work with your team and share the experience that I had earlier, but I do think that there's a real opportunity, but also a concern right now.
Mm-hmm.
And the Japanese reflected the concerns in a very blunt term to me, because I worked hard to get them positioned, particularly with billions of dollars of infrastructure investment, to bring in more LNG to that area. They see a worldwide market. They see the challenges that Europe is facing being dependent on Russia and LNG from there. They're very concerned that there could be, in some respect, a diversion of exports that would be harmful for them. So I think a focus and an intent focus there, again, assets in the region that we could help with, but I think it would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Schatz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thank you for being here. Let's stay in the Pacific. I want to follow up on the COFA negotiations. The U.S. agreements with the freely associated states expire soon. The current agreements with the RMI and FSM expire in 23, and the agreement with Palau expires in 24. GAO estimates that the assistance that the United States provides constitutes about 1/3 of FAS's annual budgets, making them heavily reliant on U.S. support promised through the current compacts. And as you know, the FAS's countries and island nations are aligned with us, but that's not a permanent situation. Senator Rubio and I wrote a letter expressing some concern about the pace of negotiations, especially since, you know, you're dealing with small nations, but they are nations. So, and you're dealing with your own Department of Defense. So, can you reassure me that we are either on track or about to be on track for compact renegotiation and ratification 23 and 24?
Senator, in short, yes, this is something that I've been focused on. I've met with the leadership in a variety of ways at Marshall Islands, Micronesia, Palau. I was in the region just a couple of months ago. We have appointed a very experienced diplomat, Ambassador Joe Yoon, as the negotiator for this. I know you know that. We're very focused on the pieces that expire in FY23 and FY24. I want to make sure that these get done. We need support from Congress for this. There may be some appropriations, as you know, that need to go along with this, but I'm committed to getting this done. We have, I think, a longstanding obligation / responsibility. It's also in our strategic interest to do this. So I look forward to working with you to make sure that we have what we need to try to bring this to closure as rapidly as possible.
Thank you. Back to NATO. Article 6 of the NATO treaty states in part that, quote, for the purpose of Article 5, an armed attack on one or more of the parties is deemed to include an armed attack on the territory of the parties in Europe or North America, on the Algerian Department of France, on the territory of Turkey, or on the islands under the jurisdiction of any of the parties in the North Atlantic area north of the Tropic of Cancer. The 1949 treaty excludes Hawaii. Now, if Hawaii were ever attacked, it is an attack on the free world. I don't have any doubt that the entire free world would rally to our defense, but this is no small problem. Alaska is covered. All other 49 states are covered. Hawaii is not covered because statehood came afterwards. What are we going to do about that, Mr. Secretary?
Well, you're right about Article 6 of the treaty. It does define the alliance area exactly as you suggested. I think a few things. First, to emphasize the most important part, any attack on the United States or its territories, even if outside the geographic scope of Article 5, would almost certainly, of course, draw our reaction, but would almost certainly, in my judgment, draw allied reaction to include via the consultation procedures that exist under Article 4 of the treaty. I'm very confident about that. I think an effort to, for example, amend the treaty to cover Hawaii and or other U.S. territory would be unlikely to gain consensus because we're not the only ally, as you know, that has territory that is outside the geographic scope of Article 6. So this would open something of a Pandora's box that I think would be very difficult to get a safe landing on because so many other allies have territories that would then potentially claim to want to be covered. So I'm not sure that we could get there. I would also, refer you to our colleagues at DOD to talk about military considerations raised by this question. But the main thing I want to emphasize is I am very confident, of course, not only about our own response, but also confident about the response of allies and partners were something of that nature to happen.
So am I. But I'm not satisfied with I understand the Pandora's box argument, and you're probably right. But there's got to be something in between leaving this alone and endeavoring to change it in a failed way. Look, we're the 50th state. We ought to be covered. And if we can't amend Article 6, then we've got to do something here. And so let's
I'm happy
explore
to have the conversation and see if there are ideas that make sense.
Thank you. During March 2021 SFRC hearing, you asked, I asked, excuse me, this is from my staff. I asked the Deputy Secretary of State about integrating an emphasis on climate action throughout the department, and he replied that it's not just going to be Secretary Kerry's team. Can you update me on how the department is fully integrating climate action throughout the organization? And I'm specifically interested in the extent to which we can depoliticize climate action. Climate adaptation seems to be a space where we can all work together. And I just don't think American foreign policy and State Department as its instrument ought to be swinging wildly back and forth on the question of whether or not the sea levels are rising or whether or not storms are becoming more frequent and severe, and whether or not the United States should continue to lead in this space. And so I'm wondering what you're doing to institutionalize climate action throughout the department.
Thank you. First, we thought that it was vital not only to institutionalize, but to elevate climate and everything that we were doing. And the reason that the president asked former Secretary Kerry to take it on was to do exactly that, to make sure that as we headed into an incredibly challenging period, that we were doing everything possible to re-engage the United States in leading these efforts. And we did, through re-engaging Paris, through the summit the president held, through COP26 and the successful parts of that endeavor, through sustained diplomacy that John Kerry has been leading. But to your point, we also wanted to make sure that this is truly institutionalized throughout the department, and we're doing that in a number of ways. First, every regional bureau has within it someone who is focused and expert on these issues and is fully coordinated with the climate office that John Kerry is leading, to make sure that in all of our engagements with allies, partners, and those who are not, the climate issues are very much part of the agenda. And that's been institutionalized. Second, we have a bureau, OES, that as a general matter is the locus of focus, if I can, on climate. We have very strong leadership of that bureau in Monica Medina, who's been partnered closely with John Kerry on a lot of these efforts. That bureau and its work will continue well into the future. But we're also making sure, as well as part of our training and the efforts that we're putting into that climate factors in and features in, so that as officers, no matter where they're serving, take on their responsibilities, this is part of their thinking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary,
See you,
welcome.
Senator.
Let's talk Iran. As you know, Iran is the world's top state sponsor of terrorism, and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is their premier terrorist organization. As the State Department noted in 2019, Iran is an outlaw regime that uses terrorism as a key tool of statescraft, and the IRGC has engaged in terrorist activity or terrorism since its inception 40 years ago. And the IRG's support for terrorism, quote, is foundational and institutional. The IRGC has killed over 600 Americans in Iraq. They control vast parts of the Iranian economy, and they use them for financing terrorism. Right now, the IRGC is actively trying to murder additional Americans, including former Trump administration officials. We know from public reports that the State Department spends $2 million every month protecting former officials, including former Secretary of State Pompeo. And the Secret Service is providing similar protection to protect former National Security Advisor Bolton. Because of such activities, the Trump administration rightly designated the IRGC as a foreign terrorist organization, an FTO. As you know, the FTO designation is the most powerful we have. It includes a criminal prohibition on knowingly supporting the IRGC up to life in prison. It imposes vast immigration restrictions. It allows victims, including the Gold Star families of those killed in Iran, to sue for civil damages from such support. And just as importantly, it is a signal to our allies in the Middle East and across the world that we will use our most powerful tools to counter the threats that Iran poses to them, including existential threats. The Iranian regime knows all of this, of course, which is why they have refused to re-enter a nuclear deal unless the Biden administration agrees to lift the FTO designation. According to public reports, the negotiations have stalled over this issue. To advance the talks, American negotiators and the Biden administration officials have tried to find ways to rationalize meeting Iran's demands. You yourself have downplayed concerns over such a move by saying the IRGC would remain designated under other weaker sanctions. Back in Vienna, American negotiators have also reportedly asked Iranians to make commitments to stop conducting terrorism in exchange for removing the FTO, and specifically to stop trying to murder former American officials. According to these reports, the Iranians told you no. I have to admit, it is flabbergasting that the Biden administration would take such Iranian commitments at face value, let alone consider dismantling terrorism sanctions. But I want to ask you, is it true that American negotiators made specific requests for a commitment that the IRGC will stop trying to murder former American officials? And is it true that they said no?
Senator, I'm not going to get into the details of any discussions or negotiations in a public forum. Happy to come back and talk privately about that. Let me address a few things that you've raised, because I do think that they're important. First of all, I share your views on the IRGC, and especially a number of its component parts, notably the Quds Force, which is primarily responsible for the egregious actions that it has taken in terms of targeting Americans, and, as you rightly say, continuing to do so. So we very much share that view. I agree with you. We have, over the course of this administration, of the sanctions we've issued, 86 of the 107 designations by this administration have been against the IRGC or its component parts, again, for the reasons you cite. And none of this is inconsistent with the nuclear agreement, whether it was in force or not in force. There are myriad sanctions, as you know, as you've cited, against the IRGC in one way or another, both the entity as a whole, its component parts, individual members that will remain on their books irrespective. But there are a few other factors that are worth at least considering. And I'll come to the bottom line in a moment if I can. First, when the question of designating the IRGC as a whole first came up during the Bush administration many years ago.
Mr. Secretary, as you know, we have limited time.
Well, no, but it's
so I'm going to try to focus on the specific question I asked.
So
let me start off with this. Is it true that the IRGC is actively trying to murder former senior officials of the United States?
I'm not sure what I can say in an open setting, but let me say generically that there is an ongoing threat against American officials, both present and past.
Is it true that the State Department is spending roughly $2 million a month to protect those officials?
And we are making sure, and we will make sure, for as long as it takes, that we're protecting our people, present and former, if they're under threat.
And I'm assuming you would agree that attempting to murder a Secretary of State or a former Secretary of State is a pretty damn big deal.
I would certainly agree with that. Yes.
There have been multiple public reports that we asked them to make the simple promise not to murder a former Secretary of State, and they refused. There's nothing classified about that. If they are actively refusing, saying, no, we're going to keep trying to murder your former Secretary of State, the idea that our negotiators are sitting in Vienna saying, okay, that's great, so how many more billions can we give you? That doesn't make any sense. So I just want to know the factual question. Did you ask them, stop trying to murder the former Secretary of State, and did they sit there and tell you, no, we're going to keep trying to murder him?
Of course, within the context of any engagements that we have, directly or indirectly with Iranians, one of the strong messages we send to them is they need to stop targeting our people, period. And here are the facts, as I mentioned a few minutes ago.
But did they tell you no?
Again, I'm not going to characterize what they said. They know what they would need to do to address this problem, and that's pretty straightforward. But we've seen these attacks go up 400% from 2019 to 2020. After we got out of the nuclear agreement, after we designated the IRGC, after we killed Soleimani, for whom no one is shedding any tears. Those are the facts. We have to deal with the facts in terms of what represents a threat to our people and how we can most.
Let me ask a final question, just because my time has expired.
Please.
On a topic you and I have talked a great deal about, Nord Stream 2. We've finally gotten to sanctioning Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 1 continues to deliver an enormous amount of natural gas. Stopping Nord Stream 1 would benefit our Ukrainian allies significantly. What are we doing to urge Europe to stop taking deliveries on Nord Stream 1, which in turn would benefit Ukraine substantially?
Senator, we're working across the board to help Europeans move away from dependency on Russian oil and especially on Russian gas, including gas that's coming through Nord Stream 1. I'm glad we got to where we got on Nord Stream 2. I think we went about it the right way. We did it in a way that kept the Germans fully allied with us. They made that decision, as you know, like that after the Russian invasion. That's been very, very meaningful. And we're looking across the board at steps that we can take to support them as they continue to move away from a reliance on Russian gas, wherever it's coming from, including the Nord Stream 1 pipeline.
Thank you. Senator Merkley.
Thanks.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here today. I'm going to touch on a number of issues very quickly. I'll submit follow-up questions, and then I want to turn to, in terms of your thoughts, address transnational repression. First, on Burma, thank you for the genocide determination. I know that that was a long, lengthy, complicated process, but the State Department did reach a conclusion. I think it's incredibly important for our position in the world that when genocide occurs, that we call it out clearly and effectively. Otherwise, the other times that we criticize human rights, it's ineffective. I will follow up in questions regarding some of the budgeted funds for Burma. I want to make sure they're going to support civilian groups and in no way assist the government of that country. Second, turning to Honduras. Thank you for the strategic dialogue that was begun yesterday and will continue in regards how to support their anti-corruption agenda and in general how to support the resetting of that relationship. Congress sent a strong message by zeroing out the foreign military financial assistance to the Northern Triangle countries and making 60% of the rest contingent upon completion, implementation of anti-corruption agenda. We don't tackle the corruption successfully there. We will not successfully address any of the issues we're trying to help with. Third, Uyghur Forced Labor Protection Act. Very pleased to partner with my colleague from Florida, Senator Marco Rubio, to do that. I know that the administration is asking for more funds to implement it. Support that. Thank you very much. Ethiopia, we pressed hard to get the truckloads of food into Tigray.
All right, you guys, it's 12:30 p.m. It's Wall Street lunch break. I think this is about to go off anyway. We're going to go ahead and go to lunch here at LCAOD. We're going to be back 1:30 p.m., so we're going to take an hour lunch here today, and we'll be back here. I didn't know those briefings was going on, but like I said, that's what was moving the market this morning. That put the selling pressure on these stocks on. And like I said, it's boiling down to it's gonna boil down to these earnings, man. We do see that I think Secretary Jen is going live later on. There's some more market news, but this is just like an oral argument. So just letting you hear it. Basically, they're not talking. So Supreme Court oral arguments on the remain in Mexico. And I think this is important. This is moving the market. So we can tune into this during lunch here, and we'll let you guys hear this during lunch. But we're going to also have the charts put up for this because there's there's nobody you need to see. So, but just listen on this one. So we're going to play this during lunch today. And you guys enjoy your lunch. The market is in the red. So breaking news of Kamala Harris tested positive for COVID, is not exhibiting symptoms. Kamala Harris, the vice president, got COVID, you guys. That's breaking news. But she's not feeling any symptoms, she says. So I don't know. That's crazy, man. She better go get one of them COVID-19 pills. But the market's deep red here. The Dow's down about 1.40%. The S&P 500 is down about 1.56% here. The NASDAQ is down 2.61%. The Russell 2000 is still down 2.14%. The VIX is super high at 12.47%. $30.39 on the VIX, you guys. That's extremely bearish right now. But breaking news, Kamala Harris test is positive for COVID. Is not exhibiting symptoms, so I hope she's okay, though. I hope she's good, man. She better quarantine. She'll be fine. Other than that, though, we're going to go ahead and go to lunch. The Dow slides about 300 points as April selling returns. Those are the headlines. We got earnings. We're going to get into what the cover art stands for after lunch, and we're going to get into what the earnings mean and how important they are coming up after lunch, and we're going to get into the LCAOD word of the day. Y'all enjoy y'all lunch. I'll see y'all then. The market is or has reversed back to the downside.
COVID, Lithuania for establishing a Taiwanese representative office in its capital, and that list goes on.
Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle. It's out top, man. I'm trying to keep it
I'm trying to be seen.
And then China.
I got that blood high. They say, Lennon, you too high. But I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This the son sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This that son sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. 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 This that son sit down, go to school. School rocks, school rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, take care, take care, take care. Roll out, it's fair. Go up, go down, it's there, it's here. My mind, we racing. I'm here, I'm there. You here, you there. We here, we here. I'm here, I did it. Came up, I'm committed. You did it, I'm committed. You sent it, I sent it. We sent it, you sent it. We sent it. We swipe, we win it. We win it, we win it. Shit reverse though. It can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. And she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' go. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I don't even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step, with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his hands to the land. Rest in peace, that's my man's. That's my man's. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west end. Yeah, we got it in the best end. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers.
Well, is there a credible chance of overcoming procedural default? We satisfy.
Counsel, on that issue, did you present to the court below? I didn't see it in any of your briefing. I didn't see it anywhere in the district court or the circuit court's opinion. I only saw it in the dissent downstairs, below, that you have to bear a burden of showing at least that there's a plausible reason the evidence would be admitted. So where did you make that showing below?
We did make that showing under the standard that the district court imposed, and we showed that there are numerous ways in which this evidence could be useful.
No, that's different than whether it would be admissible, because that's what Justice Thomas was asking about Cullen versus Pinholster. There is an obligation that, on habeas to ensure that it's useful for some purpose.
Right.
Where did you make that showing below?
We explained that first, Pinholster applies only to claims under 2254 D1. So if the claim was not adjudicated on the merits, Pinholster does not apply. To the extent we are presenting a claim that was adjudicated on the merits, D1 can be overcome, and we can show that the state court's adjudication on the merits was unreasonable. In addition, we can make these arguments as to procedural default. There are numerous ways in which this evidence may be useful, again, depending on what it is, despite pinholster. We simply don't know yet how those questions are going to be presented because we are at the investigation stage of this case. This request arises in the context of counsel's investigation, which usually would take place entirely out of sight of a court. And I think understanding how this happens in the usual course explains also why this fills a gap and therefore is appropriate under the All Writs Act. So typically, a prisoner would go to a court seeking funding under 3599 for an expert. The court would determine whether reasonable counsel would regard that as having likely utility, and if so, would issue the order. At that point, the warden would effectuate the order, and there wouldn't be this issue. Mr. Twyford is unusual in that he has funding of his own for this test. And so when the state refused to allow him access to the services the expert said were necessary, the only recourse was to the All Writs Act, which could then fill that gap and effectuate Congress's intent that this capital inmate have an opportunity to access these services.
What if the only thing counsel said was, we'd like this testing. We really don't know what claims we might bring, and we really don't know how the testing might assist any claims that we might bring, but we just want to see whether anything pops up. Is that enough?
Justice Alito, I think that likely would not be enough, and I think district courts, as you wrote in IASTIS, district courts have plenty of experience making the kinds of determinations that the IASTIS standard contemplates.
Probably not be enough. You won't even, okay. What's wrong with saying you have to make a connection with EDPA? This is a habeas proceeding, and whatever you get, you're going to have to be able to get before the court that's going to decide the habeas petition. What's wrong with saying that? So identify the claims that you're thinking of, explain what evidence you think you may get from the testing, explain how you think you would be able to get that evidence before the court in the habeas proceeding. Why is that so onerous?
The way you just described the standard is not onerous if what is required is what's required in IASTIS, which is that the claims be plausible and that there be a credible chance of overcoming procedural default. What the state is arguing is for something fundamentally different. It is saying you have to show exactly how this evidence, before you even know what it is, before the investigation has been conducted, is going to help you, is going to win you relief on the merits. And IASTIS considered that. IASTIS did not adopt that standard. But we accept a standard that requires us to show some connection to the claims that we have. In fact, we pointed to 4 claims below. The district court credited counsel's assertion that this investigation was necessary to investigate those claims. And it noted that the showing was supported by objective and compelling facts, in particular, the referral from the director of cognitive neurology and also the undeniable fact of Mr. Twyford's point-blank gunshot injury.
May I ask you a question about your argument on jurisdiction? From what you said this morning, it wasn't clear to me whether your argument is that no transport order, that the granting of a transport order may never be appealable under the collateral order doctrine, or whether there's a lack of appellate jurisdiction here only because of the specific facts involved, it wasn't a long trip, etc. Which is it?
This court should not create a new category of appealable orders for transportation orders. So transportation orders are not appealable as a class under the blunt instrument of Cohen, where the warden believes that there is some egregious error by a district court. It can pursue mandamus. It can consider 1292B and seek a certification for the district court, or it can use the process that the state has held up today as the right route and go to the Rules Enabling Act process and seek to create a category that way, which is what the court in Mohawk said was the
So if we return to the Tiger Man, so suppose that the order is to transport the Tiger Man from one part of, all the way across the country for a period of treatment that's going to last for 45 days. And the district court says, and He's not to be shackled in a way that's going to make him miserable during this trip. That's not. You would say, well, you can't appeal that.
That's a great case for mandamus. And I think that, any court would regard that as pretty egregious. But I would actually like to.
So from between that and traveling across the street, there are all sorts of gradations. Why shouldn't it just be the rule that these are appealable? What's the big deal about that?
Because it is inconsistent with Mohawk. I mean, Justice Thomas made an excellent argument in Mohawk that Cohen should stay right where it is, given the availability of 1292B and mandamus and the Rules Enabling Act. But
it's a question of statutory interpretation, and we interpreted 1291 the way we did, and we practically never undo our decisions on statutory interpretation. And it's not a final decision. It doesn't necessarily mean the final order in the case. That's not. That's not a necessary semantic interpretation of that phrase. It could be exactly what Cohen says, a final decision on a particular discrete matter. So why why draw this line?
Because it's inconsistent with Mohawk. At a minimum, it would need to satisfy, if you're going to stick with Cohen, it needs to satisfy the 3 Cohen factors. Here, this one fails multiple. First, it's not separate from the merits. The whole argument and the theory of the dissent below was that before you can issue an order like this, you have to evaluate use and admissibility. These are the classic merits questions that are unsuitable for review under Cohen. Second, it's not effectively unreviewable for exactly the reasons that Justice Sotomayor was elaborating on. Anytime the state...
Stop you there. It is unreviewable because if Tiger Man escapes or kills somebody during his trip, there's no way that's going to be remedied at the end of the case, right?
So it is part of the state's core function and competence to move prisoners back and forth between these two prison facilities. And a lot of the state's argument, essentially the state's argument on jurisdiction ultimately rests on this public safety argument. The state did not argue public safety in the district court, and had it done so, we would have introduced evidence that this particular inmate has been moved 16 times between these two facilities, that he is 60 and half blind, and not surprisingly, there was no incident on those trips, that this facility is a prison. The state's brief and that of its amici conjure these images of inmates walking the halls of the Ohio State Medical Center. This is a prison within the hospital. It is operated by the Ohio Department of Corrections. If any inmate has anything other than the most routine medical care, they are put on a transport van and they are sent either to the Franklin Medical Center or to this facility, and the Ohio Department of Corrections advertises that on its website. And if I would like to explain why, I think it goes to your question, why this is not immediately reviewable. To evaluate the situation, if this were slightly different, Mr. Twyford wants to go see his expert in an examination room at the Chillicothe Correctional Center where he lives. And the warden says, we are not moving you from your cell to go and do that. Again, I think it's clear that the district court would have gap-filling authority under the All Writs Act to issue that order. And if that is true, which it has to be, then several other
don't believe just allocating the necessary resources to really counter Chinese influence in Europe. And I know you're doing a lot of things already. Your budget proposal includes funding for new initiatives to counter Chinese influence globally, such as increasing the number of China watchers. But I want to make sure that this includes adequate funding for countering China in Europe. I was alarmed when I started asking questions to find out, for example, that China Costco Shipping has struck a deal to take 35% stake in Hamburg's Tolerant Terminal, one of Germany's largest ports. And when I started asking our ambassador there, she was telling me we have actually plans to sell American property there, that none of them could tell me anything when I started probing them questions other than the fact that they all think it would be a terrible mistake to sell the property there because it sends the exact wrong message in Hamburg that the Chinese are buying everything up they can, and we're selling property that might just be bought by the Chinese. When I pressed even further, and they could not escape my questioning. They had to admit to me that they're threadbare there in our consulates in the second and third largest cities, and agreed with me that when it comes to countering China in one of the most important economic powers, we are not keeping up. In fact, we are losing ground. And so the first thing I just want to offer you an opportunity is, why doesn't your budget reflect the importance of adding investment in Germany? Why are we selling critical property there? That makes no sense whatsoever.
Thank you. And I'll look into the specific that you mentioned just to make sure that I fully understand.
Could you get back to me in writing or call me?
I'm happy.
One or two?
Sure. No, happy to do that. We're focused on this relentlessly, including in Europe, both at the level of the European Union and with individual countries. And we've done a number of things to make sure that we not only are focused on it, but we're doing something about it. So we established a dialogue with the European Union on China and all of the aspects of its engagement in Europe that the Deputy Secretary of State, Wendy Sherman, just came back from. And one of the things that it's focused on is Chinese investment that poses potentially a strategic challenge or threat to us. We have been going across the continent in urging countries to adopt investment screening tools. I've done that personally. It's in virtually all of my engagements with countries that don't have them, for the purposes of making sure that they can identify and, as necessary, do something about potential investments by China that could pose a security threat. The purpose is not to cut off trade or investment from or with China. That's not the issue. The issue is focusing in on specific areas of strategic importance, including ports, as well as telecommunications and other things, that we have eyes on it and that we have, we or they have the tools to do something about it.
So please,
third, we also reorganized the department to have a whole of enterprise focus on China, again, led by the Deputy Secretary. And part of our instruction to all of our embassies around the world, including in Europe, is to focus on and report on the kinds of potential investment.
And I'm grateful for that. And I'll probably have a conversation with the Deputy Secretary as well. It's just tough when I talk to the staff over there face to face that they do not seem to have the resources they need to do the work that you're talking about. And as I said to them, as Secretary Mattis once said, if you cut my State Department, buy me more bullets. Well, clearly a pivotal country that we just watched a decade or two of terrible policy with the Russians, with increased engagement. I don't want to see the same story repeated with China. And talking to my peers in that country, they really needed to hear from us and see from us that this was a priority for us, that we were going to be holding them to account, and that we were not retracting from Germany, but actually upping our investments across the board. And I understand that you value this. I've only got a minute and 55 seconds.
I'd love to pursue this with you, because we've expanded the regional China officer program, so that in each of our bureaus and regional bureaus, we have people who are expert in this. We're expanding our capacity to engage on economic issues. This is part of my modernization agenda, in part to be able to do.
And I appreciate that. Real quick, I see this every time I travel abroad. The lack of diversity in our State Department. It does not reflect America. It's stunning to me at times, where I sit in rooms with no diversity whatsoever and a large group of a state team with me. You have increased the funding for the paid internship programs. I think that's important. That's right. There's a $10 million in addition to the $8 million in fiscal year 2022. It's something that's a priority to me and other members of this committee. I just really hope that's enough, and I hope we do more, because it's disappointing to me whenever I come back from traveling abroad. And then when I talk to people of color that do serve in our embassies, they sort of feel like I do, and Warnock and perhaps Tim Scott probably does here in the Senate, like, wow, we need more diversity. So I'm hoping that, I know that's a priority for you from private conversations. I'm just hoping we can do something about it. And my last point, I am so concerned about food security globally. This to me is stunning, that we don't understand the connection, besides the moral urgency everywhere from Yemen to Afghanistan to the Horn of Africa, the moral urgency to do something about this, how critical it is for global security to meet this food crisis. Because if not, as we've learned, and I talked with, obviously, Mr. Beasley from the World Food Program, just to calculate for me that dollars invested in food security now save us hundreds of dollars in terms of the instability that's created when we don't meet these crises. So I'm hoping that the Biden administration, in their next Ukraine package, because these are related issues, is asking for the resources necessary to meet this crisis. We know that there's probably about a $10 billion urgent need for resources to meet the food crisis alone. And I'd like you just to conclude by maybe giving me, which I know does reflect my sense of urgency of the gravity of this crisis and the need for us to put in $5 to $7 billion of American resources, especially to trigger other of our allies to join us in trying to meet this crisis, further exacerbated by the crisis in Ukraine.
Let me very quickly, I fully share that concern. This is an area of intense focus for us. We're going to use our presidency of the UN Security Council next month to focus on food security. We will be looking to work with Congress to provide $11 billion over 5 years for programs like Feed the Future. We are working right now with countries around the world to get them to increase the donations they're making and resources they're giving to the World Food Program, to the Food and Agriculture Organization. We're pressing on countries that have large stockpiles of food to make those available, not to put in place export restrictions. The president has created incentives for fertilizer production in the United States to make sure that more of that is getting on market, because as you know, that goes to making sure that next year's crops and the years after are abundant and prices don't further go up. We've given an additional more than $100 million just recently from the Humanitarian Assistance Fund to Ethiopia, to Kenya, to Somalia, to deal with their acute problems. I could not agree with you more, and we're intensely focused on it.
Mr. Secretary, I'm sure this was said, but I want to thank you for your courageous trip you just took, coming from and meeting with Ukrainians when I was in Poland. Your extraordinary leadership, in my opinion, has been a light during this crisis, and I want to thank you for that, and your entire State Department staff and what they're doing under difficult circumstances.
Thank you,
Thank
Senator
you,
Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Can you describe to me what your and what the administration's definition of is a win in Ukraine?
Senator, on the terms that President Putin himself set, Ukraine has already succeeded and Russia has failed. The terms that Putin set was to eliminate the sovereignty and independence of Ukraine and to subsume it back into Russia. I can state with confidence that that has failed and that will fail. I do not see a scenario by which that happens. And as we're speaking, the Ukrainians are doing an extraordinary job, thanks to their courage, but also because of the support that we've led in providing in pushing back the Russians. They've done that from Kyiv and western Ukraine and northern Ukraine. They're now engaged, as you know, in a ferocious battle in the east and south. We are doing everything we can to make sure that they have the means to continue to do that. And ultimately, it will be up to them, the Ukrainians, as a sovereign, independent country, how they want to resolve this. And we'll see if President Putin ever gets to the point of being willing to engage in any meaningful negotiation about that. But that will be up to the Ukrainians. They'll have our full support, as they do now.
So you're not really willing to lay out what the administration's view of what the end state ought to be to consider it a win?
The end state should be determined by the Ukrainians as a sovereign, independent country. We'll back that. We'll continue to back that however they choose to do it.
When you were with President Zelensky, did he talk to you about what he considered his objectives are? And I would say his objectives would be probably the definition of what he would consider a win.
Senator, I don't want to put words in his mouth. I think what it would be fair and safe to say is that his objective would be to push the Russians out of the territory that they're trying to occupy in eastern Ukraine. And also, let me add to this, because I think it's important, to try to make sure that when that is accomplished, Russia is not in a position to repeat this exercise next month, next year, or in 5 years. And that goes to making sure that Ukraine has the effective capacity to deter and defend itself. And it also goes to something that Secretary Austin said yesterday, was also making sure in various ways that Russia does not have the effective means to do this again.
So putting your two answers together, President Zelensky would view his objective is to push Russia out, certainly out of eastern Ukraine. And you said the administration will support President Zelensky in his objectives. Are you willing to state that that is the U.S. objective as well? If that aligns with President Zelensky, that we will provide the support. Our goal is for them to win, according to the definition of the Ukrainians and President Zelensky. We will support them in their efforts to win in Ukraine, which means pushing Russia out of at least eastern Ukraine.
If that is how the Ukrainians continue, let me just say again, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but if that is how they define their objectives as a sovereign, a democratic, independent country, that's what we'll support. I come back to my initial proposition, which was that on Putin's own terms, which was trying to subjugate Ukraine fully to Russia and eliminate its sovereignty and independence, that's already failed.
I understand. So now it appears that Putin's goal is establishing the land bridge, at least between eastern Ukraine to Crimea. Is that are you willing to state that is definitely the U.S. objective, our NATO partners' objective, to deny him that land bridge?
Our objective is to make sure that the Ukrainians have the means to repel and deal with this Russian aggression wherever it is taking place in Ukraine, including in southern Ukraine, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Again, I was at a permanent subcommittee investigation hearing on the way we still have not addressed military housing. So I missed some of the testimony, so maybe you already covered this, but are we going to provide them the types of weaponry they need, recognizing that what worked when Kyiv was surrounded and now it's flatter terrain, in some cases almost trench warfare? Are we committed to providing the type of weaponry that President Zelensky was asking for?
In short, yes, and the point you make is an important one. The nature of the battle has changed from what was necessary for Western Ukraine and Kyiv to where things are now. We spent 3 hours with President Zelensky, with the Secretary of Defense. A big focus of that conversation was what it is that Ukraine needs to deal with the current state of the Russian aggression. The Secretary of Defense, as we speak, is actually in Germany with the ministers of defense from about 40 countries, focused on making sure that we are all providing to Ukraine what it needs to deal with this aggression.
To what extent are we aware that China is helping Russia in their aggression against Ukraine? Do we know they're using Chinese drones?
We're very focused on this in a number of ways. President Biden made directly clear to President Xi Jinping that it would not be in China's interest to materially support Russia in this aggression, or for that matter, to undermine sanctions. This is something we're looking at very, very carefully. I think you're seeing that China is having to deal with the significant reputational risk that it's already incurring by being seen as, in the most charitable interpretation, on the fence and more practically supportive of Russia. We can, in a different session, get into more detail, but for now, we're not seeing significant support by China for Russia's military actions.
So finally, in the remaining seconds I have, I've been attempting to get from the State Department a report that the State Department conducted on an inspection from the Wuhan lab. I think we understand that the overall thrust of that report is it was not a lab that had the type of safety standards that we would have expected. I'm somewhat baffled that that's a report that I'm simply not able to get my hands on. This report came from, it's April 19th, 2018. The cable describing it was January 19th of 2018. So is that something you'll commit to me today to turn over to my committee?
Senator, I'll look back into that. My recollection is this. There was a program that ended in 2019. There was no funding of that program since. And I think there was a report that may have been done by an outside contractor that I think was seen as problematic in its methodology. And in any event, I will follow up. I don't know the status of that, but we'll come back to you with it.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. I'll expect that response. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your testimony this morning and for your trip to Ukraine. I think it was something that the entire world watched with great appreciation. I really want to start this afternoon with the Western Balkans, because I think Senator Murphy mentioned that he and I and Senator Tillis traveled through Serbia, Kosovo, and Bosnia-Herzegovina last week. And I think it's fair to say that if Putin is stalled in Ukraine, he may look elsewhere to sow chaos, and that his fingerprints of malign influence could be found throughout the Western Balkans. I am particularly concerned about the situation in Bosnia-Herzegovina, which has been plagued by corruption, a lack of leadership, and a tripartite presidency that is at war with itself. But there is also a very troubling security outlook there. We had a chance to meet with representatives from the EUFOR and NATO mission there, the European Union Force and BIH, and everyone we talked to indicated a growing concern about the potential for Russia to play games with reauthorization of the EUFOR force when it comes up this fall. And it doesn't appear that there's any plan. A peacekeeping presence, maintain peacekeeping presence.
First, let me just say thank you for your engagement, for your leadership on these issues, not only your recent trip, but just across the board. I remember well from my days working for this committee, Senator Voinovich was the sort of flag bearer, and really appreciate the fact that you've sort of taken the flag on the Western Balkans, and it remains very important. Let me say two things very quickly. First, I think, generally speaking, the situation with the Russian aggression against Ukraine only underscores the broader urgency of integration for all of these countries into European structures, something that in a variety of ways we're continuing to encourage, work on, support. We have a number of programs that try to help them advance their candidacies and qualifications and meeting criteria for these things that I know that you know very well. So that's just as a general proposition. And diplomatically, we've been engaged in every aspect of this, whether it's the relationship between Kosovo and Serbia, whether it's helping get North Macedonia and as well as Albania across the line in the direction of the EU, and finally Bosnia-Herzegovina, where I very much share all of the concerns that you've cited. When it comes to the force, I would say two things. First, I very much agree with you that some kind of international force with an adequate mandate is essential to trying to maintain a safe and secure environment in Bosnia and Herzegovina. What I can tell you about where we are is this is a work in progress. We are, because of the concerns that you've raised about the mandate and whether it will be blocked in effect and not continued, we are engaged with a variety of stakeholders in this on contingency planning. In the event that the Security Council is not in a place where it renews the mandate or it expires, which is, I think, in November. So we're trying to make sure that we have something to back this up if that happens. Very happy to work with you on that and share ideas on how we can do that.
I would very much appreciate that, and we were able to speak with Deputy Secretary Domfried, who is in the Balkans this week,
Yes.
I know, and share with her what we had heard and our concerns about what's happening there. So I look forward to that because you mentioned Senator Voinovich. I first traveled with him to the Western Balkans in 2010. And I think it's fair to say that in each of the countries we visited, I was more concerned about the political situation today than I was in 2010. So we need to pay attention. And I know that there are people within the department who are trying to do that. I want to go now to the Office of Global Women's Issues because I was pleased to see that the budget increased funding for that office, which is long overdue. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about why you think this is important and really the gender lens with which we should be looking at foreign policy in many ways.
Thank you, and again, thank you as well for your ongoing leadership on this. I think the budget request is substantial, and by design, we are looking overall for about $2.6 billion to try to do a number of things to advance gender equality, to prevent and respond as necessary to gender-based violence, and to promote women peace and security. And simply put, all of these things are not only, in my judgment, the right thing to do, they're also the necessary thing to do if we're going to have societies that are making the most of their potential with the full inclusion of women across the board, economically, politically, et cetera. It is necessary as well in terms of, I think, effectively dealing with conflict and making sure that women's voices and women's leadership is engaged to both prevent and deal with that. We know the track record when that happens is much better than when it doesn't. And because there are significant and severe threats, some of which have been accentuated by COVID-19, where we know that vulnerabilities for a variety of reasons have increased, not decreased, in recent years. So we have a number of things that we're trying to do that are reflected in the budget and in our programs. With regard to gender-based violence, there are a series of programs that would be funded by this request to offer support, to offer services, to use our foreign assistance as well as our diplomatic action, again, to prevent and to deal with as necessary. One of the critical aspects of this that I know you know very well and that you've spoken about is, for example, making sure that we have, in refugee situations, a gender-based approach to making sure that there is safe access to food, water, medicine, sanitation, hygiene, and that these are factored in not only into our programs, but into the work that we're doing with the organizations that provide these services, and the budget and our programs reflect that. We also are very focused, again, on women, peace, and security, and working to support the participation, the leadership, the empowerment of women in decision-making on peace and security issues. This is very much a part of our diplomacy, again, because we know that it produces better outcomes. So we're pushing with diplomacy, with public diplomacy, amplifying voices of local women, women-led organizations. All of these things have programs, and the programs, of course, have a price tag attached to them.
Well, thank you very much. I'm out of time, but I hope we are keeping the women and girls of Afghanistan
Yes.
Included in that equation as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Young.
Thank you, Chairman. Good to see you, Secretary.
Thank you.
As a former staff member to this committee, I know you agree that robust oversight of the workings of the department is incredibly important. So with that understanding, I've been disappointed in the department and the administration's communication with and transparency to Congress as it relates to the negotiations with Iran. Any sort of deal, so to speak, that might be cut with the government of Iran that inadequately curbs Iran's appetite to develop nuclear weapons, to continue to carry out malign activities within the region and beyond, will not be in American interest, that of our allies, or I believe of the Iranian people themselves. And so I was encouraged earlier that you gave a commitment to the chairman to work with the committee on an open hearing at some point in this work period to discuss negotiations. I would just build on that and ask you, sir, if you commit to making Special Envoy Malley, our chief negotiator, available to appear before this committee before an agreement is announced and agreed to.
Yeah. Senator, thank you. And look, I want to make sure that we are doing exactly as you say, which is to be communicating effectively and in as real a time as possible on this issue, for that matter, on virtually every other issue. I know that Special Envoy Malley has been engaged in one way or another with members of this committee and Congress throughout the course of these negotiations, as well as, of course, with allies and partners. I want to make sure that continues to happen. So we will look for an opportunity to make sure that people are brought as up to date as we possibly can, including by him or other members of his team. We're happy to work with you on that.
So I understand the sensitivities of negotiations and the practical realities that would prevent an hour by hour, perhaps even a day by day update. But in light of the gravity of this situation and the news reports that a deal may be forthcoming soon, could we have Special Envoy Malley appear before this committee? Can I have an agreement from you to that end? If not before this work period is ended, certainly before an agreement is announced and agreed to.
I'll go back and see what we can do to make something happen. Now, I will say that I would assume that for that purpose, we would probably need to do something in a closed session because this is in the midst of a negotiation. But let me come back to you on that. I want to find a way to make that happen.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Staying on Iran just briefly, do you commit that the IRGC's foreign terrorist organization designation will not be lifted as part of any agreement the administration reaches with Iran?
The only way I could see it being lifted is if Iran takes steps necessary to justify the lifting of that designation. So it knows what it would have to do in order to see that happen.
Do you agree that IRGC's FTO designation will not be lifted merely at the negotiating table, meaning not just concessions made at the negotiating table, a pattern of constructive behavior would have to occur over a period of time? I can speak vaguely only to this matter in order for the FTO designation to be removed.
Yes, this would, irrespective of the nuclear negotiation, just with regard to the FTO, it would require Iran to take certain actions and to sustain them. And of course, if it purported to do something and then didn't, and a designation, any kind of designation were lifted, it can always be reimposed. As you know, there's a long history to this when it comes to the IRGC designation. The Bush administration looked at it, did not do it. The advice was not to do it because it didn't gain anything, but might create actually more dangers for our people and forces in the region. The Obama administration came to the same conclusion. When President Trump decided to do it, it was against the advice of his chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, his military, and the intelligence community. Because in the judgment of those, the two administrations and senior leadership in President Trump's administration, the gain was minimal and the pain was potentially great. And again, as a practical matter, the designation does not really gain you much because there are myriad other sanctions on the IRGC. The primary sanction when it comes to the FTO designation actually is a travel ban. And the people affected by that ban when it comes to the IRGC, as you know, the IRGC is a large force that has a lot of conscripts in it. They would not be able to travel. The people who are the real bad guys have no intention of traveling here anyway.
I'm going to move on to Burma because I have a very large Burmese American diaspora community and I care a lot about this issue. I applaud the administration's decision to formally declare the persecutions and killings of Rohingya people by the Burmese military a genocide. This is something Senator Merkley, Cardin, and many of my colleagues on this committee have pushed for, and I commend the administration for that. Situation in Burma following last year's coup continues to inflict deep suffering on the people in the country and many diaspora families like those in Indiana. As you know, the FY22 NDAA required a briefing to Congress within 60 days of passage, examining a variety of policy options as it relates to the United States' response to the ongoing crisis in Burma. Among those issues are determination on the legitimacy and recognition of the national unity government, holding those in the military accountable for their crimes, including sanctions, and looking into strategic interests and actions of the People's Republic of China. We're long overdue for said briefing and legislative response. Is of course suffering on account of this, and I fully acknowledge how many challenges the administration is tending to, but we do need action here. And so I just ask you, Mr. Secretary, would you commit to working with others in the administration to follow the law and brief Congress on these matters as soon as possible?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll be following up.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Secretary, just some final questions to wrap up. I just came back from a trip with a series of colleagues, both on this committee and off, on Australia, Japan, and Taiwan. And what became clear to me, not only in this trip, but with all of the ambassadors that we hosted of the ASEAN nations here in Washington, is that unless we have an economic and trade agenda, we will not meet the strategic competition challenge that we have with China, and we will not necessarily meet the reach for some of these countries to engage in a way that we want them on the security question, because they just feel that we are not engaged. In the interagency process, I know you don't drive this agenda on your own, but in the interagency process, I hope that you are advocating for some robust economic, which is not necessarily a trade agenda, but economic and or plus a trade agenda. Because in the absence of that, even though we consider China our single biggest geostrategic threat, we can't win it without this dimension.
I strongly agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's exactly right. We are pursuing that. We are launching what we call the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework that addresses, I think, part of this challenge. It includes a number of things. It includes trade facilitation. It includes standards for the digital economy and technology. It includes building supply chain resilience, infrastructure investments, including in clean energy, worker standards. There are a number of...
But it doesn't include market access, which is probably the single most significant thing they're looking for. So, you know, look, this is a good initiative. I said it in the Finance Committee to our trade representative. But all of these nations, when we've talked to them, have suggested that their aspiration for a much more robust engagement by the United States is necessary. So that's why I add the economic equation, which isn't necessarily a trade agenda, because whether it's the DFC or whether it's Millennium Challenge or whether it's AID or whatever else, we cannot meet something with nothing.
Again, I very much agree with your premise.
And I hope you'll just be a strong voice within the interagency process. I intend to make that point to the president and others as well. And in that context, in our visit to Taiwan, it's very clear to me that if China could ultimately overcome Taiwan, which produces 90% of all the high-end semiconductors in the world, which means for the average American who may be watching, in everything that we use, the phone that we have, the car that we drive, the refrigerator we keep our food in, and I could go on, there are semiconductors. And if, in fact, China could overwhelm and take Taiwan and now have control of 90% of the world's semiconductors, the world would be in a world of hurt. And that's just one dimension. Not to mention the message that we heard it would send within the region if, in fact, we don't come to Taiwan's assistance here, because other countries will say, well, if they didn't do it for Taiwan, they're not going to do it for us. Do we have that sense of urgency?
Mr. Chairman, we do, and we're focused on this in a number of ways. First of all, with regard to semiconductors themselves, we have a significant advantage right now over China in the ability to produce the highest end semiconductors and the chips. As you know very well, a small number of countries, to include Taiwan, are at the forefront of that, and we are taking very significant steps with Taiwan, with Japan, with the Netherlands, which is critical to this, and a few other countries to make sure that when it comes to the highest end semiconductors, they are not transferred to China, or China does not have the technology, does not get the technology to manufacture them. Taiwan is integral to that. At the same time, when it comes to Taiwan itself, we are determined to make sure that it has all necessary means to defend itself against any potential aggression, including unilateral action by China to disrupt the status quo that's been in place now for many decades. I think there have been in foreign military sales close to $20 billion in such sales since 2017. That is ongoing as we speak. There's been another almost $2.5 billion in direct commercial sales that we have authorized or facilitated. We've been expediting third-party transfers to Taiwan. We've been supporting an indigenous industrial defense capability, and we are focused on helping them think about how to strengthen asymmetric capabilities, again, as a deterrent.
And I think
to
I think we are now aligned between our views of what their asymmetric capabilities need to be and their views, which is an important thing. So I look forward to our robust engagement to help them have the capacity capabilities of that asymmetric capability. Finally, I requested a GAO report on the State Department's annual waiver of Section 907 of the Freedom Support Act, which was released in March. The report found that the State Department's reporting to Congress on fulfillment of waiver conditions did not address required elements, including the impact on proposed assistance on the military balance between Azerbaijan and Armenia over a 7-year period. It also found that state did not provide detailed instruction to agencies about reporting requirements, and that state and DoD did not document their consideration of waiver requirements over a 6-year period. I look at this budget now, and I see a $1.4 million discrepancy between the support for Armenia and Azerbaijan. I see what the Azerbaijanis are doing in Nagorno-Karabakh, including trying to eradicate the presence of Armenians who have lived there. How is it that we're going to provide more money, which in my mind is in violation, forgetting about the waiver, is in direct violation of Section 907? That's not something I'm going to support, just to have you know.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to go back and take a look at that, both at the specifics of the concerns you've raised about the adequacy of the reporting. I'll take that on. 907 is, as you know, an annual decision. We have interagency review going on, and that review is underway. But I take what you say seriously, and I'll take a look at that. More broadly, I've been very actively and directly engaged with leadership in both Armenia and Azerbaijan, including just as recently as a week ago, phone calls with Prime Minister Pashinyan and with President Aliyev, as well as their foreign ministers, trying to help advance prospects for a long-term political settlement with regard to Nagorno-Karabakh. We have been developing and promoting various confidence-building measures. We've been trying to push back on any unilateral actions, particularly by Azerbaijan, that would only inflame the situation. And we have a number of programs in place that are part of the budget to try to help advance more peaceful prospects. So that's very much on my agenda. Happy to work closely with you.
Well, we look forward to working with you on it. Finally, let me just say, and listen, you have a difficult job. I think the breadth and scope of and the depth that you've exhibited today is one of the reasons you make a great Secretary of State. And we appreciate you've spent here nearly 3 hours. But I have to tell you something. We cannot seem to get to call things as they are sometimes. The State Department put out a statement with reference to the decision to convict Osman Kavala in Turkey that we are troubled and disappointed. This is why authoritarian figures like Erdogan, they get away with continuing to do what they're doing. We should have condemned the conviction. The department goes on to say that he should be released in keeping with the European Court of Human Rights rulings, as well as to free all other arbitrary incarceration. It goes on to talk about the harassment of civil society, media, political, and business leaders in Turkey through prolonged detention. It goes on to talk about all of there are more lawyers and journalists in prison in Turkey than any other place in the world. That says something, considering some of the terrible places in the world. So we express trouble and disappointment. our ally Turkey, I mean, India, that's in the Quad, they go
Icons.
buy oil from Russia. They buy the S-400. They abstain at the United Nations, but they're a member of the Quad. So at some point, messages that we send globally here are inconsistent. I've heard President Biden say that he stands up for human rights and democracy in the world. I believe him. That's his history from the time he sat where I'm sitting today. But man, when we say we're troubled and disappointed, that doesn't cut it. When we allow someone who we've invited to be part of the Quad to go ahead and purchase the S-400, go ahead and purchase Russian oil in violation of the global sanctions we're creating, go ahead and, vote against our position and most of the world's position at the United Nations. If you think you can do all those things and still get whatever it is that we give, which is a lot, then you will. So I just hope that, Mr. Secretary, you'll look at some of the positions that we take and equivocate less and be more forcefully directed as to what people should or should not be able to do.
Mr. Chairman, first, I take your point about that specific statement, and I will go back and have a look at that myself.
I don't know.
More broadly,
No, that's not your
and I
bond
said
power
this
right
at the
now. That was
outset,
like from
I
last
think we're
night. I'm
at
about to update it.
a
Hold on.
very
The bond power right now,
important strategic moment
$1,660. I'm about to
as
add this.
various countries, to include the countries you've cited, are thinking about and possibly reconsidering some of their other relationships, including with Russia. And as a strategic proposition, I think it's very much in our interest to encourage that and work with that and see what we can do to make sure that, along with success for Ukraine in Ukraine, we also take advantage of other strategic opportunities that may present themselves as a result of Russia's aggression, as well as dealing with some of the new challenges we face. So I think that also has to factor into our thinking about how we approach things. Some countries have had decades-long relationships, as you know very well, with Russia that take time to change and to adjust. So I hope that as we do this, we want to be as effective as we can in getting the right strategic result, even as, to your point, we keep faith with our basic principles, especially when it comes to human rights.
Listen, I agree with you. Look, on India, I want India to be aligned, not with us, is the final point I make. As I traveled all over this region and to receive foreign dignitaries here, I say the choice is not between the United States and China. The choice is, what type of world do you want to live in? One that is ultimately governed by the rule of law, where you get to choose who governs you, where you get to worship as you please, where you get to ultimately achieve economic success by the use of your intellect or the sweat of your brow? Or is it a world where you're minded, where you don't get to choose who governs you, where you don't get to worship as you please, where you're put in a concentration camp because of who you are, and the list goes on. That's the choice. But at the end of the day, in the pursuit of making that choice clear, I hope that we will hold higher expectations of some of those who we describe as allies, because historically, some of these countries who view themselves as non-aligned, ultimately, if they can have it both ways, they will. And at some point, there has to be a definition of which type of world do you want to live in. With the thanks of the committee for your very extensive responses to everybody's questions here and your service to our country, this record will remain open to the close of business tomorrow, and this hearing is adjourned.
Oh yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, basically you and KP just switched spots, and yeah, because we lost that. Yeah, it took that money. It took the money from the call profit this morning. That's why I kind of overpaid. That's what happened. I overpaid, and then I overpaid it. I made profit. They took it, so that's what happened. It makes sense though. We can get it back though. I like playing the spot now that I'm getting used to it. We just need to put some more time on it for real. I just have to get used to the weeklies and see if how it really pay out. Them niggas really be paying on the spot. You ain't lying. Them niggas be paying fast. Yeah, that shit is real. We might always just trade that. Fuck the companies. For real. Like that no cap though. That shit, niggas, that bread come quick, nigga. We watch it too much, you feel me? That's why I was just like, I'm just getting comfortable with it.
So you want EVs, you have come to the right place. Is that Tom Brady? Yeah. Comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I think earlier you saw today that the Secretary had a phone call with the Spanish Minister of Defense. Thank you. Margarita Robles to discuss security assistance for Ukraine. We thank the minister for Spanish contribution.
Listen, we back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We back from lunch here, and as you can see, the SPY has sold off. We just exited some positions over here in the portfolio. We feel like it's the bottom, but they already got lower than us. We closed out right at the SPY, like at right now where it's at $4.19.15. So we feel like that was the bottom, but you see they got lower than us as soon as we got out. $4.18.75 is the low of the day on the SPY. So yeah, they're just right here consolidating at 419 below the lower band here. And it's just been straight selling pressure, man. Straight selling pressure here. But we're doing good. Portfolios, companies doing good. Straight eye shape up today, man. Everybody has made some money. You know, so that's all that matters. Everybody has made some money and has money. That's all that matters, you know? So, you guys, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And the briefings look like they're done. I think they're all done. The testimonies are done. Let's see now what could be moving the market. I don't think anything. So Jen's going live at during Power Hour. We'll see her later on. We'll keep it pulled up here. I don't see anybody on the comments. Oh, American Spy. Our boy Aaron Thomas said, bye, bye, Miss American Spy in the comments. So, yeah, man, that's just what it is right now. That's what it's been. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. So, yeah, man. Let's see what else is going on. I don't see nothing taking place. I'm searching here. My computer's loading a little slow. Bear with me, you guys. Bear with me. Bear with me, if you can. Looks like the Supreme Court arguments, that's done. Let's see. Johnny Depp trial still going on. Day 9. I'm sick of that. It's like day 1. Oh, Johnny Depp. Day 2. Oh, Johnny Depp. Day 3. It's not that important. Day 4. It's crazy. Day 5. Wow, it's still going. Day 6. I'm tired of this shit. Day 7. Fuck. Day 8. What the hell? Day 9, man. This shit is really dumb. So you see the transformation here with CAOD with the Johnny Depp trial. It's just getting old, man. Like, damn, it's been 9 days. I could not go to court for 9 days in a row. That's why I would never be able to police anybody or take anybody to trial or take the stand. Because, like, look, 9 days in a systematic system where it's not going to even go in your favor that you got to talk properly. They're not even understanding what you're saying. Like, I can't do that shit. Spawn coming back down, though, 418.99. But like I said, that's that Johnny Depp situation. They ain't got nothing to do with the market, so we ain't even going to pull it up. I think the Secretary of State Blinken, his testimony. Oh, no, it's over with. They just got still replaying the live stream. So, yeah, ain't nothing going on. Ford is launching a F-150 Lightning electric truck. Y'all guys want to see that? We can watch that.
3 words.
Since there's nothing going on here. Yeah, we're going to watch Ford. They're launching the F-150 Lightning electric truck. So that's cool. we're gonna tune into that. And this has something to do with the market. If you look at the stock forward, ticker symbol F, you can see what it might, what type of strength it might provide for their company. So let's tune in. It looks like it just started too, so let's tune in and see what kind of truck it is. I might want to get this truck one day. I'm gonna look into it myself. I'm about to invest into a Lightning electric truck. Oh, that's pretty cool.
At the Rouge, and I said, if we really want to make a difference, let's make this the greenest plant in the world. And that's what the team did. And now, with the Rouge Electric Vehicle Center, the plant that defined the future of manufacturing in America is defining it again all over again. This moment is every bit as important to this company and to this country as when the Model T first started rolling off the assembly line. Back then, we were the first company to bring automobiles to everybody. Now, we're the first company to build electric trucks for everybody, way ahead of anyone else. Lightning is the only all-electric truck that's built for tough, built for America, and built right here.
Maybe you see this in the sheets. When they like presenting new products.
As ambitious as it was to build this truck, the truck itself is actually even more ambitious. This truck is going to change everything. It has capabilities that nobody has ever seen. So even if you've been an F-150 owner for years,
you know what I'm saying?
you've never experienced anything like Lightning. Lightning will change the way America works. People are going to love this truck. And I just want to thank all of you for making it possible. I can't fully express the gratitude and pride that I feel today for the ingenuity and hard work of the Ford and UAW teams, for all the painstaking labor of everyone at Dearborn Stamping, the Van Dyke Electric Powertrain Center, the Rawsonville Components Plant, and everyone right here at the Rouge Electric Vehicle Center. Today is your day. I know it meant a lot of late nights, long weekends, and time away from your family. But you all make generations of workers who have called the Rouge their home extremely proud. You're on the front lines of Ford's and America's new era in electric manufacturing. And the Rouge plant and this plant are leading the way. The next revolution in American manufacturing is here. And it's a Ford revolution. And now, I'd like you to hear from the people of the Rouge about the future of manufacturing. Thank you.
When I walk into the turnstiles every morning, I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to be a part of something innovative. We're like a family here. I love Rhonda. I love you too. I'm excited. I get up every day at 3:30, excited to come to work.
I'm glad y'all chose to talk to us.
Because you want to know what we do and how we do it.
I always did like putting things together. I learned that it takes teamwork.
People outside of Ford ask you where you work at Ford, and you tell them the Electric Vehicle Center, building the Lightning, and they have tons of questions.
When you tell them you work in the factory, they think, oh, with a bunch of men, and you're thinking like you haven't been in the factory lately.
The people next to you, these operators, are experts. They make it look easy. It's not easy.
A lot of times, production tends to get forgotten about, right? We were absolutely instrumental in what is actually needed for our operators. To a process standpoint, the ergonomic standpoint.
I didn't even know what ergonomics was when I started. But now you see it, it's all through here.
Everything over here is new to us.
It's the wave of the future. I'm excited to be a part of it. I have 10 years here.
Been here for about 10 years now.
20 years.
27 years.
Coming up on 28. 29 years.
Almost 32 years I retired. The opportunity arose to be a part of this Lightning project. It was a rather short retirement, about 12 hours.
Rhonda, she's like, look at her. She's always looking out for people. We all in this together.
Everyone working together, they can accomplish anything.
Quality goes up.
Quality goes up, the morale.
That's exactly it. Everything feels new. It feels different. It feels like We're moving into a whole new era, and we're doing it together.
I started in '94. Whole different culture, completely different atmosphere, different environment, different structure. So we can make it what I consider one heck of a vehicle.
In my 32 years at Ford, this is the most excitement around a vehicle I see.
Everybody all in, willing to say we're willing to do something different, right? So I'm really proud of this team, how we work together, both hourly and salary. Everybody's been great, just understanding what we have to do and work together for that one goal.
Please welcome UAW Region 1A Director, Laura Dickerson.
Brothers and sisters of the UAW, today we stand on historic ground to make more history at this iconic site for UAW Ford members and Ford Motor Company. I'm Laura Dickerson, Director of UAW Region 1A. Standing in for two great national leaders in the automotive industry, UAW President Ray Curry and UAW Ford Vice President Chuck Browning. We are pleased to be here to celebrate with Executive Chair Bill Ford, CEO Jim Farley, engineers, dealers, and of course, the UAW Ford members who made this day possible. Our UAW members who work here today stand in the shadows of hundreds of thousands of past UAW members who worked at this site and made automotive history over and over again. I want to thank the members of UAW Local 600, along with President Bernie Rickey, Chairman Nick Catalis, and the leadership team from the local, whose hard work helped land this groundbreaking vehicle right here at the Rouge. Today, through hard work, quality building, and problem solving, we launched the electrification of America's best-selling vehicle, the Ford F-150. The F-150 Lightning we are building is the only full-size electric pickup available now with a starting price less than $40,000 for customers across the U.S. from this ultra-modern Rouge Electric Vehicle Center within our historic Rouge complex. So today, we salute the men and women who have made the Rouge the legendary auto assembly plant it has been through history. And we take a moment to celebrate the launch of this new era of vehicles assembled right here by UAW members in that great tradition. Our members are proud of their legacy, and the Lightning today becomes part of the legacy of UAW Local 600 and our heritage at the Rouge. Today, brothers and sisters, we launched the future, the Ford F-150 Lightning, made in America, made by UAW Ford members. Okay, who's ready to see what our people in this state-of-the-art facility are capable of? It's time to see some of the first F-150 Lightnings rolling off our assembly line. Take a look.
Can a truck change everything? Well, it could change our company, pointing the way forward for 180,000 of us across the globe towards a digital future with connected experiences and over-the-air updates. It can change the Rouge yet again, helping write the next chapter of American manufacturing. It can change the way we build forever, creating state-of-the-art, zero-waste to landfill facilities that change communities and regions along the way. It can change how Americans, how the world, feels about electric vehicles. It can change who we think drives a truck. who drives an EV, who drives a Ford. Now, that's a lot for one truck to do. But this thing's just getting started. Turn it on, and it will change how you think about driving, about towing, hauling, about powering a campsite or a work site. It's the only EV that's an F-150, the only EV built for tough, the only EV smart enough, fast enough, tough enough to carry our name. So can this truck change everything? Well, let's find out.
The new Lightning electric truck presented by Ford. They're launching a new F-150 Lightning electric truck, you guys. Here they are. I like that. I like that. I like the red color. I'm going to think about investing into that. They love it. I know they probably already got one. It's an electric. It's the first one ever.
Please welcome Ford Motor Company Chief Executive Officer, Jim Farley.
Mike was telling me a joke. That was a good joke, Mike. Thank you. How about these trucks? Is that awesome or what? Bill, as you said, this is really history in the making, and it's your vision that's now come to life. I want to echo something that Bill said right off the bat. This day would not be possible if not for the men and women at the Rouge. Our UAW partners, all of our suppliers, everyone in the Ford family who worked together and did whatever it took to get the range a little longer, the payload a little higher, the software smarter, the frunk a little bigger. We have team members from the Rouge here, like Brian Palmer and Ken Hattishell, who believe in this truck so much that they're going to purchase one themselves and they're going to be able to build their own truck. Pretty cool. We have engineers like Linda Zhang and Darren Palmer. You guys here? Just raise your hand. Some are here? All right. No exaggeration, they have dedicated their life to this project for the last several years. We have Bernie Rickey, Laura Dickerson, and Nick Kotelis from the UAW representing all of our workers here on the site at the Rouge who are going to build this truck. Thank you so much. You did whatever it took. You met us at this moment. That's when Ford is at its best. It began with the Model T and the moving assembly line to put our country on wheels. Then the B-24 Liberators when we went to war, and the ventilators when the pandemic hit the United States, and so many more instances. Whenever the world needed us, we met the moment with American ingenuity and American muscle. And right now, the world needs zero emissions vehicles. And more importantly, it needs us to bring them to the many, not just a few. And that's why we built these trucks specifically. They are not a vanity project. There are no gimmicks. This is not for PR or for Wall Street. We built a truck so people can use it in their daily lives. The F-150, as Bill said, is the best-selling truck in the United States for 45 years straight, and the best-selling vehicle in this country for a damn good reason. And every one of those reasons is in the DNA of every one of these Lightnings. But I'll tell you what, electrification gives you features you've never seen in a truck before. Instant torque, incredible acceleration. I've driven on the track, and the president said it best. This sucker is quick. 0 to 60 in 4 seconds. I mean, that is supercar category. And it tows with ease, like there's nothing behind you. And the ride is so smooth, you'd swear you were in a Lincoln. You won't believe this is a truck. And you want power for your hobbies and your life? Lightning is a 10 kilowatt power plant, but on wheels. You can move it wherever you want. And to get that power to your life, yeah, we put 2 outlets in the cab, but we put 4 in the frunk and 5 in the bed. More than that, though, it's an open platform for our customers and the innovation and creativity that they'll apply and use this truck for. Listen to this. How about a ripping 20,000 sheets of plywood with your circular saw with 1 charge? 20,000 sheets. Or an off-grid wedding in Yosemite. Or a block party that lasts a weekend and the next week. You can even charge other EVs for your friends that own Teslas.
He mentioned Tesla, y'all. Uh-oh. You being funny? Check out Ford stock, see if it's moving.
Fair was.
Check out Tesla.
We're going to go find out. We're going to find out all sorts of crazy usages for that 10 kilowatts that we never imagined. I can't wait to see all of that. And plug it in overnight, and you got a full charge every morning, unlike your ICE F-150, 320-mile range every morning. It can power your home in an outage, and we know that's a real thing at Ford. And because Lightning offers this bidirectional power with solar energy integration, you can actually power not only your house, 0 emissions, but your truck too. It's got a mega power frunk that's tough enough to carry 400 pounds of concrete, but is waterproof enough for your dirtiest gear.
Tesla still selling, y'all. 886 new low today. They're at 887 right now.
Be able to fit in that frunk during your tailgate. We even gave it a cabin like a hotel suite. It's got,
as I said this morning on Tesla, about 880 is their target, has been their target even when they was at 1,090. So keep that in mind. They're very close. They're more than likely going to tag that. Now, if it hits that and breaks below, see ya. 850's in play, you guys. 800, seriously.
Experience. In fact, the one thing that we heard from customers is they're just blown away at the information, the way it's displayed. And you know, this truck is going to evolve every night over there with over-there updates. In the morning, when you get in, you're going to get new features. Maybe it's more range, new driving modes. There's an endless ways that we will take advantage of all the embedded cameras, the lights at night, the scales are on board. Just wait to see what those OTAs do for features as you own the truck. Every morning, something's different. It's like a smartphone that could tow 10,000 pounds. And with Blue Cruise, Lightning drivers can go hands-free in many highway conditions. In fact, now at Ford, our customers have done more than 2.5 million miles hands-free. And, you know, there's a lot of misconceptions about truck owners, but we know at Ford, they love their technology, and they're going to love this truck, as Bill said. And if you've never bought a Ford before, welcome to our family. You, our customers, are going to get capability no other EV truck can ever offer.
Like I said, man, I like the Ford truck, man, for real. I'm thinking of really about investing in it. I mean, just think if you could get that and just use that as an asset. I mean, that would be a hell of an asset. It's the new latest. No one in the world has an electric truck, and Ford is the first one. So I mean, that's going to be a hell of an asset, you guys. Like, Ford is going to start picking up here long term. I'm speaking not in here in the short term, but the share price now is like $14. So just think about that the next 10, 20, 30 years, you guys. Ford, remember, they're the first to have the electric truck. So that's going to have an effect on their share price. I think it'll pick up here eventually over time. I am seeing the future on Ford, so I like it. We're gonna tune back in. I like the truck. It looks good for real, man.
Let's go.
Advertisement. Give me 1 second. So the spot's still coming down here, you guys. It's retesting the lows right now. Like I said, it's been selling off all day. The United States did the same pattern. Basically, the euro is doing where they're still completing it, but they're forming it right now. But yeah, they sold the European market sold us the first 2 hours. They didn't give a crap about us, and then the United States took over and they tried to show some courtesy of giving the bulls the middle back, but rejected instantly. And we're just sitting down here at the bottom. Waiting on a flush, or this thing is going to bounce off of support right here. We do know that for a fact. It did this yesterday, same numbers, and it bounced up, but it could be a different story here today, considering we got Microsoft reporting here in 2 hours, and we got Google reporting here in 2 hours, and we got Chipotle reporting here in 2 hours, you guys. We got a lot of earnings about to come out after hours today, so we're going to stick around for that and watch it. Don't know if we're going to play yet. We're going to decide maybe power hour. We may or may not, but we're going to see in about an hour here, you guys. It's 2 p.m. now. Let's tune back into Ford's new lighting electric truck.
I believe that the industrial Midwest can be the center of innovation again, and that Ford can lead, as Bill said. Today is as much about who we are as where we're going as a company and as a country. Bold, innovative, forward-thinking, and yes, proud as hell. We want Ford to win this race, not for Wall Street, not for the profits, but for our team, our communities where they live, of course, our planet, and most of all, our incredible customers. We spoke to a few of them before the launch today, and I want you to hear from them, not me, but what they said about this truck. Let's take a look.
Hi, my name is Darren Palmer, and I'm obsessed with talking to our customers about what they're going to do with our trucks. So I'd like to call a few of our reservationists today and see what they think.
Hello.
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 Hi, good afternoon. I heard that you ordered an F-150 Lightning. Is that correct?
He did, yes.
I do have an order in. I'm very excited about it.
But first of all, could you tell me a little bit about yourself?
I'm a high school teacher here in Middletown, Delaware.
We own a home remodeling company, NG Platinum Homes.
We own a Tesla, which is going to be traded in for this Ford.
I'm originally from California. My wife is in the military, and I also do contracting work.
That's why they went down today, you guys. You guys catching this? This is live. We're live, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. So a lot of investors knew that Ford was having this event today. That's why Tesla's out of there. They took their money. A lot of Tesla investors moved their money to Ford today.
A pickup truck.
So what do you like about electric vehicles?
The convenience. I think they make the best daily drivers of any car. You're waking up every day with a completely full tank, so to speak, right?
They're super low maintenance. You don't need to change any oil. I'm going full electric from this point on.
And are there any particular features that you're looking forward to using in the truck?
At the sticks where I am, we're kind of a lot of farmland here in Middletown, and so we lose power occasionally. So this Pro Power on board structure with the intelligent backup is going to be awesome.
The other small one that I really like is the Mega Power from.
I have an electric scooter, and so the onboard charging, being able to plug things up, so have extended time to be out with my family.
Well, I'm looking forward to the day when you first drive it because it's like nothing else. And so, speaking of that, I've got a little surprise for you. I would love to invite you to come down to the Rouge Electric Vehicle Center in Dearborn and come and celebrate the launch with us.
Oh my God, that is so amazing.
Oh my gosh, that would be incredible. I would love to do that. What an amazing event that'll be.
I would love to be a part of that event.
Thank you so much for talking to me today. I'm looking forward to seeing you over there.
Can't wait.
And our owners were able to drive the truck, and hopefully you had a good time here. Understand what you got? All right. To all of you customers here today, thank you for joining us on this very special day. It wouldn't be the same without you. Thank you for trusting us at Ford. We don't take your trust lightly. On behalf of the team here, let's hear it for all of our Lightning customers. Thank you. Okay, here's the plan. Trucks are rolling off the line today. I'm pleased to share with you that we will begin shipping Lightnings in the coming days, starting with our Pro Series. I can't wait to hear what you think when you're using your F-150. Send us your pictures. That's exactly why we built it. And buckle up, because we're just getting started, folks. I've never been more excited about our future than I am today. To everyone here and all of you watching on the broadcast, thank you so much for sharing this moment for us at the Rouge Electric Vehicle Center. Let's go make history, folks.
$0.39 went to $1 to $1 to $60. Yes. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. F1 Lightning Strikes. Nice event there, nice car. I didn't know that event was live today, but that's cool for Ford, man. I'm really thinking about investing in some Ford now, though. They got me on some long term. I'm thinking, my mind's going here. I'm looking 5 years out. Ford is a good company, man. I'm looking at the all-time here. You date back to they go back. You get what I'm saying? 1969. They've been in the market since Ford has been in the market. This is a fact, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Free game here. Ford has been in the stock market since 1969, you guys. With that being said, all the indices are in the red here. The NASDAQ is hurt 3%. The Bears just chewed the Bulls up today. The Bull, you guys, I think it died. I think it's dead. I don't know what's going on. It's crazy right now. So you want to be very, very respectful and just wait and be cautious. I told you guys yesterday, really, not to trust the first bounce, because this market is food. It will get you. You see these guys right here on my screen, right in front of me. This guy to the left with the glasses and this guy to the right. Market makers. They are paid to trick, trap, frustrate, and fool you. That's what they call them, you guys. That's their nicknames. So keep that in mind here. The Dow's down about 1.86% here. The S&P 500 is down 1.4%. The NASDAQ is down 3.13%. And the Russell 2000 is down about 2.45%. Everybody's down red here. It's ugly. The VIX is up. Oh, my gosh. The volatility is so high, you guys. It's $31.66. That's extremely high. Fear is in the market completely. The VIX is up 17.17%, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're going to take a quick break from here. We will be right back.
One rap. Go spit. Boogie Lit for life. Just chasing the dream. See it green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running it up, keep going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money, letting money. Make the money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up, running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one right.
I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Phone rings, are you okay? I'm so used to that shit, and I forgot to call on your birthday. That's another thing I've been bad with, and I think I'm so fucking done with all these bad decisions. I started a lot of the problems and don't know how I did it. Lost cause, don't think I like my image. I couldn't stand in the mirror, I hated every minute. Or a bag, or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Lately not anticipating all things to come. We've got blisters, souls, and bad decisions. We're trained to run, thinking about ourselves and no one else. But who loves the gun? Got me sitting, waiting, wishing about the things I've done. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass, so what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at, I'm doing fine where I'm at.
Still hot, one right.
I'd rather it be you and me.
Yeah, yeah,
I'd rather it be you and me.
yeah, one right.
I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fainted for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I've been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't wanna fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lines, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should have been a honey, baby girl, friends, don't you really what I wanted? But you la la la, got me going circles crying on your line. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'll make it right. Hit my phone and let me know if you right tonight. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We are back from the break. It's 2:15 p.m. Market trying to bounce right now off its bottoms. But you know, as of currently, you guys, we're at that crash level. We're in a bear market here. It can flush. The most you're gonna get out of a bull is a little rodeo. It'll run very fast, but it's gonna run out of gas. So that's what the call is looking like so far right now. But we do know we got earnings after the bell here with Microsoft and Google. That could possibly turn things around, or they're going to be the ones to blame. As I've been saying all day. So the S&P 500 explained here. The S&P 500 is a stock market index that tracks 500 of the largest companies in the U.S., weighted by market cap. The S&P 500 has 11 sectors, you guys, so it's kind of broken down to sectors. So each index has it broken down to sectors. So is the Dow and the Dow Jones and the NASDAQ. They're all broken down into sectors. They have about 500 plus companies under each index. And then, like I said, it has 11 sectors. So what I mean by sectors is basically different categories. So you see information technology, you got Apple, Microsoft, Visa under that, and consumer discretionary, you got Amazon, Tesla, McDonald's under that. These are broken down into sectors, you guys. So these companies are all companies are broken down into sectors. The ETFs run the company, so the S&P 500 is like a way you can track your company and know what rate they're on, what direction they're heading. So this is why I watch the SPY, you guys, all the time. The S&P 500. This is why I talk about them the most, because I'm basically talking about every company in the stock market. So they're all combined up like that. And yes, you can invest and trade those. Majority the market people, investors, we like to trade the SPY and like the triple Qs and the VIX and the Dow DIA ticker symbol. We trade that because mainly they do debit spreads too, so keep that in mind. But other than that, though, this is the S&P 500 explained, you guys. Like I said, it's all broken down to sectors, and here you have different sectors: communication services, consumer staples, real estate, utilities, healthcare, energy, materials, financials, industrials. So it's a lot. It's all broken down. But at the end of the day, all you got to do to enrich yourself is pick one. So it's not hard. And people try to make it hard. What I think they do is they kind of over leverage it, get overwhelmed with so many companies. But you only have one brain. You're only one person. You got to think you can provide for yourself, and that can provide for an eternity, your whole family, or your wife, or whoever, your girl, or your kid, whatever. You get what I'm saying, though. So you don't gotta be all across the board and spread out. I mean, that's how mainly people get in the negatives here and get in debt, because they're too spread out. And like I said, all these companies do different things at different times, and you gotta be positive and respectful at all times. It's a money market here. It's all it's about is money. This business is all about money. So you gotta really take your ego out of it and take your feelings out of it. And I think you will start to see gains in your life once you just try to do that and focus on that. I mean, and I'm not trying to say I'm better than nobody, because I'm not. I started out at the bottom. Like, I'm from the hood. I'm from the raw. We live rough. So I'm just explaining this here, you guys. And this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. So with that being said, we do have communication services up here today. Google's on the board, and we got information technology up here today. Microsoft is on the board, and Visa. So we're going to see what they're going to do, man. Is industrials. UPS didn't look good this morning. The report was actually okay, but the actual market didn't take the stock right. So it went down a little bit, but it can go either way. That's the point of earnings, you guys. So keep that in mind. We're going to see what happens next here with the information technology with Microsoft and Visa, and communication services with Google. So we're going to see, man. But other than that, y'all be ready. Stay ready. When you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. Oh, man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. This SPY is bouncing, finding the bottom here once again. Looks like yesterday, but I don't know if investors are trusting this today. We got a lot of earnings, you guys, after hours. So we got about 2 more hours for that. We're going to take a quick break. We still in the deep red, as you guys can see. The Dow's down about 1.80%. The S&P 500 is down about 1.80% as well, and the Nasdaq is down about 2.80. Ouch, that hurts. The Nasdaq's hurt the worst right now, you guys. That's what's hurting the companies here. So the Russell 2000 is down to about 2.48%, and the VIX being this high, 15.17%, $31.12. You guys, that's extremely high. The market is very fearful right now. So Bears got full control. You guys hang tight here. Stay patient, stay cautious, because the Bears only just want something, and then it'll go back to hibernation mode. Keep that in mind. It's not coming to take over your life. So relax, kick back, enjoy. We're going to play some music here during the break. I'll be back. We'll be back in 5 minutes. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle out top, man. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Lenny, you too high.
But I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This the sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. 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 This that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks, school rocks. You can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker. I'm getting money. What you think? Hey, I'm getting money. What you think? Hey, take care, take care, take care, take care. Roll out, it's fair. Go up, go down, it's there, it's here. My mind be racing. I'm here, I'm there. You here, you there. We here, we here. I'm here. I did it, came up. I'm committed. You did it, I'm committed. You send it, I send it. We send it, you sent it. We sent it. We swipe, we win it, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though. It can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, I ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn, and they dead, ooh. And I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it as like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' go. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step, with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his hands to the land. Rest in peace, that's my man's. That's my man's. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west, man. Yeah, we got it in the best, man. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers. One Ray. Go Spizzy.
What's his name?
Yeah, that's great.
Trying to get away from them fuck niggas. Say I'm trying to get away from them fuck bitches. Fuck bitches. Whole ass bitch. Bitch. I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga.
Two clips up, take together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip, then reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit? Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I told that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn hoes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. And all my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. Mr. Cocaine with the mirror like chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet? And got my pockets on swole, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a bill, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the the trap with my gutter niggas. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way some plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slide with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the eye, make a butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit. Gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my pack shit. What's the ticket? Stay jigging, finessing. All in your section, boy, pipe that shit down. Look, bitch, I'm a blessing. Your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, be trusting these bitches. I'm tryna elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm tryna double up on some butts, nigga. What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out the mother niggas? What you know about whipping up an onion, nigga? What you know about getting to that money, nigga? I been back to the trap, I'm tryna bubble, nigga. I been strapped, I just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you other niggas. When you cross me, that's when I gotta up it, nigga. I'm blanking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just tryna get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just tryna stay tame from these fuck bitches. Just tryna maintain, I'm going up, nigga. Oh boy, you going up, nigga. Right, going up, nigga. Right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We are back from the break, as promised. So, nothing going on right now. We're just sitting here, my company, we're just chopping things up here and just trying to decide, Power Hour is approaching us here in 30 minutes, and we're just trying to decide, the earnings coming up. We got Microsoft, Google after the bell. We're going to join in with the action here, or is it best to wait? It's up to you. It's really what you want to do. It's always best to wait. I'm not going to tell you that's not true. It's always best to wait, but when the opportunity presents itself, even if you wait, you're taking a risk. Even if you play, you're taking a risk. You see that? So you're taking a risk either way. It doesn't matter if you wait or you play. You might hit if you play. You might miss if you wait. You might miss if you play. You might hit if you wait. You get what I'm saying? It can go either way with that earning situation. So, if you got it, if you're leveraged, I think you're fine to, put some time on it at this point. Maybe YOLO the weeklies if you wanted to. The choice is always going to be up to you. You control your brain, I'm sure. So I can't tell you what to do, you guys. We're thinking. It looks good. Like I said, opportunity is presenting itself, and we can see that here at LCAOD. But other than that, we're still in deep red, though. The spot's trying to bounce to VWAP, but it's not making it. It still looks weak. So it looks like overall everybody's going to really be waiting on these earnings, you guys. As you can see that the market just sold off all day, and it ain't trying to go up. Maybe 428 was a point where they'll go back to if the earnings are good. But as of right now, 428, nowhere in sight. We're back down to the lows of yesterday, you guys. So a lot of volatility, obviously. The VIX is up extremely high. So things can, volatility works in both ways. Things can, pick up here to the upside if it wanted to, maybe. But we know, too, also right now, Bears got stupid momentum. They can flush it. So pressure's on here. They're still fighting, obviously. But the Bears are winning. So keep that in mind. But at any point in time, the Bulls feel like they want to take back over. They will. You saw that yesterday. So as you know, the market can go either direction, you guys. That's why it's best to really stay neutral. That's just the best thing you can do. That keeps you stress-free. And that's all I try to tell everybody. Oh, Netflix at 201, you guys. So they continue their selling from that awful earnings last week. Netflix is at 201. We said this last week, 200 puts. This week ending expiration. And it looks golden right now, 201 Netflix. NVIDIA 191 here. So we got some stocks on the move right now. Amazon still down here. AbbVie's down. Boeing is clapped. Boeing is clapped here, you guys. Boeing is clapped. 168 on Boeing. They're clapped. They got earnings too this week. Oh man, bro, this Google. They got earnings. I think Google's your snitch here. They got earnings today after hours. GOOGL. They're down $54. I think this is your snitch here, you guys. I don't see how in the hell they gonna recover that for earnings. So you know, down 50 now, down 50 after hours wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. Down 50 open market tomorrow wouldn't surprise me there with Google. Typical there, big tech. Man, yeah, it can go up too though. But I don't really see what could possibly push them up. They have announced everything in the world that could save them already 3 months ago. They did the stock split, you know, didn't save them here. Amazon did the same thing, did the stock split, didn't save them there. So I don't know. Maybe they're holding on to a bag and they just want to show us at 4 p.m. We're going to find out here shortly with Google. But they on the move. They down. Caterpillar's down 6 here. Ethereum's down. Crypto's down. Robinhood, ew, ouch. Robinhood, the stock. Hood, 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 down $10. They IPO'd at like 30, y'all. That's why I'm laughing. It's just crazy. They just IPO'd like last year too. They just got to the stock market. Basically, that's what an IPO means. So if you hear anybody say something about an IPO, that means a stock just entered the market basically. And it's to the public now. But Robinhood is to the public. They did start off good. Opened up at about $35. That's what they IPO'd at, and then shot up to 70. But $10 now, you guys. $10 freaking dollars, you guys. I think a lot of people shorted them off the strength of previously before I started, like really putting my serious all into it. Robinhood, I was hearing about a lot of malfunctions, a lot of glitches, a lot of technical difficulties they had. So it was just obvious that they were probably going to get shorted once they entered the stock market. They should have known they had that coming. But that's Robinhood. They got earnings this week. Keep an eye on them. McDonald's, they report this week. Let's see what McDonald's gonna do. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see. Oh yeah, we got the computer working, so now I can actually pull the earnings up and show y'all what I'm saying. I was reading it from the watch list though, but I can show you the chart here now. So we got earnings today, you guys, after hours. Today, Tuesday, Microsoft, Google. That's what Alphabet means. Visa like the card you swipe. GM, General Motors, Chipotle's Live, Texas Instrument, like the calculator, you use, QuantumScape, Sketches, things like that. We got Boeing in the morning, you guys. Boeing is in the morning before the opening tomorrow morning. They're gonna give us what they are offering at 9:30, but it have to move pre-market. And whatever it does, hopefully it sticks, whatever it does. Spotify reports too as well. T-Mobile reports. These are all good companies. They're going to all pay out if you can get on the right side of the trade and figure it out what they want to do. Or, like I said, just look into it. Watch the report. See what I'm talking about. Watch how much they move. And, you can get in post earnings and you should be able to set up a long term after the earnings report. You should be. I would give it a couple of days, but if you're setting up a long term, it's long term anyway, so it's going to give it its own time. But keep that in mind. This is what's in store right now. And then tomorrow after we ain't go. Not there yet. We're not there. One day at a time, y'all. One day at a time. So I'm gonna let y'all know what's going on now. We in between Tuesday after close and Wednesday before the open here. These are the companies are reporting next here. And like I said, this is it's the start. It's the start of pretty much the sectors I showed y'all. Their market cap, the biggest market cap in the world, the biggest companies with the highest market caps in the world. It's the start of there. This is the start. So this can make or break the market here. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. All these companies reporting on one day, you'll probably see like a lot of other companies. After hours doing a lot of movement just because they doing a lot of movement. And why is that? Because they are all invested into one another. So you got to keep that in mind. So when you see Microsoft, if they up after hours, you can't be surprised that Apple's probably going to be up and Amazon too. If you see Google down, don't be surprised if you see Meta down, and you see what I'm saying, Apple, Amazon, them down too. That's just how it works here. So keep that in mind. But it's earnings, but it won't be their earnings report. It'll just be like, they're just reflecting off of what Microsoft and Google and Visa is going to do. Also Chipotle and all of them as well. But their earnings is actual on the day it says before open or after close. So keep that in mind, and that's when investors really chime in for the reports, you guys. So another way to make money basically in this market, just more strategies that you can use to book profits really. And that's just what it is. But as you guys can see, the economic data that came out today was consumer confidence. I don't think they took that good. The new home sales numbers I don't think were good. So new home sales numbers was not good this morning, apparently. A client told me that this morning, so I don't think that was good. If I'm trusting that client saying that it wasn't good, then it wasn't. So consumer confidence wasn't good either, apparently. So the market's just down. Tomorrow now the market is going to be looking at pending home sales data, and that's pretty much it for tomorrow. But that's going to be very key. And then Thursday, we got some more very key information we have to have on the market. This is going on with the earnings too, but Q1 GDP first reading is very important, and the jobless claims numbers. And Friday is the most important day here, you guys. So the core PCE price index and personal spending, is very important. And right now, nothing's trending in the market so far, but the whole Elon Musk deal, 44 billion, people ripping their face out talking about it. But that's really the only thing trending right now in the market so far. But I had told you guys about that before it even, it got kicked off there on Monday. So you guys already was well advised and ready for that. But 3 stocks to watch this week, as you can see. Meta platforms, aka Facebook, but ticker symbol FB, Apple, they report, and Amazon, they report this week. So I'll be looking out for them, and more than likely we're going to play one of these here by the end of the week for earnings. Still trying to decide. 3 things to watch in markets this week. You're seeing the stock market going crazy. The turmoil is just ridiculous. The big tech earnings, they kick off here today after hours. And like I said, Friday is important. U.S. PCE inflation data on Friday is very important. One stock to buy, one stock to dump this week. Might have this backwards as of right now, but if you did look into Tesla, you see the green check was actually right. It was good. You could have brought all right. You could have brought a put there. So you know what I'm saying? You would have came up here. But other than that, buy Tesla this week. I was telling you guys, dump PayPal. They got earnings coming up. I would just be on the lookout for PayPal, you guys. But Wall Street week ahead here. It looks like the Bulls, they was hoping for big tech earnings. They still are hoping that the big tech earnings will reverse the stock slide. But as of right now, we're below all-time highs by this much, and it's even worse here now. We're back near it. So yeah, keep that in mind. But other than that, man, that's just what it is. Elon did say he was done trolling this guy here, so we're going to leave that situation alone. I'm actually about to delete that here on the live stream because, like I said, if he said he was done trolling them, it ain't funny no more. Leave it alone, y'all. So we got that out for there. But, yeah, man, it's over with. Get that picture out of there. So hopefully it did delete it. I have no idea. I don't know. We'll get off of it. But we'll get off of it. Whatever. Check, make sure it didn't kick me off. Okay, we still live, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. All the indices are in the red. The S&P 500 is down 2%. The NASDAQ is down 2.90%. The Dow Jones is down 1.60%. The Russell 2000 is down 2.20%. The VIX is up 16.21%. $31.40, you guys. Not looking good. We got Secretary Jen going live in about 17 minutes. Yes, that is Biden's secretary. Yes, she is a market mover. Yes, we will be tuning into her and see what she has to say about all this today and what she got to say about the economic data coming up this week. So we're going to tune in with her when she get to the podium. But in the meantime, between time, y'all relax. Get ready. We getting closer to power hour. We getting closer to power hour. You know what time it is. So we're gonna actually during this break, we're gonna watch Johnny Depp's trial here. Just peep in and see what they got going on. This has nothing to do with the market, but I'm pretty sure y'all know who Johnny Depp is by this point, and Amber Heard. If not, Google him.
And inconsistent about friendships in high school. Other than that, she was very polite. Is that your answer at that time?
That was my answer at that time, and it's inconsistent with the question you had just asked me.
And would you agree that appearing for this examination with an expert who had been retained by Mr. Depp more than a year earlier might be a little stressful?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, not only had you been retained by Mr. Depp, but what had been communicated by Mr. Depp's team was that you had called Amber Heard a liar and a perpetrator of abuse, correct?
First of all, I'd like to clarify that I was not retained by Mr. Depp. I was retained by Mr. Depp's counsel. And what I can say that, yes, any examinee in a forensic context, you would consider that they're probably stressed.
All right, would you agree that all perpetrators of IPV have anger management issues?
Yes.
And a large portion of IPV perpetrators have substance abuse issues?
It's one of many factors that correlates with intimate partner violence, but there are certainly many people who perpetuate intimate partner violence who do not have substance abuse issues.
All right, let's go to 131, line 17.
$131, you said?
Yes, line 12 is what I have here. And I'm talking about, you said, and just to give context, remember I was asking you what percentage of people you treat that are perpetrators, and you'd said 5%. Do you recall that, just for substance?
I see that here.
Okay, and then I said, of the 5% that are IPV perpetrators that you've treated over the last 8 years, how many of these perpetrators have substance abuse issues? And your answer was?
I see that I answered with a figure of speech, a large portion.
Okay, thank you. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator.
Are you in a different area, or are you asking me a separate question?
I'm asking you a question.
Oh.
And it's common.
Sorry, can you please repeat it?
Yes. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree? That's exactly how it was asked in the deposition. So
I understand. It is a compound question.
Okay.
Objection.
It's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight. I don't think that's, Your Honor, I think it's just one question. Let me try it. To gaslight the victim, isn't it?
That's a characteristic of psychological abuse, yes.
Okay, and it's common then for them to accuse them of being the perpetrator, the victim.
That's a characteristic of abuse from women perpetrated against men. It's actually very, very common. About 90% of male victims of IPV have reported that a female partner who abuses them makes threats to report their partner as an abuser. It's less common for men to make that statement to female partners just because there's less potential consequence.
But isn't it true, though, that some form of gaslighting is often present in these personality-based IPV scenarios?
Yes.
Okay. And it's distressing for the victim to be accused, is it not?
Absolutely.
It causes them a lot of fear?
Certainly.
And it causes them a lot of distress?
Absolutely, yes.
And in fact, they feel falsely accused, correct?
Yes.
And they feel paranoid?
Yes.
And they feel frightened?
Yes.
Afraid that everyone's going to believe the perpetrator, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, they're afraid they're going to lose their security, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by security?
I'll ask the next one. And they're afraid they're going to lose their reputation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about the testing for a moment. You talked about the MMPI-2, but that's not the most recent MMPI, is it?
No, it's the most researched.
Okay. Now, you need to have an elevated, on the MMPI, there was only one section that had elevated scores, correct?
No, that's not correct.
It was the K section, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. And was there any elevated score over 65 on the MMPI?
I would need to take a look at it. If, you know, I provided a 25-page interpretation outline. If you're able to pull that up, I'd be happy to go over any of the individual scores for you.
Can you recall any clinical scales for the MMPI-2 for Amber Heard that were above 65 as you sit there today?
Again, there are multiple scales on this test, 25 pages worth listed. So if you can pull it up, then I can review and give you a confident answer.
What can you recall as you sit there?
I'm hesitant to do that because I don't want to make an error by ignoring hundreds of scale scores.
And would you agree that you can't make a pathological determination or diagnosis if the scales are not elevated on the MMPI-2?
I would not agree with that.
Okay. Now, one of the answers that Amber gave is that it's hard for her to feel safe, correct?
Are you talking about the MMPI-2?
Yes.
Again, I don't recall. There are 567 items on that. I would need to see her results.
Well, it's a common trauma symptom, isn't it, to not feel safe?
Sure.
And safety concerns are common among women who have been victimized, correct?
Women and men, yes.
Okay, and common especially for sexually victimized people. Would you agree?
Any type of victimization, yes.
Okay, and hard to trust. That's a common after effect of interpersonal violence-related trauma, correct?
Sure.
And memory difficulties. Amber said she felt she had holes. Do you recall that?
I do. And her account was different than typical memory difficulties with trauma.
It is common for individuals who have experienced trauma.
And it's actually
to
not
have-
common. No, it's a symptom, but it's the least common.
In fact, a DSM-5 diagnosis for PTSD includes a, quote, inability to remember an important aspect of the traumatic event, end of quote. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And memory difficulties are a symptom of PTSD, correct?
Certain types of memory difficulties, yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall when Amber says the first incident of abuse took place?
I believe it was, the first incident in which yes. So she stated that it was early on in their relationship.
Do you recall it?
I don't recall the exact date off the top of my head.
Do you recall it being a tattoo, something related to a tattoo?
I do.
Okay. Now, if someone had been subjected to a 4-year relationship characterized by repeated IPV, they can have symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Intense anxiety?
Yes, certainly.
Depressed or irritable states?
Actually, it's not so much states. When you're looking at a real trauma reaction, it's pretty persistent. It's less of these transient states.
Intimate problems?
Yes.
Relationship difficulties?
Yes.
And these are symptoms you're also attributing to the personality disorder, correct?
Yes, there are some key differences.
Okay. Now let's talk for a moment specifically about a couple of the profiles on the MMPI. This is not an exaggerated profile for her, is it?
No, actually, that was something unique. When she completed objective broadband measures, where the questions, you don't know what the questions are getting at, they seem completely random. She raised scores that indicated that she was trying to minimize any mental issues and appear completely free of pathology. When she took tests that asked questions that were specific to trauma, that's when you'd see these extreme exaggerations.
All right, let's go to page 337. My question on line 7, this is not an exaggerated profile, is it, for her? And your answer under oath at that time was, no, it is not an exaggerated profile. Do you see that?
Yes, we're
That's what
talking
you
about the
testified-
MMPI here.
You
Yes,
testified under oath at that time, correct?
yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now, the profile is also
All right, you guys. So we're going to tune back in to something that has something to do with the stock market. But right now, we're going to take a quick break before we do tune into that. You guys, Secretary Jen is about to go live here. As I said, she's a market mover. We're going to see what she got to say. She's live from the White House. So we'll be back after the break, you guys. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. The market is selling off. But you know, it's been like that all day. It's still trying to find support to get back to VWAP. The SPY is trying to get back to the middle. But it's, looking like it's not going to happen. Rejection again at 421, 420.38 cent. But it's been a rejection at about 421.50 cent that I saw when we were in there earlier and before we had got out. But you know, I feel like the real rejection they showed us was about $422 and 23 cent. So $422.23. The SPY showed us that and got rejected right here, $422.23. And then it came back down and found its ultimate bottom for today. But still hasn't flushed, you guys. So that's what people are really waiting for. You can tell the market is anticipating the earnings with this. Like I said, if the earnings are bad, SPY is going to flush here after hours. You're going to see that. So keep that in mind. But if the earnings are good, you'll probably see the SPY pick back up. I'll give them about 428 to 4. I'm going to stick to 435 being the top right now. I think so. I don't think the SPY can get no higher than that. If it does, it would amaze me. And I would definitely say the bulls are making their way back. But right now, man, it's over with. We bearish. I don't know what. The SPY is fighting to get to daggone 421 right now currently. So let's see if it holds. We're going to take a quick break here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We will be right back after the break. Secretary Jen is about to go live here shortly. Be right back.
Bitch, I'ma walk downstairs, but smoking on shit, so I know that I'm fed up. Got these sticks to protect us. I got the Glock, little bro, got Beretta. In these streets, gotta move with some caution. Got no love out here. What you thought, bitch? For a little time, you know that I'm creeping. Boy, you a bitch, you can't play the deep end. You don't hop in this wheel, you can't ride. Glock do magic just like Jeff Brad. Used to book on the block, I ain't lying. Like 50 Cent, I'ma get rich out trying. Stay with the shit, and he down for the slide. Stay with the shit, yeah, he down for the slide. Lost little ties to some bullshit, so it let me scar. Got me a stick, no, I can't spar. Remember them days being broke out the park. How about 11 o'clock, it's dark. This real shit, like George Foreman, we real shit. People go to guns on some chill shit. I'm just stacking till I get a meal, bitch. Lost 2 bros, ain't me for real, bitch. Post on the block, I was on that field, bitch. No cow, bitch. Yeah. Bitch, I'ma walk downstairs, but smoking on 6, but you know that I'm fed up. Got these sticks just to protect us. I got the Glock, little bro, got Beretta. In these streets, gotta move with caution. Ain't no love out here, what you thought, bitch? Nah, what you thought, bitch? Walk his ass down. Hit his ass with a few rounds. These niggas, they bozo, they clowns. You run up on me, I'ma shoot his ass down. Bitch. Yeah, I'ma shoot his ass down, bitch. I'ma shoot his ass down. Call up shit, she gon' ride like a Lexus. Learn the game, this chestnut check is quick stain. All nigga was pressed up, post on the block, that shit was treacherous. Fuck 12, no confession, bitch. Hope the boys get the message, bitch. Life a gamble, no 7-Eleven. I'm steady striving and stepping. Guess this shit around with some blessings. A lot of bullshit, I don't address it. Facing the blunt, hell not no session. I ain't take it, little nigga, I kept it. Pop quiz, you know we gon' test them. Nobody but the guys up in this shit. Good spirits, shit heavy. Lot of shit be messy. I stay out the way, yeah, I'm selling. These niggas be ratting, they tellin'. Most of my niggas be geeking and catchin'. You know I'm a young nigga keeping the extras. Yeah, keeping the extras, bitch. Yeah, I'm keeping the extras, bitch. You run up on me, I'ma bless you, bitch. And no, I ain't testing shit. Bitch, I'ma walk downstairs, but smoking on shit, so I know that I'm fed up. Got these sticks to protect us. I got the Glock, little bro, got Beretta. In these streets, gotta move with some caution. Got no love out here, what you thought, bitch? For a little time, you know that I'm creeping. Boy, you a bitch, you can't play the deep end. Walk his ass down, hit his ass with a few rounds.
In the trap, and you know how we going. You run up on bro, and you know he gon' blow us. If a nigga won't be, we gon' show him. And you already know how it's going. Yeah, I swear we gon' blow. I hope these niggas know it, bitch. Yeah. Money, power, respect, man. That's all you really need for real. Fuck all that other shit.
I got Mikey with me for sure.
It's a walk down world. Better keep you a pole, better keep your mouth closed. And don't trust your soul. Niggas ain't double lock, in the end they gon' fold. I was at the trap, got kicked out my home. What you need, what you want. Remember late night, I was hitting them lips, it was me and just go. MJ's ripped through his bones. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's what I'm on. We bout the stick, we not finna run. Every day was a motherfucking struggle. I was on my grind, stuck to my hustle. Got off my ass, got to my muscle. Fuck your blick, I got the ups too, yeah, I'm a fucking bitch. I don't trust you. Niggas start snitching, got too much to lose. People did ride, they don't fuck with you. I thought lit, she gon' suck the crew. Ain't no one man above the crew. Up in the trap, what you need, what you want. I got what you want, you. Money, power, spend, that's the code I stuck to. If you not walking down in this, fuck you. If you not walking down in this, fuck you. Swear to God, yeah, nigga, it's fuck you. If you not walking down in this, fuck you. If you not walking down in this, fuck you. Swear to God, little nigga, it's fuck you, bitch. Yeah, it's a walk down world. Better keep you a pole, better keep my clothes. And don't trust your soul. Niggas ain't double lock, in the end they gon' fold. Remember late nights, walk down with the stick, it was me and just go. 2 MJs ripped through his bone. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's what I'm on. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. That's the code. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code.
I got Mikey with me for sure.
That's how I'm telling you. He was a little closer to me. It opposite his number. It's 60. Go ahead. Biscuit. Boy, it look like a biscuit, boy. What right? This busy chasing bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot nigga, goddamn shot. You know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that fit. But that your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money and watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog, it could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stoop light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent, you gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real, you always show me phony. It's just reality now, my shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it, your family gon' have to wait it. These bags I'ma have to take it, so play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it, then that's some rag, homie. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man,
Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'm out here focused, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to stank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck be these niggas reason? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, hoe. And I'm sliding by whatever, hoe. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bro? Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We back from the break. We about to begin shortly here. Well, Secretary Jen that is. And it looks like the coordinator of COVID-19 response, Dr. Ashi Jha. I don't know if I'm saying that right. But, yeah, they about to begin shortly with the briefing here. The press briefing. The NASDAQ tumbles as investors await earnings from Google and Microsoft. This is the market check headline here. So it sounds like they're quoting me now. Wow. Oh, wow. They're quoting LCAOD here. NASDAQ tumbles as investors await earnings from Google and Microsoft. I said that on my post last night. It took my headlines here. All right. I'm about to start getting that trademark, copyright audit. Y'all not going to be able to do that no more. But we're good, though, man. It's all good. Everything down here. The Dow is down about 1.60%. The NASDAQ's leading the way down at 2.64%. The S&P 500 is down about 1.81%. So stocks fall sharply ahead of big tech earnings. They switched the headlines here on you. Stocks fall sharply ahead of big tech earnings. So waiting on Microsoft, waiting on Google. Everybody's waiting on the same thing, same results here. But it looks like the headlines this morning was stocks futures fell slightly on Tuesday as April selling continued after a one-day bounce. Futures tied to the Dow Jones Industrial Average eased about 200 points or 0.6%. The S&P 500 futures were down about 0.6%, and the NASDAQ 100 futures fell about 0.6%. On Monday, the Dow advanced more than 200 points after cutting a near 500-point loss from earlier in the day. The dramatic market reversal pushed the NASDAQ composite higher by 1.3 and the S&P 500 up by 0.6. So that was the headlines this morning during the pre-market. But as you can see, the market came back down from that sharp bounce yesterday. So we was already right here yesterday prior to that, coming in on Friday, coming in off the weekend. The market gave you a sharp bounce yesterday and then came down back to where it was yesterday before it did this sharp bounce. So, turnaround Tuesday, they kind of moved around and then turned it around. You were all right. So, they bounced it at the end so they could turn it around today to the downside. So that's what they did today. Usually turnaround Tuesday usually be upside, but they flipped it here today, turnaround Tuesday. And they can do that. They do that. So you just got to pay attention to which direction they flip turnaround Tuesday. But, you can see to the downside today. SPY's coming back down. 419.69 on the SPY. So rejected again at 420 on the SPY. Not looking good still. Still red overall. So, stocks fall sharply ahead of big tech earnings. And we're just waiting on Jen right now. But in the meantime, between time, it is Power Hour. We're 7 minutes into it, you guys. Oh, man, I need you to get up, move around, get the blood flowing. First off, give yourself a pat on the back. You've been here all day. We got 1 hour left. Oh, man. And we've been making some money here today. We caught some SPY puts. We caught some Tesla puts. Man, we looking good, man. And I think we all deserve a little horn there because we've been So stand clear.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
It is, because we got this, and it is showtime.
Showtime, what time is it? Showtime!
You dig? Ernest coming up. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It's time to get into the word of the day, and it is randomly chosen by air. And Secretary Jen is about to go live. They got her up. They got them in the press, the reporters in the press box here. They're getting ready. Let's get into the word of the day first before she walks out. True. Wow. Word of the day. True. TRUE, ladies and gentlemen. That is the word of the day today with LCAOD. And let's read what true means. It says here, true, honest, real, based on fact, loyal. Oh, man. Wow, I can relate that to the market so many ways right now. I'm going to give myself a horn just because I've stayed true here. My company stayed true here. And I mean, as you can see, women lie, men lie, numbers don't, ladies and gentlemen. We stayed true here at LCAOD. We've been honest. We've been real. We're based on fact. We're straight loyal. So you can say what you want, but this is a business here. And as long as we stay true, we will succeed. As long as you stay true, you will succeed. So it's about being true, you guys, in life. And this just doesn't relate to the market. This can relate to anything in life. You want to be honest. You want to be real. You want to be based on fact. You want to be loyal, but you don't want to act like it. Oh, man, y'all ain't feeling me. Y'all ain't hearing me right now. You don't want to act like you true, because if you act like you true, then you're going to get exposed. You can act like you true, but if I come around you and your vibe off, you're going to get exposed. I know that's not true. If I come around you and your energy is rubbing off on me and I'm getting frustrated and I'm getting negative, you're not true, ladies and gentlemen. You're not based on fact. You're not real. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Being true is what you want to do, no matter the situation. But in this business, oh man, that is the most honest and best thing you can do to succeed and profit in this market is be true, ladies and gentlemen. What it means: honest, real, based on fact, loyalty, based on fact. Loyalty, babe. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and that is the word of the day today. True. Remember that. TRUE. True. Not like 2 Chainz, TRU. Nah, the real definition. TRUE. True. So they have started the briefing, ladies and gentlemen. Let's tune in.
Hospitalizations are at the lowest level of the pandemic, right? And deaths are continuing to fall. We're down to about 300 deaths a day. Still too many, still too high, but doing so much better than we have throughout much of this pandemic. Despite all of that progress, and I think a lot of that is driven by the fact that we've more than 200 million Americans vaccinated, more than 100 million Americans boosted, we know this virus is tricky. We know that the risk of potential surges, even of a potential new variant, remains out there. The good news is we are at a point where we have a lot more capabilities, a lot more tools to protect the American people. Testing, vaccines, therapeutics, these are the sort of the pillars of how we manage the rest of this pandemic. And that's why what I want to do is spend some time talking to you about those tools, about our capabilities, what we're doing as an administration, and what we need from Congress to continue to protect the American people. So first I want to talk about Paxlovid, the therapy that is becoming increasingly available to the American people. For those of you who have not followed this very closely, Paxlovid became authorized by the FDA in late December. At that point, there was just a very limited supply of these pills. The clinical data suggests that it has an enormously beneficial impact, reduces hospitalizations by more than 90%, and is very, very effective at preventing severe disease. Over the last few months, the administration has worked very hard with Pfizer to increase the supply of Paxlovid and acquire more and more doses for the American people. And now our job is to make sure that these doses are getting out there and they're getting into the hands of patients who would benefit from them. So what are we doing? And I want to talk about four major things. The first is we are opening up the number of sites that can order directly from the federal government supplies of Paxlovid. Until this recent change, the way pharmacies got Paxlovid, either you were a test to treat site or you got it from your state. But now we're opening up a federal pharmacy channel, and what that means is pharmacies can order directly from the federal government. Currently, there are about 20,000 sites in the United States that carry Paxlovid. We expect with this change that we will very quickly get to 30,000, and within the next couple of weeks, I expect us to get to about 40,000 sites. Paxlovid will be widely available everywhere in America. That's going to help a lot. The second is the president announced the test to treat effort that we have launched. Right now, there are about 2,200 test to treat sites across the country, and we are going to make a series of efforts to expand the number of test to treat sites, including new federal initiatives that will allow for us to build on other federal testing sites to allow for those to also have a treatment component. So if you test positive, you can go and get treated with Paxlovid, of course, if you are eligible and deemed so by a provider. Third is we really are doubling down on our communication and education efforts with physicians and other prescribers. In the beginning, when Paxlovid first became available, the word on the street was these things are now widely available. You should restrict it to the highest risk patients. Too many physicians still have that mindset. And what we need to do is to help American physicians and nurse practitioners and others who can prescribe understand that we now have plenty available. And anybody who is eligible, anybody who's high risk, should be getting Paxlovid, obviously as long as they meet the clinical criteria. And so that education campaign is going to be really important. And then last but certainly not least is we're ramping up our public awareness campaign so that patients also understand that if they test positive, they should consider going to a test to treat site or reach out to their physician, but to get assessed for whether Paxlovid would be useful for them. Those are all really critical steps that I think are going to make an enormous difference in getting more Paxlovid out to the community, to getting it out to patients, and with a very simple goal, right? Which is we want to lower the severity of the disease that people get if they get infected, and we want to lower the hospitalizations, we want to lower deaths. Paxlovid is a really important step in our ability to fight this pandemic. Treatments like these, vaccines that we have developed, these are the key essential tools that we're going to need to get through the rest of this pandemic. And that's the second part of the conversation I want to have with all of you. Because all of this requires funding from Congress.
Spot coming down, you guys. New law today, 417.94 right now.
To provide the
This briefing don't sound too good. It's about COVID-19.
needs. Now, I know they were off on it.
417.85.
I'm looking forward to working with Congress
Tesla still selling.
to get
Microsoft report,
of the American people
45 minutes. With Google.
issue of COVID
It might be going
and COVID treatment.
away.
Give you a couple
You might not
examples of what
expect.
if we do
Stay tuned.
the funding we need.
This
You may
is the
this
Stop
at FDA working with
with
Moderna and Pfizer,
LC
looking
AOD, ladies and gentlemen. The spot selling out 417.84 low today.
a whole new generation of vaccines in the fall or winter that may be more effective and more durable. None of those are going to be available to the American people if we don't get more funding. We are tracking new treatments that are coming online that are as effective, maybe even more effective, with fewer side effects. Those treatments will not be available to Americans because other countries are stepping up and making purchases for those treatments while we await funding from Congress. The bottom line is that none of us can predict with any certainty where exactly this pandemic is going, what the virus is going to do next. All we can do is prepare. And that's what we need Congress to do, is to help us prepare and be ready for whatever eventuality comes. Let me make one last point that I think is incredibly important. And that is that there are some people in this country who sometimes think that we can take a domestic-only approach to a global pandemic. That's not.
I'll sum it off. You guys got me sneezing. Excuse me here. 417.78, new low.
We have to have a global.
417.75, new low.
We need funding.
417.73, new low today.
Norms.
72, new low today.
The president.
417.72 cent, new low. 417.69 cent. 417.68 cent. 417.67 cent. They pausing. They pausing. They pausing. 417.64 cent. They pausing. They pausing. That's the low, right? 417.62 cent. New low today right now on the SPY, you guys. They're selling off. We're headed into the crash level here. We're in it. We're about $3 in the crash level, you guys.
Like the Vice President catches COVID or attention on the infection. For Americans following that news, what lessons should they draw from that experience that somebody as protected as her has caught COVID?
Yeah. Good question. So I think if you take a step back and look at the Vice President, she is boosted, actually twice boosted, right? We have a very, very contagious variant out there. It is going to be hard to ensure that no one gets COVID in America. That's not even a policy goal. The goal of our policies should be, obviously, minimize infections whenever possible, but to make sure people don't get seriously ill. The best ways of doing that are making sure people are vaccinated and boosted, as the Vice President is, and making sure we have plenty of therapeutics. So, so that is available as well. And that, to me, is the key lesson here.
And is she receiving any therapeutics, since we're on the topic of therapeutics?
That's a conversation that she's having with her physician. I'm not her physician. I'm not privy to those conversations, so I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you, Dr. Sean. Welcome to the briefing room, by the way. To your point that so many Americans can and will get this report that just came out today that 60% of Americans it appears have had COVID. The president is getting ready to ramp up his travel schedule. The vice president just caught it. She's twice boosted. Should Americans be prepared for a time when President Biden gets this? Is it just a matter of time that the president could get COVID?
I wouldn't say it's just a matter of time, but of course it is possible that the president, like any other American, could get COVID. The bottom line is he is vaccinated and boosted. He is very well protected. He's got very good protocols around him to protect him from getting infected. But there is no 100% anything. And I think the key focus has got to be we got to continue protecting the president. That's what the protocols around him are designed to do. Let me leave it at that.
Part of the congressional funding is to potentially deal with the uninsured fund that has run out of money. What does the uninsured fund not having any money in it mean for Paxlovid? Or if someone who's uninsured gets COVID right now, what does that mean for them?
Yeah, so first of all, Paxlovid itself will be free, right? Because
they have to see a doctor?
But they have to see someone who can actually prescribe it for them. And this is one of the absolutely critical things in a pandemic, is that people need to be able to access healthcare. Turns out it's also critical not in a pandemic, right? But particularly in a pandemic with an infectious disease, it's really important that people be able to access healthcare services, get the care they need. It's good for them, it's good for people around them. And so making sure uninsured people have access is absolutely critical.
So right now, what does that look like? If someone gets COVID and they're uninsured, are they able to get treatment? Are they able to get tests? Or does CVS just eat the cost? How does that work?
So I think right now, because we don't have the funding, there's a little bit of patchwork of what is happening. There are obviously places that serve uninsured people, community health centers, others people can get care. There are still people are still going to CVS and other places that still are offering those services, but that's not a sustainable solution, right? So right now we're in this kind of middle ground where people are still getting care, but over time, if Congress continues to not fund these urgent priorities, it's going to get harder and harder for people to access care.
Kristen? Kristen, that's going to be the last one too. I apologize.
back soon. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. John. Thank you so much for being here. Just a couple of questions. One, can you tell us, was President Biden tested today and has he tested negative? Do we know the last time he tested negative?
I don't know. I'm not involved in the president's testing protocol, so I just don't know the answer to the question.
He was tested yesterday and tested negative.
Okay, thank you. On Paxlovid, I just want to be crystal clear because you're trying to expand access to it, but you still say if people meet the medical requirements.
Yeah.
Does that mean that Paxlovid should only be taken by people of a certain age and who are immunocompromised, or that it should be taken by anyone who has symptoms?
No, so neither. The FDA has laid out a very clear set of criteria for who should get Paxlovid. Very basically, it's anybody who's at high risk of developing complications. And the FDA points to a CDC assessment. It's a long list. I can not read it all to you, but of course, age is important, presence of chronic diseases. But the bottom line is that, and what I am recommending to family and friends is, if you get COVID, you should see a provider and make that assessment with your provider. A lot more people are eligible and would benefit than I think people think.
And just very quickly, can you help us to understand this moment that we are in? Because on the one hand, cases are going up, particularly on the East Coast. As you have said, hospitalization and deaths are going down. But is the country in the midst of a surge?
What I would say is, we are going to see cases go up and go down during this pandemic as we head into the weeks, months, and years ahead. The key things that we need to be following are our healthcare systems getting stressed. Are people ending up in the hospital with severe illness? Obviously, are people dying at high rates? Those are, in my mind, the most important metrics. And right now, while infection numbers are rising, and of course we all want to see infection numbers coming down, the good news is, because of the extraordinary work of this administration, we've got Americans much better protected. And that means that we're not seeing a huge bump in hospitalizations. The deaths are still declining. Obviously, we want to continue tracking those metrics.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. You're invited anytime.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, a couple items at the top. Today, we announced this morning that during Second Chance Month, President Biden made a number of announcements focused on second chances and reentry, which, as leaders on both sides of the aisle recognize, will help prevent and reduce crime and strengthen our communities. The president announced 75 sentence commutations and 3 full pardons. All of these individuals were convicted of non-violent drug offenses, and many have been successfully serving their time on home confinement. He also announced more than 20 major actions from a dozen agencies to expand second chance opportunities. This includes a first-of-its-kind partnership between the Department of Justice and the Department of Labor to invest $145 million in job training and intensive reentry in federal prisons. It also includes steps that will make more incarcerated students eligible for Pell Grants, make it easier for those who were incarcerated to enroll in Medicare, and help formerly incarcerated veterans get their benefits restored. As we speak, Susan Rice, Dana Remus, and Cedric Richmond are holding a virtual roundtable with 6 formerly incarcerated individuals to discuss the president's first clemency announcement, the new reentry policies and programs we announced today. Today's announcement marks important progress, and we will continue to review, the president will continue to review clemency petitions and deliver reforms that advance equal justice and public safety. Also wanted to note that today, Secretary Austin, we have seen, hosted a meeting of the Ukraine Defense Consultative Group with ministers of defense and chiefs of defense from more than 40 countries at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. The goal is to bring together countries from around the world for a series of meetings on the latest Ukraine defense needs to help Ukraine win the fight against Russia's unjust invasion and to help Ukraine's defenses for tomorrow's challenges. As Secretary Austin said, it was an important and constructive day. Agenda topics included near-term priorities and longer-term planning, the latest battlefield assessments of the renewed Russian offensive, establishing a framework for prioritizing requirements and logistics for resupply, and energizing the defense industrial base to continue the steady flow of security assistance. More than 30 countries have now stepped up to meet Ukraine's urgent needs and have committed more than $5 billion of equipment, including $3.7 billion from the United States, to support Ukraine's defenses. We also wanted to welcome an important announcement by our German allies today to send Ukraine some 50 Cheetah anti-aircraft systems. We would also highlight the British government's announcement yesterday that it will provide Ukraine with additional anti-aircraft capabilities, and Canada's announcement that it will send Ukraine armored vehicles. I believe that's it. Why don't we jump around to people who didn't get questions initially? Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Quick question on Dr. Joe talking about cases going up and the VP testing positive. Can you talk a little bit about whether the administration and society as a whole perhaps have moved away a bit too quickly from mitigation efforts such as masking? And is the administration perhaps thinking about strengthening any of those measures, especially the ones that we're losing?
Well, those decisions and those recommendations are made by the CDC and our public health officials. So I don't have anything to preview for you. Those are decisions that they make, and we obviously abide by that from here. I'd remind you that their recommendations include are based on what zone of the country you live in, right? Whether it is a green zone, yellow zone, or a zone that has a higher rate, and they continue to recommend masking on transportation, that we abide by that from here as well. So I don't have any changes on that to preview. But as Dr. Jha noted, our focus, and as we noted when we rolled out our 100-page plan, continues to be on tracking and reducing hospitalizations and deaths. And we're certainly aware that with a very transmissible variant, that we expected there could be a case increase, as we've seen over the last few weeks with BA2.
So even in the regions that are witnessing a surge, I mean, there are no discussions that perhaps you can talk about what these latest sort of surge in cases could potentially.
Well, but masking requirements change depending on what the numbers look like in your community.
Right, okay. And a quick one on the EU. Reuters is reporting that the EU plans to declare that it is entering a new post-emergency phase for COVID. Given sort of the uptick in cases in the US, I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about that timing. I mean, is that unusual, or do you think it is the right time for countries around the world to be headed towards that goal, and if the U.S. is perhaps considering announcing something similar going forward?
You mean an end of the emergency? I don't have anything to preview. Again, those recommendations are made by our public health and medical experts, so we rely on them for their guidance on that.
And can I ask one on Ukraine?
Sure.
Just earlier today, the announcement from Germany on a new package for heavier weapons. That obviously comes, as Russia has said that such assistance would lead to a nuclear war. And it sort of seemed like the U.S. was brushing off Russia's recent nuclear threat. And I'm wondering if the administration, to what extent is it really taking this latest threat seriously?
Well, I think you heard some of our national security officials make clear there's no winning a nuclear war. And obviously our objective continues to be to call on reducing the rhetoric and taking the rhetoric on that front down. And I think there have been some officials who have abided by that. But I would note that the announcement by Germany is in line with announcements we've seen by a number of European countries in providing assistance they have never before provided, which is part of the significance here. So this is an unprecedented change to provide lethal aid to another country, and that's the significance here from Germany. But I'd also note that Norway provided Mistral anti-air missiles, that a number of countries have provided types of assistance that they have never done in the past, and that really speaks to the unity of NATO, of European countries, in confronting what we see as, of course, a horrific war in Ukraine launched by the Russians. Go ahead.
Is it possible that there might be any updates to protocols, COVID protocols, within the White House in light of Vice President Harris testing positive for COVID?
I would not expect that, no.
So there have been no discussions, and you don't expect that?
I think it's important to remember that we have stringent protocols here that go over and above CDC recommendations, even as it relates to how long you stay at home if you test positive. So individuals who test positive for here, and I can speak to this 2 times over, there you go. you don't return to work until you have received a negative test. If that is before 10 days, you are still going to be masking. That is beyond what CDC protocols are. There's a regular testing cadence. Obviously, the Vice President was tested this morning because of that regular testing cadence. And for the rest of us, anyone who's going to be around the President, to travel with him, to see him in the Oval Office, is tested that day. And even if you are not going to see him, you're on a regular testing cadence around here. We also take the step to socially distance in meetings as frequently as we can. And also, a number of us have chosen to wear masks in meetings as well, just as an additional step in protocol. So those have been in place prior to today, and we will continue to abide by those moving forward.
And just on a different topic, Senator Manchin told reporters this morning that there is not a Build Back Better revival. He said that social spending programs he believes should go through regular order, not through the reconciliation process. I wondered if you could explain, just from the White House's perspective, how you all are thinking about reconciliation versus regular order in terms of wanting to get done some of the president's top legislative priorities.
Well, you've heard the president say many times that he believes that a lot of the objectives he has should be achievable through bipartisan work together. It's not Democrats Democrats shouldn't be able to own efforts to reduce prescription drug costs or the ability to negotiate the price of prescription drugs, nor should we be the ones completely owning on our own efforts to lower the cost of childcare, healthcare. Those aren't Democratic ideals. Those are proposals that are broadly supported by many Americans across the country. So we know that Senator Manchin has, of course, talked about his efforts to pursue a bipartisan package or bipartisan plan as it relates to energy costs, and we're not going to prejudge that effort, but we're going to continue to engage with a broad range of Democrats, including, of course, Senator Manchin, about how to get the president's agenda done.
Is there anything you can tell us about the president's schedule today? There wasn't anything publicly announced. Is he in touch with members of Congress, particularly since they're coming back this week?
I expect he will have a range of conversations and engagements with members of Congress. He also has a range of internal meetings, policy meetings, planning meetings. There's nothing more I can preview on that from here, but if there's more I can tell you after the briefing, I'm happy to do that. Go ahead, Rija.
Ms. Jen, I'll start with something else Senator Manchin said, since
Sure.
we were just talking about him. He said today we need an immigration policy, and Title 42 should not be done away with until we get an immigration policy, or until the CDC basically says we no longer have a health crisis. What does it say about the communication with members of the president's own party that Senator Manchin believes that Title 42 is an immigration tool?
Well, I can't speak to that necessarily. I can tell you that what it is and isn't. It is not an immigration tool. It is a health authority, and one the CDC, our health experts, of course, do have authority to make a decision about. And they've made the decision that the conditions no longer exist to keep Title 42 in place. We do agree with him. Absolutely, there should be an immigration policy, and there should be immigration reforms, and they are long overdue, and we'd love to work with him and any other members on moving that forward.
Does it concern you that he's saying that Title 42 should not be done away with until there is an immigration policy?
Well, that's just not how it works. Obviously, Title 42 is the authority was given to the CDC by Congress. They made a decision. If Congress wants to make any decisions about the next steps for Title 42, they can work together on that, but that is an authority or a decision that would have to lay in the body that he works in.
Right. And then
go ahead.
a follow up on what Dr. Zhang said about test to treat sites.
Yeah.
What is the administration doing to expand those sites, including converting some testing sites to have a treatment component? What are the challenges to that, and do you have any time frame for when you expect to ramp up those facilities?
Yeah, it's a really good question. We shall probably have to talk to Dr. Jha and others from the healthcare team about it. And next time he'll take more questions, I promise. You're right, there are some challenges, just like any aspect of applying COVID policy or COVID treatment policies or COVID efforts to fight COVID policies, in that we have to educate a large swath of the public, including healthcare providers, about how this works or how it would work. There's continued efforts to do that, but I'm happy to check with them on expansion plans or how that might work.
One more quick one on vaccines for children under 5.
Yeah.
The group Protect Their Future is just one of many groups that are urging the FDA to consider Moderna's application for an EUA before June, which is when Pfizer will also submit theirs. What is your response to these groups who are concerned that it appears the administration is doing Pfizer a favor by waiting to consider both Moderna and Pfizer at the same time, when Moderna's data is already ready for review by the end of this week?
I'd really point you to the FDA for their decision-making process, but I would tell you that, of course, as a parent of a child under 5, I'm eager to have vaccines approved and available, and I want to make sure they go through the proper protocols and process. But I would point you to the FDA.
And on clemency, there are 18,000 petitions pending for clemency. Does the president plan to increase his pace of consideration as he talked about possibly doing? And also, is there consideration of a permanent clemency review process that would kind of institutionalize this process going forward?
Well, first, it's important to note that the president has issued more sentence commutations at this early point in his presidency than any of his last 5 predecessors at the same point in their first terms. So we are far ahead of any of the last 5 presidents. That is because this is a priority to the president. And as I noted at the top of this briefing, he feels this is, second chances are important, and he believes this is absolutely a right step in our justice system. He's going to continue to review clemency petitions, and that is going to be an ongoing process that is, of course, run through our counsel's office. So it doesn't stop here. It will be ongoing, and there will be more in the future.
Thank you, Jen. On Title 42, we've heard you guys say that this is a public health order, it's not an immigration order, it's the CDC's decision. But yesterday, members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus who met with the president relayed some of what he expressed in that meeting. And one of them said that the president told the group that he was looking forward to lifting Title 42, describing it as an excuse to keep people out of the country and anti-immigrant. Is the president really wanting Title 42 to go away because it was a Trump-era policy?
Well, the president has never felt that Title 42 was an effective immigration policy, and he talked about that during the campaign. But the authority has always rested in the CDC to make that determination. And he left the CDC to make that determination, unlike his predecessor about a range of decisions. So the president has never made a secret of the fact that he thinks immigration reform is necessary, and that Title 42 was never a replacement for comprehensive immigration reform. That would put in place smarter security, that would ensure there was an asylum processing system that worked, and that is something he would be eager to work with anyone on to get done.
So if this conditions warranted it, would the White House want to see the CDC reimpose Title 42 in the instance that cases are up and the metrics that they use to measure that warrant that decision?
Well, the CDC, again, has the authority to make a determination about what the health conditions warrant. So we will leave it to them to make any decisions or recommendations.
And then with the vice president being out, obviously she's broken a lot of ties for votes, and then we have senators, I believe, Wyden and Murphy also out. Is there any concern about ability to get confirmations through this week with her absence?
Well, I would say there are also some Democrats who have announced that they have also tested positive for COVID. You may be referring to the Federal Reserve nominees or others. That is something that members and leaders will work through in Congress. We are confident we have the votes to get them confirmed. We're eager to have them in place. But of course, we need all members there to do that.
And I had one follow-up on Dr. Jha, something that he said earlier. Sure. We've talked about the administration surging resources to the border, including resources to vaccinate migrants. And the last time I asked about this, I believe your answer was something along the lines of, we have enough funding and supply to take care of the 23 sites that DHS is going to be running to get migrants vaccinated and also take care of uninsured Americans. But it sounded in his answer like that might not be the case anymore. So are we in a place now where there might be a choice where people would have to choose, or the administration would have to choose between supplying resources to migrants coming across the border versus taking care of uninsured Americans?
I'm happy to check on those resources, Jackie. I would say that Our broad concern about COVID funding is based on a couple of issues that he talked about. One of them is making sure that we are ahead of the world on being able to order ahead primarily a lot of different treatments that will help ensure that we have the best vaccines, the best boosters, enough supply once individuals under 50 are eligible, and certainly we want to keep all of our programs running across the country. But
I just have one more on the Hunter Biden reporting that we've seen come out. Does the president still maintain that he never spoke with his son about his business dealings? And given this reporting on Eric Schwerin, does he also say that he has never spoken to his son's business partners about his son's business dealings?
He maintains his same statements that he's made in the past. I would say, I know you're referring to Waves records that were released more than 10 years ago. I really don't have more detail or information on them. I'd note that there was a gap when Waves records were not released, but I don't have more information about visits from more than 10 years ago. Go ahead. Oh, well, let me go around to people who haven't got it. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Two questions on the war on Ukraine.
Yeah.
First of all, on food aid.
Yeah.
Does the administration have any idea of how much money you'll need yet for global food aid, given the shortfalls due to the war on Ukraine?
Sure. So let me first say that we are not expecting a food shortage here at home, but we are acting to bolster food security around the globe, both unilaterally and in conjunction with allies and partners. One of the steps we're taking is we're really conducting extensive diplomacy to encourage all countries to refrain from export restrictions and excessive stockpiling, obviously buying up or not exporting goods or products they would normally do, because it can exacerbate supply chain challenges and price inflation, and we want to consider how to expand production of key areas where we could see that happening: oil, seeds, and associated commodities. We're also working through multilateral channels, including the G7, to provide a range of funding to the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program. A $1.7 billion multilateral financing mechanism is part of what we've done there that has helped the world's poorest countries increase investments in agriculture and food security as we're anticipating global shortages in some regions of the world. And through Feed the Future and our nutrition commitments, we're also committing over $11 billion over the next 5 years to address food security threats and nutrition across the globe, in addition to the over $4 billion in humanitarian assistance funding. So we've taken a number of steps, funding mechanisms, multilateral financing mechanisms, also contributing and trying to use through diplomatic channels, efforts to prevent stockpiling and decreasing of exports, because we anticipate it could be an issue, and we're already seeing that in some parts of the world.
Okay, so no idea what the global overall total would be for how much food aid.
I don't think we have a prediction of that at this point. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get ahead of what we anticipate being a shortage or an impact in some parts of the world, and working through multilateral mechanisms to help address that, even as we don't foresee it being a food shortage issue here.
Natural gas. Russia says it's going to cut off Poland starting tomorrow, which is a pretty big escalation by Russia. Is the administration concerned that Gazprom might cut off other European nations from the natural gas supplies? And is the U.S. going to do anything to help Poland make up for shortages there?
Let me check and see if there's anything specific to Poland. What I can tell you, and we've talked about a little bit in here before, is that for the last several months and even prior to the invasion, we have been working to increase natural gas supply and options to European countries that have been reliant on Russia for natural gas supply in anticipation of the possibility of this happening or a decrease in what they're providing. So some of that has been asking some countries in Asia who have excess supply to provide that to Europe. We've done that in some cases, and it's been an ongoing effort, but I can see if there's anything specific for Poland given this recent announcement. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you. Two questions on the pardons. Pardons and commutations. There were 3 pardons. 2 of them were for nonviolent drug offenses. Can you talk at all about sort of what it was about those 2 cases that stuck out to the president, given that there are a lot of people who applied for pardons that have similar circumstances and didn't receive a pardon today. Is there anything about those two that are emblematic of anything that is on his?
Sure. Well, I think many of you reported on these cases and the compelling nature of their personal stories. But I would note that his focus at this point in time was on individuals who had less than 4 years to serve. A number of them, a good percentage of them, and I can find the exact number in here, are also already under home confinement currently. And this is, again, just the first step, and he will continue to review clemency requests and petitions over the course of his presidency and certainly in the coming months.
In addition, there's a large backlog of people who have applied for pardons and commutations. And given that, was there any denials in this first wave? Is he denying anybody a pardon or commutation?
It's a good question. I'm happy to check with our counsel's office and see, or if it was just this was the first round that was granted through the process. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Two questions, Jen. First, following up on Dr. Shah, he said that he talked about global funding for the coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah.
Republicans have said that they want that money offset. So does the administration intend to propose ways to offset that $5 billion, or do you think that's a lost cause? And second, the president has a number of crowded events coming up on his calendar, a couple of funerals, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and in light of the vice president's diagnosis, can you talk about the calculations that the president is making and thinking about whether to attend these kinds of events, and also whether he has any special obligation as president to keep himself safe?
Sure. Well, in the first question, Cheryl, we're not quite there yet. I mean, we have requested 22.5 in the past, and obviously that is where our emergency request will be moving forward for the short-term needs that we have. This has been passed COVID funding, as you well know, has been passed through emergency authorities where it hasn't been offset, and we certainly think that's reasonable, but we're at such the early stage of this process, having not even sent it up to the Hill yet. We're going to have all of those conversations about how to move it forward. On the second piece, what I will tell you is that we make risk assessments here, just like every American does, and as it relates to, of course, keeping the president safe and all of us safe. Now, naturally, he has access to the best health care in the world. He consults closely with his doctor. We take a range of steps, I noted in response to MJ's question earlier, that go beyond even most workplaces in the country in terms of required testing for those who will be around him, social distancing. Obviously, he has his own regular testing cadence. But we do make assessments, and he makes assessments about when he feels it's important for him to attend or participate in an event. And you mentioned two of them. Obviously, this weekend, he'll be attending the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's an opportunity to honor the work of all of you and many of your colleagues, and to talk about the importance of journalism in the world. That's an event he's attended many times in the past, and he made a decision through consultations that it was an event he could attend and wanted to attend again. And obviously, former Vice President Mondale is someone he had an important personal relationship with. He wanted to attend his memorial service. Obviously, these discussions are always done through our scheduling team, the COVID team, to make sure we're taking every step possible. But just like many Americans, he makes risk assessments. And I would say the last piece, which you didn't ask about, but people asked about in here as well, is he's been traveling the country more recently. He was traveling 3 days last week, and we, and of course, coordination with the president, made a decision that was vitally important to him, to his presidency, to the American people. And certainly that's one of the reasons we want to be very clear that it is possible he could test positive for COVID. That just like any American, even though he's double boosted, that is possible. We will, of course, be very transparent about that if that were to take place.
Do you have time for a few more questions? We're told you have a...
Yes, I do. Go ahead. Yeah, and then I'll try to go to the back. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. Multiple outlets, CBS and Washington Post, have reported today that in yesterday's meeting with the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, that President Biden signaled that he was prepared to use executive authority to cancel student debt in the coming months. Can you confirm that this was something relayed to them by the president, and why? What exactly is the president considered doing when it comes to student aid debt?
Sure. Well, let me use this opportunity to reiterate that nobody has paid us a penny in federal student loans since the president took office. And what we've said from here is that, and what he reiterated is that he will make a decision before there's an end to that pause. Right now, it's been extended through August, and we have talked about how we are looking at, and he is looking at, other executive authority options he has to bring relief to people who have student loans. So that's what he conveyed during the meeting yesterday.
Well, regarding using executive action, though, I mean, is that something, a step now that the president is seriously looking at?
Well, we've talked about that in the past, so he's continuing to look at it.
And then lastly, going back to Vice President Harris's positive test for COVID, is the White House trying to determine exactly where and when she would have been exposed to COVID? Is the assumption that it was during her trip to California last week? And is the White House and the Vice President's office doing any effort to contract trace in order to maybe notify people during that lengthy trip who she might have ran into?
Just like for anyone who tests positive around here, we do contact tracing so that people are aware if they should take additional measures or precautions, whether it's masking or getting additional PCR tests, and we're certainly doing that in light of the Vice President's positive test as well. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I wanted to ask if the White House had any reaction to that court case that put the temporary block on Title 42 being repealed. And then I have a follow-up question about Vice President Harris.
Sure. Well, things sometimes happen when I'm out here, but before I came out here, they had only done kind of the verbal briefing as of last night. So I'm not sure if has there been a new development or that. Okay. So what I will tell you is that the Department of Justice will need to review kind of any rulings before commenting, and that was verbal. There'll be something more formal as our expectation, and they would discuss any next legal steps or interpretation of the ruling. So we'll leave that to them, and we'll see if more comes out today.
Vice President Harris, do you know the last time she was tested prior to this morning? And is there any therapeutics that she's taking?
So she's on a regular testing protocol, just like the president. I can certainly check and see that information. And then, as Dr. Jha referenced, she would consult with her doctor on any treatments. Go ahead, Nadia.
Thank you. On foreign policy, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is supposed to meet with his Israeli counterpart tomorrow. The Israelis have made it publicly known that there's disagreement with the White House vis-a-vis Iran and going back to the negotiation. Can you update us, first of all, why he's coming here, what's on the agenda? And I have another question.
Sure. Well, they consult regularly. I would say, as you know, the president had a fruitful conversation with Israeli Prime Minister Bennett just a couple of days ago. And so this is a follow-up to that conversation, and they'll discuss a range of regional and global security issues. And part of that, you know, the president, when he spoke with Prime Minister Bennett, they also talked about a range of global and regional issues, and Prime Minister Bennett extended an invitation for him to visit Israel, which he accepted and will do. We don't have a date yet to announce. They also talked about the Iran nuclear deal negotiations, which we keep the Israelis briefed regularly on. So certainly that could be a part of this conversation as well.
Also, Secretary Blinken this morning testified at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He said that breakout time for Iran is weeks away. He blamed the previous administration from withdrawing from the deal. Does this worry the White House that we're talking about 2 weeks that Iran could actually develop a nuclear weapon?
Yes, it definitely worries us. I would say that if we go back, you know, under the Iran nuclear deal, Iran's nuclear program was tightly constrained and monitored by international inspectors. And since the Trump administration seized U.S. participation in the deal, Iran has rapidly accelerated its nuclear program and reduced cooperation with international inspectors in non-performance of Iran nuclear deal commitments. So as you noted, what Secretary Blinken said during his testimony this morning was that their breakout period is down from about a year, which is what we knew it was during the deal, to just a few weeks or less. And certainly that is a direct impact of pulling out of the nuclear deal, making us less safe, giving us less visibility, and it's one of the reasons we pursued a diplomatic path again when the president took office. Okay, April, last one. Okay, April, last one. Go ahead.
Jen, two questions really fast. When it comes
Tomorrow's a new day. Go ahead, April.
All right, hello, this is April, I'm sorry. Jen, the two questions. On Haiti, what are the conversations? Can you shed light on the conversations about the Haitian immigration issue as Title 42 is set to end next month? And also, as the Vice President has tested positive for COVID, and it is in the realm of possibility as the President is traveling, if he gets COVID in this moment, what is the line of succession if both of them are very ill with COVID at this point?
Well, technically, the Speaker of the House is the third in line, so
I just
there
wanna
you
make
go.
sure.
No, I'm just confirming that for you. It is true, as we've noted many times, it is possible the President could test positive. We will be very transparent with you. If that were to happen, he has access to the best healthcare in the world, and we believe, because of all of the precautions and steps we have taken, that he would be able to continue his duties as the Vice President is, as well as Vice President. So I don't have any prediction of that at this point in time. In terms of your first question on Haiti, tell me a little bit more about what you mean.
The way I understand that there has been a conversation, or various conversations, to include at the UN here, about how do you handle the Haitian migrant issue when Haitians are being sent back and then you're bringing other refugees in. And I'm hearing that there are conversations around the administration about how to handle once Title 42 ends.
I would have to dig into this a little bit deeper. And as you know, there's TPS, right? That has been granted for a period of time. So that is something that Haitians who have been here at from a certain point in time have access to. Beyond that, our focus, though, is, of course, on continuing to be the largest provider of aid and assistance to Haiti, ensuring we can take steps there to lead in the world, encouraging other countries in the world to take steps as well. Beyond that, maybe we can talk after the briefing and I can find out a little bit more about what you mean. I will go to the back tomorrow first thing. Thank you so much, everyone.
Jen, Americans continue to suffer on high gas prices, especially low-income Americans with jet.
All right. All right. Okay. Woo! We're in there, you guys. All right, so we're going to stick around here for the after hours. Microsoft, you're on the clock. Jen, she's done. Jen's done here. The market's about to close in any time. Anytime, the market's about to close. Oh, man, here we go. We got Microsoft after hours, you guys. Let's go ahead and get them pulled up, man. Ding, 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 ding. The market is closed. The market is closed, you guys. All right. Oh, Tesla 875 closed. Ooh, ouch. Market closed. Everybody deep red. NASDAQ almost closed 4%. Ouch. SPA's coming down after hours already. Wow. 415. Now they want to dump it. Oh, wow. Now they want to dump it. They're funny. They are funny. But okay. All right. It's go time. Let's pull up Microsoft. It's go time. We're going to pull them up on the big screen. Market closed, y'all. Closing the red. It got ugly. Y'all heard what Jen was talking about. Y'all heard what Jen was on. Microsoft is on the clock. They either got the bag or not. Big tech earnings. Here we go. Here goes the start. It's something. We're going to figure out what they got going on, man. We're going to figure out. They about to figure out. They got to figure out. Let's zoom all the way in. We want to see every inch. Every inch. Okay. So, it looks like they already trimming here. Microsoft getting started here. This is the start. This is the start. with Microsoft. Oh, this is the start with Microsoft. Oh, this is the start with Microsoft. Oh, hold up. They bringing the needle back up. They got it where they needed it. They counting. Can they retest that? Or was that just the start of something? Is that just wiping out earnings here? Is that just wiping? Oh, yeah, they flipping the needle. Green action with Microsoft. Microsoft's up here, so we done seen both sides here. Let's see what direction wants to hold. Uh-oh. Can Big Tech save the earnings? Can Big Tech save the market? Is that what's happening? Well, that first candle was weird. We don't know. That ain't it. We're gonna find out. They gotta move some more. Show us something else. That ain't it. Something gotta give though. I think they're gonna be waiting for the report, so you guys give it a few minutes. It's just getting warmed up here after hours. The spot was selling off after hours here. So we're gonna see how the report's not out. That first candle was like, whoa, though. You acted like Netflix did, didn't for a moment. But hold on, let's see what goes on. Let's see. They're priced in about 6.4%. That's all they have to show. And there will be glow. If they go more than that, they're golden. So, I mean, we'll see. They're up about 1.79 right now. About $4. A little bit of movement. I don't know, Microsoft. They
Is
stuttering.
the fact that we want to try to shed this stigma of
They moving. They getting choppy here after hours. Something gonna happen. And I think that first movement was, a little bit of the sign there, how it's gonna end up, whatever direction they go. And keep in mind, they don't gotta really give up the move right now. They can stall. Y'all seen how Snapchat worked last week. They can stall. You see how Tesla worked. They can stall. Now Tesla trying to show they move and stuff. So keep that in mind. It's always best to wait, if you can't leverage it, So it's okay. Don't worry about it, you guys. But we're gonna see though here right now. They're still done moving right now. So far, that's a lot of volatility. But most I can say is it looks like if they don't get the needle moving at this area, the contracts, both sides will be wiped here due to IV crush, as you guys just saw. Yeah, they gotta get the moving here. Somebody gotta do something. They're still counting though. Give it some patience though. Give it some time. It'll kick in. Trust me. It's earnest. They counting right now. It did tag 260 though, but it never held it. It didn't hold it more than 3 seconds. So that's not confirmed here. It's not confirmed yet. It's not confirmed, you guys. So I'm not doing nothing yet. Let's play some music here while we're just sitting here. We don't want to. This is going to be a little different from Netflix, you guys.
Hit with another one.
I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy.
Hit with another one.
I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches wanna have my baby. I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches wanna have my baby. Yeah, when niggas they shady. I'm tryna fuck on this lady. Then I go ice out a bracelet. Pull up and everybody hate me. Why they gon' hate me? Tryna provide for my baby. Fuck whoever gon' hate me. They gon' hate me till they take me. Second starving with my people. Had to go swipe me a visa. Fact I get Buffalo Reef. Bad bitch, she certified eater. And she there when I need her. Got a stash in the needle. Bitches mad they wanna be. Tryna get wet like a pawn. Told them I'm rich, I can yes I'm a dawn. We can get lost in the mall. I'm on whatever you want. Caressing your body, I lie you more. I got this shit out the mud. Bitch, I rise to the plug. So many drugs and I cashed out on that shit. And I caught me a pack. I double that pack. And then I cashed out on the wheel. She said that how you want it. I want it for the back. You know I be loving that shit. You know that ass back. Can't even cap. Girl, you know you loving it. I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate my baby, and I let the street drive me crazy. But most of these niggas be shady, more bitches want my baby. I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me, since I'm tryna knock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby, and I let the street drive me crazy. But most of these niggas be shady, more bitches want my baby.
So as you guys can see, that count's starting to come in here. I'm trying to see if the report is out. Let me check. Let's check with Microsoft and see if the report is out. Whoa! Google is clapped. They're down 4.5% after hours. Whoa! Google is clapped. They're down $100, you guys. Oh, and now here comes Microsoft. Here it goes. The report is coming in, you guys. Here it goes. Whoa. Whoa. Rest in peace to the market tomorrow. Everybody's saying it now. It's trending. Rest in peace, market. Whoa. Google is clapped, you guys. Google is clapped, you guys. They're below 2,300. Google is clapped, you guys. Microsoft is getting clapped right now. I knew it. I told you guys earlier on the live stream, Google was the snitch. That was your snitch all day. They were down $50 when I said that. It closed down to 87. Google is down $141 after hours. I told you guys. Wow. Microsoft is clapped here. I think, the report is in. The report is in. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's going to hurt the markets here. Oh, man. Both Googles is down, you guys. Oh, my gosh. There's no glitch here. They're down $141. I'm looking at it on my chart. They're down $152 now. It's moving. Oh, my gosh. Oh, Google's down. Google's down, you guys. So that's it. This is what the market has been waiting for. And it's, oh, man, this ain't looking good. Microsoft is crippled here. They don't know what to do. They're trying to hold on here. And they tagged 259, though. They're trying by the little chins to hang on here. But, man, Google is clapped. I don't think nobody can hang on. Let's check with overall everybody. Big tech after hours. Then we got to look at Amazon. That's probably hurt them. Whoa, Amazon's down 18. Whoa, Amazon is down 18, you guys. Tesla's down 12, 863. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. This is ugly. This is ugly. This is what they've been waiting for. Then they've been trying to warn us, but they've been trying to have some faith, too, to keep it legal. But if you can read through BS, you knew this was coming, you guys. The market is clapped here. Everybody's selling after hours, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're live here. We're live. The market is clapped after hours. Yo, yo, what's going on? Yeah, we already closed in. Did you see everybody? Google is clapped. Google is clapped. Oh, my gosh. The market is done, bro. Like, everybody's clapped. Tesla's at 862. Tesla's at 862 after hours. It's crazy. Google is clapped. Oh, my God. 2,300 put. She was right. She was right. She called it. It's over with. Microsoft hanging on. Yeah, that's it, Mike. Yeah, it's over. It's over. That's who next. Yeah, they know they running. They shaking in their boots right now. See, that's the thing. They can't. The market makers won't let them out until the market makers won't let them out until the report is out. So you see what I'm saying? They can't get out until the report is out. That's when it's gonna happen. It's over with. It's over with. Oh, day, yeah, I know. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, man. Microsoft bouncing here. Yeah, everybody's clap, bro. I'm looking at Netflix clap. They below 200. We could have just swung those puts. They at 194 after hours. Netflix clap. Oh, Amazon clap 27.43. They're down 44. They're clapped. Yeah, that's it. This was the move. This was it. This was it, you guys. So yeah, Google's still selling. It's over. Microsoft doing some weird shit. Yeah, anywhere right here except Microsoft, they doing some weird shit right now. Microsoft bouncing here, so they doing some weird shit. Right, they gonna actually. Oh, Microsoft actually picking up. Microsoft up. Yeah, they actually up now. That's the only one. Yeah, we straddled it, but it's still gonna try. It's gonna chew us now that they just bounced up. It's over with for that play. It's over with, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's good. You ain't have to play. It's only a three-way split. And nobody say nothing in time, so it's cool. It's worked out how I needed to work out. But yeah, though, yeah, yeah. Everybody just tried to bounce right there. They did. But nah, not everybody though. Not Google's hurt. Amazon's still down. Amazon's still down. Yeah, that's why they've been selling off this whole time. They already knew that. Yeah, Tesla did just do some fake pop shit, but I don't know what they got going on. And they got earnings. They got earnings Thursday. They talking about 7%. They're talking about another 7% on Thursday. But yeah, bro. Yeah, man. It looked like you could have just held your puts. That's what it looked like. But it's all good at this point. The selling might be done though, bro. They might just be wanting to clap Google. You just don't know right now. I don't know though, bro. This might continue tomorrow, bro. This is ugly here. No, it's ugly in general overall. This is the start of the crash, the recession, all that shit they've been talking about. This is what that is. If they don't bounce it, if they don't like sharp bounce it like they did in March, if they don't sharp bounce it like they did in March or February, yes, this is it. This is a real move. This is done. You just got to load up puts, man. It's the only way you're gonna make money in this market. Unlimited. Now they switched the roles here. Puts can be made unlimited now. That's what's going on. You see what I'm saying? The video's clapped, bro. Look at everything. I'm looking at Roku's clapped, Spotify's clapped. They ain't moved yet, but they got earnings in the morning. They're clapped. I'm sure they're clapped in the morning. Yeah, what was we just saying? Who you just say? Spotify. They not gonna move. They got earnings in the morning, but I'm sure they're clapped. You know, they got earnings in the morning. They definitely clapped, bro. That's over with. This market is done. Yeah. Yeah, nah, Microsoft not gonna make the move immediately. They're gonna wait till the morning. Oh no, it's coming. It's coming in the morning for sure. It's coming in the morning for sure. It's yeah. They ain't gonna do it right now. They just gonna sit here. All it's doing right now is resetting the contracts. That's all they're doing when it's doing for Microsoft. They just repricing the contracts. Like Microsoft can still move in the morning. I don't know, bro. They arguing, bro. Right, but just take your. You can come out of that LC. I don't know, bro, but everybody done left it. Like the main people that done paid left. Yeah, it's basically just the people who ain't paid. Everybody that paid left that group chat, so you don't gotta even be in that no more. Yeah, that's them little amateurs. They ain't want to pay, but they ain't making no money either. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the Microsoft is straddled though. I mean, can move either way, but yeah, I told you. Yeah, we ain't tripping, bro. We ain't tripping, bro. I came up off spy puts today. We ain't tripping. Yeah. Hell yeah, nigga, look at the spy. Look at the spy. SPY right now. Look where it's at. Nigga, they been dumping all day. I had a 428 put. We had two. Yes, we had two 428 puts. Yeah, we ain't tripping. This was just like just whatever type shit. Yeah, we waiting for tomorrow, really. We waiting for tomorrow. Facebook, I really think gonna move for real. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think they really gonna move. You kind of think about it, Microsoft kind of always act like this. No, 428. We had a 428. Yeah, you tripping. You see what I'm saying? No, I swung it yesterday. Yeah, because I figured that was a fake. I figured that was a fake rally yesterday, and to close, that didn't make sense to me. Right, yeah, but like at the end, they tried to like fake rally, tried to go back up. I was like, man, hell no. I was like, they go that chart. It's that false breakout. And I'll be damn, boy. Them motherfuckers back test like a motherfucker, boy. I'm trying to tell you, boy. Yeah, bro. We sitting on cash, bro. We just loaded up. We ain't even trip. We about to go to the damn No Cap Comedy show this weekend. Yeah, I said we just chilling, bro. We just chilling on cash. We about to go to that No Cap Comedy show on Sunday. Yeah. Take pops up there and shit. And he want to see. But yeah, this Microsoft clap. They clap both sides. Stay the IV crush for sure on Microsoft, y'all. IV crush, unless we wake up in the morning in a direction. I don't think so. They got a higher implied move, bro. It's more than 10%. So anytime a company got more than 10%, that's a correction. So you know what I'm saying? Like if it's more than 10% on the implied move, it's usually a correction. It's more than likely gonna really happen for real. But like, see, Microsoft had like a 6.4 move, so they can stall that. They can do that next week. They can do it whenever. You feel me? But more so Facebook, it's like, nah, they already got more than 10% implied move, that means a lot of people trying to get in or get out of that position. Yeah, they funny. Hell yeah, bro. But nah, that Marcus clap, bro. Yes, bro. I've been shorting the spot all day. When you was shorting Tesla, I was shorting the spot all day. Both of them puts was just going up. I was like, oh shit, your shit caught up to mine at one point. I was like, oh, this nigga. I was like, this little motherfucking contract came up. For real, yo. For real. Dead ass, bro. So that's how you know, like, that's how you know SPY and Tesla correlate together, boy. Them bitches was running to the downside. Yeah. We straight. We up, bro. We up. You check the portfolio. We up about 20, man. Everybody good. Everybody got bread. You got about 3 bands, bro. You straight. You about there where you back started at, man. So everything good. Enjoy your vacation. We gonna check Facebook tomorrow. Market clap today. We gonna see what happened tomorrow. They gonna try to give it a fake bounce, or they either gonna it's clapped in the morning. It's just gonna be extra gap down for us. Crispy there to sell. So yeah, we gonna see tomorrow, bro. All right, that's a bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. We about to wrap it up here, as you guys can see. We stayed after hours with you guys for about 22 minutes. And, you know, the earnings and reports are out here from Microsoft and Google. And Google's clapped, man. Google is clapped, y'all. They down a huncho. That was your winner. That was your winner right there, chicken dinner. Microsoft, they moved a lot. So it looks like IV Crush here. They're in the same spot. Unless it can move, the contracts are definitely reset on Microsoft, you guys. Nothing really happened. They did go down, but they're back in the same spot. So IV Crush, big. You did good if you held. If you played it, don't worry about it. But, you know, you learn, and you earn here with LCLD. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, win, lose, or draw, you learn regardless. So at the end of the day, man, don't worry about it. As long as you still got a little bit more, keep in mind, you can always get all back. But this was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're going to wrap it up here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. LCAOD.